Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. Everyone has the right to make their own choices. I guess this is your choice. After a bit more thought, he finally put the matter to rest. Bazish-hun didn't want to stay in the bloodstream sect any longer than necessary. Whether it was for his own personal reasons, or for the fact that war would soon break out, he wanted to leave as soon as possible. It's almost time to say goodbye. He sighed and looked down the mountain toward Grand Elder Songjung's Immortal's Cave. As the Blood Master, there were many methods he could employ to get into Songjung's Immortal's Cave. As far as her restrictive spells, and the attendants outside the cave, he could deal with them all as easily as flipping over his hand. However, he couldn't go about the task casually. In the end, he called upon his authority as the Blood Master to assign Songjung a special mission. She would be sent to a legacy pocket realm within the Bloodstream sect. Normally, it was a place where the Blood Masters would go to reach core formation when they reached the Great Circle of Foundation establishment. As for Songjung, she was reaching the point of breaking through to core formation, so being able to enter that pocket realm would be of incredible benefit. Normally, it was a place that only Blood Masters could enter. Not even the Patriarchs could easily arrange for others to go in. Only the Blood Masters themselves could hand that right over to another person. When Songjung heard about the arrangement, she looked at Bazish-hun with shining eyes. Apparently, this act resolved even the slightest remaining reservations she had in her heart. As for Bazish-hun, he could hardly stand the look in her eyes, and inwardly cursed her vixen ways. After handling Songjung, he also arranged for the attendants who guarded her Immortal's Cave to be sent off on a task. The result was a rare occasion: Songjung's Immortal's Cave was left completely unguarded. It wasn't anything very noteworthy as far as the sect went. No one would ever dare to try to break into a Grand Elder's Immortal's Cave. Besides, there would be little point to doing such a thing. After everything was arranged and taken care of, Bazish-hun strolled out of Bloodmaster Temple and walked along the paths of the middle peak. The sky above was a muted orange color, and a gentle wind caressed his cheeks. No one else could be seen as Bazish-hun slowly approached Songjung's Immortal's Cave. After crossing the Lake of Blood, he found himself in front of the main door. Reaching out, he placed his hand onto the surface of the door. He could now control all spell formations on Middle Peak, so all it took was a slight push to send it swinging quietly open. As the door opened, his heart began to beat faster, and his eyes shone with keen anticipation. He had been in the Bloodstream sect for quite some time now, and from the time he had been a completely nobody all the way to his current situation, he had done everything in order to acquire the relic of eternal indestructibility. As of this moment, his goal was at hand. I wonder what exactly the relic of eternal indestructibility is. Taking a deep breath, he strode into Songjung's Immortal's Cave. He was familiar with the place, and quickly walked into the inner sections of the cave, where Songjung's bedchamber was located. Looking around, he saw decorations which clearly identified it as a woman's room. He almost felt like he was doing something a bit perverted. He cleared his throat. Calming himself, he performed an incantation gesture and then waved his finger, causing blood chi to form into a sword, which he sent stabbing down into the ground. He began to dig a large hole, going deeper and deeper until he hit something that seemed to be made of metal, something so tough that when the sword chi hit it, the chi collapsed. In fact, even though he could see the item with his naked eye, it was completely invisible to divine sense. Leaping down into the bottom of the hole, he found himself standing on what appeared to be a black sheet of iron. This is the place. Reaching down, he rubbed the iron sheet, which caused a cold sensation to pierce him down to his bones. After trying several different ways to dispel the stabbing cold, he drew upon the undying live forever technique and finally blotted it out. Once again, he performed an incantation gesture with his right hand, forming a sword with blood chi, which he used to hew out more space along the edges of the iron sheet. Gradually, more of the metal was revealed. Furthermore, a magical symbol became visible. It was very complicated and ornate, and Baziush-hun wasn't sure how to read it. However, in the very center of the symbol was an indentation that seemed to be the exact shape of a medicinal pill. Instead of pulling out the medicinal pill he had concocted back in the spirit stream sect, he studied the iron sheet a bit more. Suddenly, he gasped. This is middle peak, which is actually the middle finger of the blood ancestor. I wonder if this iron sheet is actually a ring on the giant's finger? A ring belonging to the blood ancestor. With that, he thought back to the moment when he had accepted the legacy, and had momentarily become the blood ancestor. Now that he thought about it, he was certain that a ring had indeed existed on the middle finger. There are all types of magical devices of holding. I wonder if this ring is actually a ring of holding? After a bit more thought, he slapped his bag of holding and produced the medicinal pill, which he carefully placed into the indentation in the magical symbol. In the instant that it clicked into place, it melted, and the magical symbol lit up, causing blinding light to shine out. Thankfully, the light was contained by the Immortal's Cave, otherwise it would have been visible from quite a distance. Baziush-hun's heart was pounding as he backed up and looked at the magical symbol. Gradually, the light began to fade away, and cracking sounds could be heard. Baziush-hun watched as the magical symbol changed shape, as though a ceiling were being undone. Soon, it transformed into the shape of a door. Baziush-hun stood there, staring at the door for a long moment before finally gritting his teeth. I've come this far, I can't stop now. Let's see what exactly this relic of eternal indestructibility really is. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward and vanished into the door. When he reappeared, he was in another location, surrounded by blurry darkness. He wasn't sure how large of a space he was in, but he could see that right in front of him was a palm-sized turtle shell. On top of the shell was a golden leaf. Other than those two items, nothing else was visible. Chapter 264, Disaster Brewing. Baziush-hun's eyes widened as he stepped forward and grabbed the golden leaf. Other than its unusual color, there didn't seem to be anything special about it. As for the turtle shell, it was deathly still, and radiated an air of complete and utter ancientness. However, it didn't seem at all like the eternal and indestructible relic that Baziush-hun had been expecting. Where's the relic of eternal indestructibility? He exclaimed. Then he began to search around madly for anything else in the area. However, other than the turtle shell and the golden leaf, there was nothing present. At one point, he bit down on the golden leaf, but it was so hard his teeth almost broke. Obviously, it wasn't intended to be eaten. Baziush-hun was starting to go crazy. His eyes were bloodshot, and he was starting to wonder if he had been played. He quickly produced the soul of Imposter Night Crypt. Damn it, tell me the secret of eternal indestructibility. Baziush-hun raged. The only things here are this leaf and this turtle shell. They're completely useless. Imposter Night Crypt's soul stared around blankly, clearly flummoxed. This is impossible. The mysterious sect definitely said it was here. Baziush-hun was feeling more and more like he had been played. When he thought about all the toil and suffering he had put into this mission, even risking his own life, only to come here and find nothing, he felt more wrong than he ever had in his entire life. He searched around a bit more, but to his increasing despair, found nothing. In the end, he stared down at the turtle shell. Of course, he loved turtles, but this turtle shell was tiny, much tinier than even his turtle walk. Don't tell me the relic of eternal indestructibility is this turtle shell? But what is it supposed to do? Baziush-hun was about ready to cry. Sighing and scowling, he finally put the turtle shell and the golden leaf into his bag of holding, and then walked out through the glowing door. Looking down at the hole he had excavated in the floor of the Immortal's Cave, he scowled, and then began to fill it in. Some time later, after making sure everything looked exactly as it had before he arrived, he trudged away. Outside the Immortal's Cave, he sighed, then looked up into the sky. To him, it felt as if the world had just played a huge trick on him. All of my toil and suffering. Things got so dangerous I almost died. I. Feeling incensed, he returned to Bloodmaster Temple, then pulled out the golden leaf and the turtle shell and studied them a bit. Eventually, he realized that the golden leaf was extremely durable, and apparently, impossible to tear apart. However, other than that, it didn't seem special. He suspected that the leaf must contain some technique hidden inside of it, but even after opening his Heaven's Pandarma eye, he couldn't see anything. As for the turtle shell, it seemed dead, completely dried out, albeit relatively sturdy. Once upon a time, a living turtle had existed inside the shell, but now, that turtle was nothing more than a corpse. Bazius-hun didn't rest that night. By the next morning, his eyes were bloodshot, and he finally decided to give up on his research. He let out a sigh filled with grief and discontentment. Imposter Nightcrypt's soul was so scared that he didn't dare to utter a peep, fearful that Bazius-hun might flip out and kill him. However, he couldn't help but feel wronged in the whole matter. He hadn't been telling lies. As he sank into despair, Bazius-hun realized that he had no desire to remain in the bloodstream sect any longer. Sighing continuously, he began to think of a reason to leave. However, even as he did, a beam of light shot up from each of the other 3 mountain peaks. Within those 3 beams of light were the 3 other Bloodmasters. When they arrived on Middle Peak, their expressions were casual and relaxed, and apparently they had come simply to chat. Bazius-hun couldn't help but wonder what their real purpose was, but he humored them. For a bit of time, they simply talked about random things. Finally, the Bloodmaster from Lesser Marsh Peak couldn't restrain himself from getting to the point. Nightcrypt, he said. The 3 of us have been given some top-secret information. Bazius-hun, the Heavendao Foundation establishment expert from the Spirit Stream sect, has not been in secluded meditation for the past few years. He actually left the sect some years ago to gain experience. Some people even suspect that he entered Bloodstream sect territory. Whether or not that information is correct, we can't be completely sure. However, even the chance that it might be true means that we could have an opportunity to kill Bazius-hun. Bazius-hun's heart was already pounding, but he didn't let any of that emotion show on his face. Tone solemn, the Bloodmaster continued, all of us Bloodmasters swore an oath to the patriarchs that we would hunt down and kill Bazius-hun. We would exterminate the young successor of the Spirit Stream sect, their Heavendao Foundation establishment expert. In our cultivation, we have to cut down chosen like that. Kill them, steal their good fortune, and use that to realize our own Dao. We swore a formal oath as Bloodmasters, and since you're a Bloodmaster now too, we all need to stand as one. Since the oath has our names on it, then naturally, it should have yours as well. The Bloodmasters from Corpse Peak and Nameless Peak nodded solemnly. From the way they were looking at him, it seemed they wouldn't leave until he agreed. Bazius-hun was already trembling in fear because of what he'd heard. Obviously, these people had sworn an oath, and yet failed to live up to it, and now they were trying to drag him into their little cabal. He thought about refusing, but could tell that they wouldn't let him off the hook easily. Even as he hesitated, the Corpse Peak Bloodmaster produced a jade slip from his bag of holding. This is the oath we swore to the patriarchs. We had to make a special request to bring it here today. All you have to do is place your mark upon it, that's all. With that, he handed the jade slip over to Bazius-hun. Bazius-hun's eyes widened when he realized how well prepared the group was. Inwardly, he cursed about how outrageous these Bloodmasters were, forcing him to swear an oath to kill himself. The more he thought about it, the worse it sounded. That was especially true when he examined the jade slip and saw that, in addition to the substantial reward that was being offered upon Bazius-hun's death, there was also a punishment for failure. That punishment involved being confined to the sect's abysmal defile. Bazius-hun had heard of the abysmal defile before. It was a deep ravine filled with wind and fire, a place where cultivation felt like pure torture. Ordinary people couldn't even survive the place. When he saw that, he felt more nervous than ever. As Bazius-hun, he hadn't done anything to these 3 Bloodmasters. What right did they have to make things so hard for him, to risk such incredible punishment in their attempt to kill him? Seeing the fierce looks in their eyes, he gritted his teeth and put his mark onto the jade slip. Inwardly, he was chuckling coldly. You people might as well abandon any hope of ever succeeding. Even with me in your little cabal, you'll be waiting forever. When they saw Bazius-hun put his name on the oath, they all smiled and relaxed a bit. The truth was that this agreement had been a huge headache for them. Back when they had first sworn the oath, they had been attempting to take the lead among the other cultivators in the sect. However, after all the years that had passed, they still hadn't accomplished their mission. Now that Middle Peak had its Bloodmaster, they all agreed that they had to get the 4th Bloodmaster into their group no matter the cost. After all, an addition person to help would be the ideal situation. I might only have been promoted to Bloodmaster recently, Bazish-hun said, sounding very serious, but this is a serious matter. We need to turn up some clues immediately. Since Bazish-hun is supposedly in Bloodstream sect territory, then how about this? I'll go search for him right away. If I turn anything up, I'll send you three a message instantly. Then we can all attack together to take Bazish-hun down. As soon as the other three blood masters heard his suggestion, their expressions brightened, and they exchanged meaningful glances. Then, all of them declared their own intentions of going out to search for Bazish-hun. As soon as anyone found new information, they would notify the others. Feeling very pleased, they all left. Bazish-hun chuckled coldly inside, then began to pack his things in preparation for departure. Some time later, he left the gates of the sect, and then turned to look back, his eyes filled with sighs and other mixed emotions. The truth was that even he wasn't sure exactly how he felt about the Bloodstream sect. It would be great if this war could be avoided somehow. He murmured to himself. With that, he turned to look in the direction of Zumai's Immortal's cave on Ancestor Peak. The choice is yours, he said with a sigh. Then he turned and flew off in a beam of light. Before he had gone very far, he suddenly realized that he already missed the Bloodstream sect. He thought back to everything which had occurred there, and couldn't help but look over his shoulder one more time at the sect. I might not ever come back here again in my entire life. Even as he hovered there looking back at the sect, his eyes suddenly went wide with shock. Something was happening on Nameless Peak. A black cloud was rising up into the air, a huge mist filled with countless gargoyles. The gargoyles were exploding into action, howling at the tops of their lungs in voices that could shake heaven and earth. Down with the Bloodstream sect. We will be free. We will be our own masters. Cultivators of Nameless Peak, you have oppressed us gargoyles for too long. We refuse to submit to you. Today is the day we rebel against the Bloodstream sect. The shrill cries of the gargoyles erupted out to shake the entire Bloodstream sect. That was especially true of the cultivators on Nameless Peak, who were utterly shocked. The gargoyles which had previously been under their command were suddenly completely ignoring their orders. Even some of the oldest gargoyles were joining in, and they seemed the most enraged of all. There was one gargoyle who appeared to be their leader, and was located in the very center of the army. That particular gargoyle suddenly launched into a speech, his voice loud and piercing. Fellow gargoyles, the time has come to attack. Fear not, my master has already become a blood master, someone powerful enough to shake the world. Today is the day that we gargoyles rise to prominence. We will shake off the manacles placed upon us by Nameless Peak. Today, we fight for our freedom. Bazish-hun gasped as he realized who the leader of the gargoyles was. It was none other than Shadow, the gargoyle he had fed medicinal dregs to when he had been concocting medicine on Nameless Peak. Back then, the gargoyle had been meek and subservient, but now, it seemed completely arrogant and despotic. His words immediately caused Bazish-hun to shiver. Swallowing hard, beads of sweat popping out on his forehead, Bazish-hun quickly turned and made his way off into the distance, fearful that after the gargoyle insurrection was put down, the Bloodstream sect would look for him to settle accounts. Damn it. I was wondering why nothing strange happened when I concocted medicine on Nameless Peak. It turns out the disaster was brewing this entire time. Looking like he might cry at any moment, he left behind the raging howls of the gargoyles and the cold snorts of the patriarchs. He fled for his life. Chapter 265, Knocking Sounds. After leaving the Bloodstream sect, Bazish-hun shot through the air in a beam of light. The sky stretched out in all directions, peppered with occasional clouds. Flying along as he was called, Bazish-hun felt as free as a bird. The jungle which filled the Bloodstream sect's territory was the color of blood, and in many areas, radiated a dangerous and brittle aura. However, whatever deadly entities existed therein quickly shrank down into the shadows as soon as they sensed Bazish-hun's blood chi. Virtually everything in the area was connected in some way to the Bloodstream sect, and Bazish-hun soon found that it could all be suppressed by his aura. As far as the cultivator clans in the area went, Bazish-hun's high status in the Bloodstream sect ensured that he could completely ignore them. When blood masters went out of the sect, even if they went out alone, they had numerous ways to suppress anyone or anything they came across. They could travel about completely unobstructed. Even the most powerful beasts Bazish-hun encountered would retreat once they sensed his aura. None of them dared to provoke him. Bazish-hun flew along enjoying the scenery, feeling very relaxed. Along the way, he spent some time to practice cultivation. Now that he was away from the Bloodstream sect, he could tell that his undying live forever technique was working a bit more sluggishly. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do about that. Thankfully, he had the legacy of the Blood Ancestor, and could now be considered a true master of the Undying Codex. Although his cultivation of it had slowed some, he was practicing the true method, and was thus able to compensate for the decrease in speed. As for the Violet Chi Heavenspan incantation, Basius Hun decided it was best not to cultivate it in bloodstream sect territory. A signature magical technique like that would be best practiced after he passed over the Luotian mountains. However, he was itching to try out his human-controlling grand magic, and managed to find a few chances to practice with it. He hadn't spent much time working on it, but now that his cultivation base was at the mid-foundation establishment stage, the spiritual power he could wield ensured that the human-controlling grand magic was quite marvelous. By now, he had been studying the powers of gravity and repulsion for years, and yet, wasn't willing to give up on them, and continued to spend time analyzing them. When he got tired because of all the traveling, he would impose on one of the local cultivator clans. Whenever he left such clans, they would always throw a big fanfare out of respect for him. As time went on, his size grew heavier. He was going to miss being a blood master. As far as he was concerned, giving up that title was worse than losing a fortune. I really am simply too righteous. Too principled. I'm giving up so much for the sake of the spirit stream sect. The more Basius Hun thought about it, the more he felt like he was really making a huge sacrifice. And then there's Song Jun. Whenever he thought about her, he remembered her beautiful features, and would feel his heart growing hot. He sighed. Warner, good and evil just can't mix, he said, trying to look as righteous as possible. However, the disappointment he felt forced him to turn back and look longingly in the direction of the bloodstream sect. The further away he got, the more he thought about everything that he had done there. Eventually, he just had to grit his teeth and fly onward. One day, an enormous mountain range rose up in front of him, stretching out along the horizon like a dragon. Although it seemed close, from what Basius Hun could tell it was at least half a day away even if he flew at top speed. Once I get over those mountains, I'll be in Spirit Stream Sect territory. Determination flickered in his eyes, and he was just about to fly onward when, all of a sudden, he caught sight of 3 beams of light flying through the air toward him. Soon, an old man became visible, along with 2 younger men. The old man had a foundation establishment cultivation base, whereas the younger men were in the 7th or 8th level of chi condensation, and were flying with the aid of magical devices. As they all flew along, the old man frowned and rebuked the younger men. War is on the horizon. You two are the future of the Shuayu clan. If you fly with speed like that, how do you think you manage to stay alive in the fighting? To fly with magical items requires control of your cultivation base. However, skill is only one of the things that will enable you to fly. The 2 young men gritted their teeth and worked harder to control their magical devices. And yet, no matter what they did, they still wobbled unstably. One of them even managed to get so out of control that he fell off. Imbecile. The old man spat. The clan has spent a lot of resources on training you, and yet you're as dumb as an ox. He swished his sleeve, catching the young man before he fell. He was about to continue with his tirade when he suddenly sensed Basius Hun. Irritated, the man looked over and said, Humphrey. What are you blind? Don't you know this is Shuayu clan territory? You're not allowed to fly around here. Screw the hell off. Basius Hun had originally planned to ignore the group of 3 and simply fly along. But then the old man had the nerve to curse him. What did you just say? Basius Hun said, glaring back at the old man. The old man's eyes went wide, and then he gasped and began to tremble visibly. That's the Blood Master of Middle Peak, he thought, Nightcrypt the Plague Devil. The old man's face drained of blood as he thought back to what he had just said. Heart pounding, he bitterly clasped hands and bowed toward Basius Hun. The Shuayu clan offers greetings, exalted Blood Master. Basius Hun snorted coldly and then approached the group of 3. How did you people know where to find me? He asked icily. The sight of Basius Hun looking them up and down caused the 2 young chi condensation cultivators to bow their heads in terror. Even the old foundation establishment cultivator felt his scalp tingling in anxiety as he thought of all of the blood-curdling stories he'd heard about the Blood Master of Middle Peak. We didn't know you were in the area, oh exalted Blood Master. The Shuayu clan is based in this region, so we pay attention to all the passing cultivators. When we realized you had come, we immediately came out to offer greetings, and invite you to our humble clan to rest for a bit. Basius Hun nodded arrogantly. Considering he was a blood master, he figured it would be best to act much more brazenly than normal. Very well, he said. Take me to this clan of yours. The old man shivered. Plastering a smile onto his face, he immediately led Basius Hun back to his clan. The Shuayu clan was located in Bloodstream Sect territory, and although it wasn't one of the larger cultivator clans, they were more powerful than the smaller clans. A middle-sized clan, they occupied 3 mountains that were covered with emerald green fruit trees, forming quite a contrast with the surrounding crimson-colored vegetation. The fruit on the trees was pitch black, and emanated a strange, fragrant aroma which filled the entire Shuayu clan, giving it a somewhat otherworldly air. As soon as Baziush-hun got near, he noticed the strangeness of the clan, and couldn't help but exclaim, Exalted Blood Master, these fruits aren't a product of the Shuayu clan. They grow here naturally. In the past, the Bloodstream sect came to harvest some of the fruits, and determined that they were toxic. Because of that, they're inedible, and are only good for making poison. However, the aroma of the fruit can be used to drive away certain wild beasts. It also has certain hallucinogenic properties. The old man didn't seem very surprised at all by Baziush-hun's reaction. Whenever anyone visited the Shuayu clan for the first time, they would be somewhat entranced by the fruits. However, despite many years of research, no one had ever found a use for the fruits by cultivators. When Baziush-hun flew into the Shuayu clan and stepped onto their first mountain, the clan members there were all shocked, and immediately began to bow in formal greeting. Baziush-hun ignored them and walked up to one of the fruit trees. After plucking one of the fruits off of the tree, he looked at it closely, and quickly confirmed that the information he'd been given was true. The world of plants and vegetation is filled with all sorts of fantastic oddities. This fruit's aroma truly can cause hallucinations. As he looked around at the trees, he could tell that they were very old. After looking around for a bit, he was even able to find one tree on the third mountain that was so old he couldn't identify its age. That tree was so large that 10 people could wrap their arms around its trunk. It was somewhat withered, with more than half of the tree showing no signs of life. The aroma emitted by the fruits on that tree were particularly strong. After sniffing one of the fruits, Baziush-hun felt somewhat lightheaded, and was forced to rotate his cultivation base to dispel the effects. What a pity. You can dispel the effects within a breath of time with your cultivation base. If the effects lasted longer, maybe these fruits might be worth something. Shaking his head, he turned to leave. However, it was at that moment that his expression flickered, and he looked down at his bag of holding. A moment before, he had sensed a certain aura inside the bag suddenly change. After scanning the bag of holding with divine sense, a strange expression appeared on his face. Waving away the surrounding members of the Shuayu clan, he pulled out a little palm-sized turtle shell, which was the potential relic of eternal indestructibility he'd acquired from Song Jun's Immortal's Cave. Before, the turtle shell had seemed as hard as a rock. After all, whatever was inside the shell was long since dead. However, because of the fragrant aroma of the old fruit tree, the shell had changed, and whatever was inside now seemed different, somehow soft and pliable. Suddenly, a green little tail popped out of the back of the shell. Baziush-hun's eyes went wide as 4 little limbs emerged, and then an emerald green head. It's alive? Gasping, he looked closer. Closer examination revealed that the head and limbs were all limp and lifeless. They almost just looked like mere decorations. Something about it seemed strange, but Baziush-hun wasn't sure what. After a moment of thought, he shook the turtle shell back and forth a bit. When the head and limbs smacked into the shell, knocking sounds rang out. Chapter 266, I'm back. He didn't stay very long in the Shuayu clan. As evening fell, the cautious and respectful clan members threw a big ceremony. Later, Baziush-hun strutted out of the clan, then flew up into the air. A few hours later, he was getting close to the Luotian Mountains. By now, the idea of finally going home surged strong in his heart. Taking a deep breath, he sped toward the mountains, carefully sending divine sense ahead of him to scan the path. Soon, he realized that there was something different about the mountains. There was a strange aura lurking within them, something that caused Baziush-hun's heart to jitter fearfully. What's going on? He thought. More cautious than ever, he proceeded along until it was late in the night. At that point, he was nearing a ravine that led into the mountain range, and that was when he saw something completely shocking. A faintly glowing screen of light was visible, stretching high up into the heavens, almost like a gigantic wall. That wall of light rose up from the mountains, climbing as far as the eye could see, completely separating the territory of the Spirit Stream sect and the Bloodstream sect. There was no need for Baziush-hun to perform any tests to determine how powerful that wall was. He was sure that if he tried to force his way through it, he would instantly be destroyed in body and soul. Face flickering, he confirmed that the shield wall contained the fluctuations of Spirit Stream sect magic. The Luotian Mountains are the Spirit Stream sect's strongest defense against the Bloodstream sect. Heart trembling, he thought back to some of the rumors he'd heard about the Luotian Mountains when he was in the Spirit Stream sect. Supposedly, the mountains formed the main line of defense that had been erected by the Spirit Stream sect 10,000 years ago. Back in the Bloodstream sect, I didn't get the sense that much was happening in the outside world. But the truth is that the war has reached the point that this shocking shield has already been put up. That's very telling. After a moment of thought, Baziush-hun approached the ravine, then turned back and looked in the direction of the Bloodstream sect. A long moment passed. Finally, he checked the area to make sure he was alone, then took a deep breath and slowly reached up and put his hand on his face. After a pause, He removed the mask, revealing his true facial features. He put the mask away and waved his sleeve to dispel the bloody aura of the bloodstream sect. Then he pulled in all the fluctuations of his undying live forever technique. A moment later, the aura of the violet chi heaven span incantation erupted from his spiritual seas, and he began to walk toward the light shield. When he made contact with the shield, a shocking presence gripped him, something that left him feeling icy and numb. From the feeling he got, he could be wiped out at any moment. He immediately stopped in place, unmoving, his anxiety mounting. After a few breaths worth of time passed, the icy presence slowly faded away, and he could move again. Taking a step forward, he passed through the shield. I doubt that was the divine sense of one of the patriarchs, he thought. It was probably the formation automaton of this spell formation. Fear lingered in his heart as he looked back at the shield. Taking a deep breath, he looked around at vegetation that was no longer crimson, but rather, lush and emerald green. The feeling he got was completely different than the bloodstream sect. Here, he could sense the aura of the spirit stream sect. Baziush-hun is back, he murmured. With that, he blurred into motion, flying through the air and simultaneously unleashing the violet chi heaven span incantation. As he did, violet light shone out around him, filling the area with the same color. His third eye opened on his forehead, and his view of the world suddenly became brighter and more colorful. Now that he didn't need to conceal his techniques, he performed an incantation gesture and pointed out, drawing on violet chi cauldron summoning. Heaven and earth shook as he waved his sleeve, causing water vapor to roil about, which was the water-swamped kingdom. He threw his head back and laughed uproariously. The feeling of not having to be worried about anything filled him with joy. The pressure and mixed emotions he had felt in the bloodstream sect were now gone, and he began to think about everyone he knew in the spirit stream sect. Uncle Lee, Big Fatty Zhang, Huziomai, Huyunfei, Zubake, elder brother sect leader, Bruiser. I'm back. Spirits high, he shot through the air at top speed. Eventually he stopped to rest a bit, and pulled out the turtle walk. The mere sight of it left him sighing deeply. I didn't dare to use it in the bloodstream sect. But now, I can finally perform fourfold spirit enhancements. Baziush-hun was very excited about the prospect. He had already collected plenty of material to create four-colored flame, and therefore, didn't waste any time. Without any hesitation, he took out all of his magical items and began to perform spirit enhancements. He was especially excited to enhance his signature little wooden sword. After the enhancement, it didn't look like wood anymore, but rather, gold. As for the golden crow sword, it didn't change very much, but the light that shone off of it was more dazzling than before. Before long, almost all of his magical items had been enhanced. As for the lamp that the Song clan patriarch had given him, he enhanced that too. As the silver designs glittered on its surface, he held it in his hand, and his soul trembled. The fluctuations coming off of the lamp were terrifying to the extreme. I'm so powerful I even frighten myself, he thought, eyebrows dancing up and down. After carefully putting the lamp away, he savored the experience of proceeding along back to the spirit stream sect. At one point, he suddenly recalled the little turtle, which he pulled out of his bag of holding, then shook back and forth a bit to produce the usual knocking sounds. After playing around with it for a bit, he found to his surprise that he could actually grab the tail and stretch it out. When he let go, it would snap back into place with a twang. Wow, you can do that? He said, shocked. He tried the same thing with the turtle's limbs, and even the head, and they all did the same thing. He even tried throwing it down, and found that the little turtle could actually be used like a weapon. After finding some boulders, he threw the turtle at them, and they shattered. The little turtle, however, wasn't even scratched in the process. Baziush-hun was starting to get the feeling that this was no simple turtle. As he made his way back to the spirit stream sect, he would often shake it, stretch it, and throw it around. A few days later, he suddenly realized that a faint aroma was emanating out from the turtle. It was hard to detect, but after inhaling it, Baziush-hun found that his cultivation base suddenly stirred. Then he rotated it, and large amounts of spiritual energy from the area rushed toward him, causing his spiritual seas to emanate shocking fluctuations. Whoa! He exclaimed. He tried to reproduce the effect, but failed. However, after examination, he realized that brief rotation of his cultivation base had resulted in the same progress it would normally take him a month of meditation to produce. Gasping, he looked closer at the little turtle. Don't tell me this really is the relic of eternal indestructibility, he thought, heart thumping in his chest. After thinking about all the marvelous aspects of the little turtle, he once again gently shook it back and forth in his hand. However, no matter which way he shook it, he couldn't reproduce that fragrant aroma. Not wanting to give up, he kept shaking it in his hand as he went along. Finally, 3 days later, the turtle once again emitted a fragrant aroma. Baziush-hun immediately sucked it in, causing his cultivation base to surge, and the surrounding energy of heaven and earth to rush toward him. He was almost like a vortex, sucking in all the local spiritual power. There were some cultivator clans in the area, and when people saw what was happening, their eyes went wide, and their hearts trembled. Elated, Baziush-hun threw his head back and laughed uproariously. Ha ha ha. Yet again, Baziush-hun's wits come out on top. This little turtle is great. I don't have to expend any effort at all, and can increase the speed of my cultivation. At that point, he decided that he would spend time every day shaking the little turtle. A few more days went by, and he finally caught sight of the Spirit Stream sect. The 3 mountain peaks of the south bank rose high into the air, as did the 4 mountain peaks of the north bank, and Mount Deoseed, which hung high over the Heavenspan River. Scintillating light rose up from all of the mountain peaks, as if they were building up energy. Powerful pressure and fluctuations rolled out in all directions, with the Spirit Stream sect being in the middle of it all. Excited, Baziush-hun shook the little turtle back and forth a few times. I'm finally back. I can still remember how everyone could hardly stand to part with me. Considering I've been gone so long, everyone definitely misses me. I wonder if Uncle Lee has come out of secluded meditation yet. The more he thought about it, the more he was nervous for leaking. Giving the turtle a few good shakes, he picked up speed and shot toward the entrance of the sect. When he got close, 4 beams of light shot out from the sect, accompanied by a hoarse shout. Halt! Who goes there? 4 cultivators appeared, one of them in the great circle of chi condensation, and the other 3 in the 5th or 6th level. Even as the words rang out, the glow of magical techniques sprang out of their hands. However, when they caught sight of Baziush-hun, their eyes widened. That was especially true of the cultivator in the great circle, who immediately began to tremble. It was none other than Chenf. Beijiao sect Uncle Bei. Thankfully, he was quick to change his wording. Without any hesitation, he clasped hands and bowed. The other 3 disciples' jaws dropped, and then they also clasped hands in greeting. It felt wonderful to finally be home. Striking the pose of someone of the senior generation, Baziush-hun nodded magnanimously and said, "Excellent, all of you. Remember to always work hard at cultivation." With that, he proceeded along into the sect, bringing the group with him. The Spirit Stream sect's grand spell formation didn't hinder his path at all. As soon as he entered, he saw the south bank stretched out in front of him, bustling with activity. There was Green Crest Peak, Violet Cauldron Peak, and Fragrant Cloud Peak, as well as the Servants District at the bottoms of the mountains. A few phoenixes were flying in the air, along with numerous cultivators. To Baziush-hun, nothing could have been more familiar. He suddenly felt the urge to make sure that everyone who missed him knew that he was back. Hovering there in midair, he threw his head back and roared, "Ladies and gentlemen of the sect, I, Baziush-hun, am back." His voice echoed about like thunder. Chenf stood off to the side, feeling bad for the south bank. Chapter 267, You guys definitely miss me, brothers and sisters of the Spirit Stream sect. Baziush-hun is back. Baziush-hun's voice echoed like thunder throughout the south bank of the Spirit Stream sect, and could even be heard on the north bank. Moments before, the sect had been buzzing with activity, filled with a din of voices. But a moment later, everything went completely quiet. Even the phoenixes flying in the air above the sect shivered and forgot to keep flying. Because Li King had gone into extended secluded meditation, Elder Zhu had taken over as the Peak Lord of Fragrant Cloud Peak. When the thunderous voice interrupted his own meditation, his eyes opened and his jaw dropped. Zhu Xingqi had been practicing cultivation on Mount Deoseed, and had just finished a session of meditation and was preparing to leave. When she heard the voice echoing back and forth like thunder, her face fell. Zhu Bekai had just been preparing to go visit some friends on Green Crest Peak to flaunt some new exclusive information he'd come across, when he was suddenly interrupted by the booming voice, and his eyes went wide. Big Fatty Zhang was standing miserably in front of Zhu Mixiang as she berated him. Then they heard his voice, and they both looked up. All of the cultivators and disciples on the south bank who had been dragged into Baziush-hun's antics were struck mute by the words they had just heard. On Fragrant Cloud Peak, one elder had been in the middle of giving a lecture about cultivation to a group of disciples who seemed to be hanging onto his every last word. When he was interrupted by Baziush-hun's booming voice, his face fell. As for the disciples, they didn't seem as shocked, but were clearly moved. On Mount Deoseed, Zhen Yuandong stood there reading a jade slip, his expression grim. The news in the jade slip was anything but good, and he was just about to go to the missions office to announce an important mission, when suddenly, a booming voice interrupted his train of thought. Immediately, he stopped in his tracks, his expression flickering. Also on Mount Deoseed were 2 prime elders whose faces fell. They had been among the group whose clothes were ripped to shreds by Baziush-hun's gravitational repulsion pearl years ago. Baziush-hun looked around at the south bank, at how quiet it was, at how the birds couldn't even fly, and how even the cultivators who had been speeding through the air had suddenly stopped in place. He was visibly moved. Does everyone still remember me? You guys definitely miss me. Without me around, your cultivation must have been very, very boring. Sighing, he looked over at Chenf and the other 3 cultivators. Don't you agree, Chenf? At first, Chenf wasn't sure what to say. Bracing himself, he chose to offer some praise. Sect Uncle Bay, you have unrivaled magical powers. You're completely and utterly famous. Upon returning, your solitary shout raised the spirits of everyone inside and outside of the Spirit Stream sect. Chenf's 3 companions were shocked to hear him say such things. They had already been surprised to see the reaction caused by Baziushan's words from moments ago. But then they heard their elder brother Chenf, who they always took to be cold and distant, suddenly speaking in such a flattering tone. They couldn't help but gasp. These 3 hadn't been around in the days in which Baziushan came to be well known. They had joined the sect in the later days, and had only heard stories about the things he had done. As of this moment, they were exchanging awkward glances. Baziushan gave a long chuckle. Ha ha ha. You're right, of course. Everyone misses me to death. Look, a single shout on my part and everyone is at a loss for words. Don't worry, everyone. I'm back. And I won't ever be leaving again. Sighing, Baziushan was just about to shout out again at the top of his lungs, when suddenly countless, heaven-shaking, earth-shattering screams rose up from the 3 mountain peaks of the south bank. The heavens don't have eyes. Baziushan is back. Damn it. Didn't he go out to get experience? It's only been a few years, how come he's back so soon? Question mark. Not good. The spirit tail chicken population is just getting back to normal. The apothecary fiend is back. As the screams echoed out, the phoenixes up in the air let out miserable shrieks and quickly flew away. The cultivators who had stopped flying gasped. Obviously, most of the cultivators who were capable of flying were in the Foundation establishment stage. When they thought about the terrifying scene in the square when Baziushan ripped everyone's clothing to shreds, leaving them stark naked, their scalps went numb with fear, and they fled. As for the ordinary disciples from the 3 mountain peaks, when they thought of the miserable scenes from the past, their hearts were filled with grief and indignation. Zhuzinki gritted her teeth, her heart smoldering with hatred because of the words he had just spoken. With a cold snort, she decided to simply continue her session of secluded meditation. Zubakai was scowling on the verge of tears, and had lost any mood to go out. However, as soon as he thought about Baziushan's status in the sect, he flew out to go meet him. Baziushan blinked a few times in response to all the screams. Coughing dryly, he rubbed his nose, and then looked over at Chinf and his companions. Ha ha ha. What a passionate group, eh? Sweat dripped down Chinf's forehead, but even after racking his brains, he couldn't think of what to say next. His 3 companions looked over at Baziushan as reverently as if he were a god. They almost couldn't believe that a single sentence from a single person could cause the entire South Bank to virtually collapse. Baziushan was starting to feel a bit awkward, and even a bit irritated. Back in the Bloodstream sect, he had been a blood master, and wherever he went, people treated him with the utmost courtesy. All he had to do was speak half a word, or glare, and people would be so scared they would start shaking. Even as he grumbled inwardly about how unfair it was, a beam of light shot out from Violet Cauldron Peak, which was none other than Big Fatty Jong, who threw his head back and let loose a long cry. Huziomai had been in secluded meditation, but now she burst with excitement as she flew out into the open. Then there was Third Fatty Hai and Hu Yunfei. The people who had deep connections with Baziushan felt differently than everyone else, and flew out, delighted. Zhenyu Ondong cleared his throat. Refusing to make an appearance wasn't really an option. As he stood there on Mount Deoseed, looking over at Baziushan, he thought back to all the mischief he had caused in the past, and chuckled to himself. It was in that very moment that a roar of delight echoed out from the north bank. Bruiser appeared, fully 30 meters tall, like a little mountain shooting through the air. His heaven-shaking, earth-shattering cry caused all of the countless beasts on the north bank to howl at the tops of their lungs. The roaring of the beasts shocked the north bank into silence. Many disciples didn't understand what was happening and flew into the air. But then they saw Baziushan off in the distance on the south bank, and immediately, their jaws dropped. Gasps began to ring out, along with cries of shock. Baziushan. He's back. Many of the North Bank disciples were screaming and backing up. Word began to spread like wildfire, sending the entire North Bank into a commotion. Baziushan laughed heartily, stepping forward to meet Bruiser. Bruiser came to a stop in front of Baziushan, his eyes wide and his face a mask of joy. Without any hesitation, he shrank back down into the shape he had been when he was born. Then he latched his teeth onto Baziushan's pant legs and refused to let go, apparently worried that Baziush-hun might leave him again to go on adventures alone. Face beaming with joy, Baziush-hun reached down and scooped Bruiser up into his arms. Then he embraced Big Fatty Zhang, who seemed to be bursting with information to tell Baziush-hun. Before he could, Huziomai arrived, eyes fluttering as she looked at Baziush-hun. Big Fatty Zhang immediately stepped to the side. Baziush-hun laughed happily again as he looked at Huziomai. He wasn't the ignorant youth he had been in the past. After everything which had occurred in the Bloodstream sect, he had matured quite a bit. Suddenly, he was struck by impulse to lean forward and hug Huziomai. Huziomai's face turned scarlet, and she pouted playfully as she pushed him away. Before long, Hu Yunfei arrived, along with Zubekai. There were also many of the disciples whom Baziush-hun had helped in the Fallen Sword Abyss. More than 100 people clustered around him, filled with excitement. After a bit of time, they headed toward Mount Deoseed, chatting and laughing, telling Baziush-hun about everything that had occurred in the sect in the years he had been gone. One of the first things Baziush-hun asked about was Li King. Nobody was very sure about the details, but no one had heard any bad news. Baziush-hun felt a bit better hearing that. Many people were surprised to see such a large group emerge to receive Baziush-hun. That was especially true of the people who had suffered at his hands, who were completely incredulous at what they were seeing. Never could they imagine that a person like that, a person who had annoyed and frustrated so many people in the sect, would have so many friends who truly liked him. Chen's three companions began to murmur among themselves. I've heard a lot of stories about Sect Uncle Bay. Just what kind of person is he anyway? For some reason, now that Sect Uncle Bay is back, the Spirit Stream sect seems different than before. Things are usually busy, and the fact that war could break out at any time is a pressure that constantly weighs down over our heads. But now, how come that pressure seems to have lifted a bit? Chen didn't follow Baziush-hun and the others. He watched them leave, feeling a bit conflicted inside. After hearing the comments of his companions, he fell silent for a moment, then softly said, he's Baziush-hun. Legacy Echelon Designate? Heavendale Foundation Establishment Expert. Nobody can compare to him. The light which shines from him can cast everyone else into shadow. Most people have a love-hate relationship with him, and yet, everyone believes in him. That's Baziush-hun. The three companions said nothing further, but their eyes seemed to flicker with understanding. As Baziush-hun made his way off into the distance, their expressions filled with even more reverence than before. As the entire Spirit Stream sect was shaken by Baziush-hun's return, a certain person emerged from an immortal's cave on Iris Petal Peak. It was a young woman, and as she looked over at the south bank, the wind lifted her hair, revealing fair, delicate skin. Her eyes glistened like pools of deep water, and although she wore conservative clothing, it was impossible to conceal her attractive, curvaceous figure. The alluring look in her eyes, though, made it such that any person who got close to her would feel the fires of desire rising up in their hearts. Covering a smile with her hand, she said in a melodious voice, "So, you're finally back, big bro." Chapter 268, We Believe You. On the south bank of the Spirit Stream sect, numerous eyes followed Baziush-hun as he flew like the wind toward Mount Deoseed, surrounded by more than 100 friends. Occasionally, his laughter could be heard, along with various boasting words. Listen, guys, I really experienced some heaven-shaking, earth-shattering things in the past few years. A bunch of people fought me for a Foundation establishment pill, and I almost destroyed an entire mountain. One of my flying swords cut down a whole group of Foundation establishment cultivators. It was completely shocking. My scheming was godlike, and my magic unmatchable. Numerous powerful experts stood before me, trembling, their heads bowed. In fact, countless chi condensation disciples would look at me with wide eyes, their faces draining of blood as they begged for mercy. His voice echoed out in all directions, loud and proud. His friends didn't believe a word of what he was saying. They laughed and even poked fun at him because of his boasting. However, their faces were all covered with smiles, smiles of affection, wistfulness, and anticipation. To these people, Baziush-hun was both a fellow disciple, and a friend who they would trust with their lives. He was naughty and mischievous, but in critical moments, he could reverse fate. Although he often caused trouble, when lives were on the line, they would unhesitatingly put all trust in him. He was a Heavendale Foundation establishment expert, the Legacy Echelon Designate, and to them, he didn't seem wildly arrogant. Although he annoyed people in countless ways, that simply made him less lofty and distant to those close to him. In their hearts, he was always and forever their friend. That was especially true of Hu Yunfei. Such feelings of friendship were especially strong in him. He looked at Baziush-hun, then looked over at Huziomai, and he smiled broadly, wishing them well in his heart. Huziomai's face was bright red, and her heart was pounding. All she could think about was how Baziush-hun had hugged her, and as she looked over at him, Her eyes glittered brightly. In fact, they glittered in much the same way Song Jun's had. Baziush-hun was extremely moved to be surrounded by so many familiar faces. One by one, various memories about the spirit stream sect began to flood into his mind. He truly felt as if he had come home, and had already forgotten about the screams which he had heard moments ago. Slapping his chest proudly, he said, "You guys don't believe me? You listen to me. I, Baziush-hun, am totally awesome. One time, a nascent soul eccentric even praised me. And then guess what happened? He even took me as his stepson." "Oh, we believe you," Hu Yunfei said, chuckling. Strange expressions could be seen on the faces of Big Fatty Zhang and the others, but they also looked over and assured Baziush-hun that they believed him. Baziush-hun was a bit depressed to see them chuckling in such a way. He very much wanted to tell them the truth. He had concocted medicine in the bloodstream sect. He had fought to the pinnacle inside the body of the blood ancestor. He was the illustrious and infamous blood master of Middle Peak. But he couldn't do that. It was very frustrating to not be able to bask in his own glory. "I'm telling the truth, guys. When I went out to get experience, I got a super impressive title. There was also this super beautiful vixen." Even as he spoke the words, he looked over and saw Hu Xiaomai's eyes narrow into slits. But I didn't marry her." "Which beautiful vixen was that? Please, tell me the details, Big Baziush-hun." Baziush-hun instantly went on guard. He was almost sure he could sense killing intent rising up in Hu Xiaomai. After all, he had become very sensitive to killing intent due to his experiences in the bloodstream sect. He was just trying to figure out how to change the topic when, all of a sudden, a huge beam of light shot up into the air from Mount Daoseed, fully 30 meters wide. Lands shook, mountains were rocked, and even the sky vibrated. The countless layers of clouds overhead began to spin into the form of a huge vortex. Rumbling sounds echoed out as something like a white sun appeared. As the sun became visible within the vortex, something else took form within it, a huge black raven. The raven's eyes were closed, and yet, it radiated an energy that could shake heaven and earth. As that energy spread out in all directions, it became a powerful pressure which weighed down on everyone present. Both the south and north banks of the spirit stream sect went completely quiet. Even Baziush-hun's face flickered. Apparently, he had his own ideas about what was happening, and his expression became very serious as he looked at the pillar of light. His heart began to pound as he peered at the white sun, and the raven, wondering what exactly would happen. "I know I have a high position in the sect," he muttered hesitantly, "but there was really no need to go to such lengths to welcome me back." Zhu Baikai swallowed hard, looking very nervous. Then he heard Baziush-hun's words, and couldn't help but quietly say, "I heard the first wave was supposed to leave in a few days. From the look of things, they're leaving now." Baziush-hun still didn't understand what was happening, so he grabbed Zhu Baikai's arm and asked, "What's going on? What first wave? Where are they going?" "To the Luotian Mountains." Zhu Baikai replied, his expression grave. Hu Yunfei's eyes began to shine brightly. After reaching Earthstring Foundation establishment, his status in the sect was different than before, and he had even become the apprentice of one of the Prime Elders. As such, he had access to more privileged information than before. "Ziush-hun, you've been gone for a while, but surely you've heard about the war between the Bloodstream sect and the Spirit Stream sect. It's on the verge of erupting at any moment. However, we can't let the war be fought within the immediate vicinity of the Spirit Stream sect. So, the sect has long since made arrangements for a huge spell formation to be erected in the Luotian Mountains, all for the purpose of fighting the Bloodstream sect." Baziush-hun was shaken. For some reason, he had felt as if the war were even further away than before. After all the initial preparations are complete, they'll teleport the first wave of cultivators over to the Luotian Mountains. At almost the same moment that Hu Yunfei finished speaking, a profound and archaic voice echoed out from Mount Daoseed to fill the entire Spirit Stream sect. "First wave disciples, step forward immediately." Even as the voice rumbled out like thunder, Baziush-hun looked around and saw beams of light flying from both the south and north banks toward Mount Daoseed. Some of them were Foundation establishment cultivators, others were in the great circle of chi condensation. Some of the disciples weren't capable of flight, and sped along on the ground. Among the beams of light, Baziush-hun spotted Ghost Fang and Banelai. Their energy clearly surpassed that of ordinary cultivators, and they flew along like shooting stars toward Mount Daoseed. Among the more than 2,000 cultivators who made up the first wave, a few were Prime Elders, whose auras erupted out with particular intensity. Last was a blurry figure who emerged from the vortex up above. He materialized into a middle-aged man, whose cultivation base fluctuations vastly exceeded those of the Prime Elders, and caused all light to dim. Baziush-hun almost immediately recognized the man. He was the same patriarch who had emerged to help Bruiser, and was also the same person who received the Song Clan Patriarch. He was one of the 5 great patriarchs of the Spirit Stream sect, Liazimo. People around Baziush-hun immediately began to cry out in surprise. The 3rd-generation patriarch. It didn't take long for the cultivators of the first wave to gather behind the peak of Mount Deoseed. Liazimo waved his right hand, and the pillar of light erupted, causing a blinding glow to spread out and cover the gathered cultivators. Next, the light flickered, and more than 2,000 cultivators vanished. Moments later, everything went back to normal. However, the pillar of light connecting Mount Deoseed to the heavens remained in place, causing faint rumbling sounds to echo out continuously. As for the other mountain peaks, although no light shot up from them, Baziush-hun got the sense that they were pulsing with intense energy that could spill out in the form of light at any moment. Everyone else in the Spirit Stream sect was shaken. It was at that point that Baziush-hun heard Hu Yunfei's voice again. That's the first wave. It will only be a few days now until the second wave is teleported out. There are a lot more people assigned to the second wave. I'm among them, actually. Baziush-hun's heart was already pounding. Looking over at Hu Yunfei, he saw him smiling warmly. At the same time, many of Baziush-hun's other surrounding friends began to chime in to explain which wave they had been assigned to. Baziush-hun quickly realized that every single person present, even the Chi condensation cultivators, and even Hu Xiaomai, were all going to be fighting in the war. It was obvious that this war was going to be the last stand for the Spirit Stream sect. Big Fatty Zhang could sense the atmosphere turning serious, and quickly said, I heard my master say that the Spirit Stream sect has been building a spell formation in the Luotian Mountains for years now, all for the purpose of defending against a Bloodstream sect invasion. The power of that spell formation has been built up over generations, and is beyond extraordinary. The Bloodstream sect might be strong, but it's impossible to say how the fighting will turn out. Others began to chime in. That's right. The Bloodstream sect has pushed things too far. If we had agreed to their demands, we would have been forced to live a life of servitude, just waiting around for them to come back and kill us later. The Spirit Stream sect has been my home from the moment I joined it. Live for the Spirit Stream sect, die for the Spirit Stream sect. We can't avoid this war. Whether or not we win, we'll fight to the bitter end. Soon, everyone's eyes began to shine with flickers of killing intent. Chapter 269, Vow to Slay Night Crypt. They weren't the only ones to be having such a reaction. Throughout the Spirit Stream sect, virtually all hearts were pulsing with killing intent. Some chose to hold it in, some gave voice to it. Either way, a spirit rose up that could shake heaven and earth, filling all of the mountain peaks that made up the sect. Baziush-hun had just returned, and hadn't been present for all of the Spirit Stream sect's war preparations. However, he could well imagine what had gone on. As of this moment, everyone in the sect was completely united in their desire to fight. Hu Yunfei turned to Baziush-hun and said, Ziush-hun, considering you've been gone for a while, you might not have heard the news from the Bloodstream sect. A terrifying chosen rose up there, someone named Night Crypt. He was even promoted to be the Blood Master of their middle peak. What? Baziush-hun had been in the middle of worrying about the war between the two sects when Hu Yunfei's words struck his ears, causing him to narrow his eyes. That's right. Bane Lai, Ghost Fang, Shangguan Yu, and I all made an agreement. If we catch sight of this Night Crypt, we'll all join forces to kill him immediately. Ziush-hun, when the time comes, you have to help too, alright? Hu Yunfei's eyes flickered with the desire to kill. After reaching Earthstring Foundation establishment, he had changed in fundamental ways. He was now his own man. However, in the end, he continued to value his friendships more than anything else. Baziush-hun's heart was pounding. Licking his lips, he was just about to reply, when the killing intent around him erupted at the mention of Night Crypt's name. Even Zhu Baikai was gritting his teeth in anger. Big Fatty Zhang's eyes burned as if with fire, and of the group, only Hu Xiaomai seemed to look a little frightened. That Night Crypt is completely vicious, someone said, snorting coldly, and has killed too many people to count. Based on the news I heard, he loves to drink human blood. In fact, if he doesn't drink blood on a daily basis, he goes on a rampage. I heard it has something to do with the techniques he cultivates. He drinks human blood? Baziush-hun said, eyes going wide. It seemed completely incredulous. As far as he could remember, he had never done anything even similar to that. I heard that Night Crypt has a completely twisted personality, someone else said. He's a total pervert. He even has a bad reputation in the Bloodstream sect. However, he's so ferocious that nobody there even dares to stand up to him. He's a pervert? He has a twisted personality. Baziush-hun took a deep breath. For some reason, these descriptions didn't seem like him at all. That's nothing, Zhu Baikai said with a growl of hatred. I heard that he's addicted to refining corpses. How terrifying. Baziush-hun's eyes went even wider. Everyone seemed to want to top the others in terms of what they knew about Night Crypt. In the end, though, he's truly a chosen. At first nobody knew who he was, and he was only in Mortal Dao Foundation establishment. Despite that, he actually defeated Zumai and the Middle Peak Grand Elder. He even crushed Song K. That's how he became the Blood Master. I even heard that one of the Bloodstream Sex Patriarchs took him as a stepson. Night Crypt's Tao of Medicine is completely devilish. That's why they call him Plague Devil. As soon as people brought up the Tao of Medicine and the Plague Devil moniker, people began to look over at Bazius Hun. His heart was now racing. Is this Night Crypt really so bad? Bazius Hun blurted subconsciously. Those are all probably just rumors. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Big Fatty John clenched his hands into fists. Worried that Bazius Hun might not take the matter seriously, he said, Zius Hun, you have no way of knowing this, but Night Crypt's most terrifying aspect isn't his brutality, but his augury magic. There's nothing he can't figure out. With the snap of his fingers, he can come to know anything in the heavens or on earth. In fact, he divined everything there was to know about you. We absolutely have to wipe this guy out of existence. Everyone around him nodded gravely. Bazius Hun looked at Big Fatty Jong with wide eyes, thinking back to everything that had occurred when he came back as Night Crypt. Zubakai gritted his teeth and said, that's right. We can't let that bastard live. Damn it. If I could have divine abilities like his, I could die without regret. Based on what I've heard, there are already about 10 different cliques in the sect which have formed, all devoted solely to killing Night Crypt. The Legacy Echelon cultivators released a statement that they vowed to kill him, and even the Prime Elders have plans in place. I also heard that the sect leader offered a big reward for his head. Once the fighting starts, Night Crypt is going to be killed beyond the shadow of a doubt. The closer Bazius Hun and his friends got to Mount Deoseed, the more beads of sweat could be seen on his forehead. He felt wronged, of course. During his time as Night Crypt, he hadn't done anything to offend so many people to the point where they should want to kill him. That was especially true when he heard that the Legacy Echelon and the Prime Elders were planning to kill him, and that his own elder brother sect leader was offering a reward for him. Bazius Hun's heart was pounding, and even as he prepared to say something, a voice suddenly echoed out from Mount Deoseed. It was none other than sect leader Zhenyu Ondong. Bazius Hun, come see me immediately. What? Bazius Hun immediately got nervous and jumpy, and even reached up to rub his own face and make sure he wasn't wearing the Night Crypt mask. To the surprise of all his friends, he nervously bid them farewell and then flew toward the hall where Zhenyu Ondong awaited him. After arriving, he hesitated outside for a moment before taking a deep breath and then entering the hall. After looking around, he saw Zhenyu Ondong standing with his back to him, hands clasped at his waist. Flickering lamplight lit the hall, which also seemed to be filled with a pulsating pressure. Bazius Hun had been a bit guilty before, but now started to get more nervous. Sect leader, elder brother. Bazius Hun, what gall you have? Zhenyu Ondong said, spinning in place, his eyes flashing like lightning. His voice boomed like thunder, and his cultivation base flared, emitting the pressure of the great circle of foundation establishment. He was only a hair away from the core formation stage. If it had been a mere matter of cultivation base pressure, Bazius Hun wouldn't have been worried at all. But he already feared both Zhenyu Ondong and Li Qing, and to hear his elder brother berating him angrily caused Bazius Hun to immediately leap to the conclusion that he knew about the Night Crypt situation. Elder brother sect leader, I know I made a mistake, he said, looking like he was on the verge of tears. In his mind, if the sect leader knew that he was Night Crypt, then the best thing to do was admit fault. You're quite the daredevil, aren't you? Zhenyu Ondong said furiously. Do you even think before causing so much trouble? You asked to go out and gain experience, and that was fine, but then you went so far as to hide your aura? Do you know how many villains are out there looking for you? Did you know that the 4 blood masters of the Bloodstream sect swore an oath to kill you? If they found you, you would never have been able to escape. The only thing the sect could do was spread word that you were in secluded meditation, and secretly search for you. We turned the whole Eastwood continent upside down trying to find you. Bazius Hun blinked a few times, then breathed a sigh of relief. Moved, he bowed his head meekly and admitted the error of his ways. Zhenyu Ondong scolded him a bit more, and when he was satisfied with Bazius Hun's expression, he snorted coldly. By this point, he could see that Bazius Hun's cultivation base was already in the mid-foundation establishment stage, and his eyes softened a bit. However, he still seemed angry. Fine. I'm not going to ask about why you concealed your aura, or where you went. You're not a kid anymore, and you know how to behave yourself. The real reason I called you here was to assign you a mission. Bazius Hun could tell from the sect leader's body language that he'd gone a bit too far by leaving and concealing his aura. Trying to look stalwart, he slapped his chest and growled, Elder brother, Just say the word. Even if it involves climbing mountains of blades and swimming through seas of burning oil, I won't even frown, no matter what you say. Bazish-hun wanted to put on an impressive show, but he also didn't want to commit to anything specific. Although his words were impressive sounding, he hadn't actually said that he would accept the mission. Zhenyu Ondong swished his sleeve dramatically and said, "The Spirit Stream sect is about to go to war with the Bloodstream sect. Your mission is, should you encounter the chance on the battlefield, you are to cut down the weakest of the Bloodstream sect's 4 Blood Masters, Night Crypt." Huh? Bazish-hun thought. He felt like he was about to go crazy. The Bloodstream sect wanted him to kill Bazish-hun, and the Spirit Stream sect wanted him to kill Night Crypt. The idea of trying to figure out a way to kill himself was so puzzling that Bazish-hun couldn't help but frown. Zhenyu Ondong could see the odd expression on his face, and looked at him suspiciously. What's wrong? All of the Bloodstream sect Blood Masters deserve to die. More nervous than ever, Bazish-hun thumped himself on the again and said, "Elder brother sect leader, don't worry. This Night Crypt has a twisted personality, and loves to drink human blood. He is vile beyond description. Completely deranged, and deserving of punishment by all living beings. I heard that he seduced the Grand Elder of Middle Peak, and somehow won the favor of most of the patriarchs of the Bloodstream sect. A person like that is someone I definitely must exterminate." Although he looked like the picture of righteous fury, inside, he was more anxious than ever. "So, it turns out you know quite a bit about this Night Crypt." Zhenyu Ondong looked a bit surprised. Bazish-hun howled inwardly. It seemed that nothing he said today was coming out right. More nervous than ever, he continued, "I, Bazish-hun, am devoted to righteousness. During my wanderings outside the sect, I heard of this maniac Night Crypt. Elder brother sect leader, don't worry. I, Bazish-hun, guarantee that I will accomplish the mission." Zhenyu Ondong's gaze slowly softened. "With your Heaven Dao Foundation establishment cultivation base, and the fact that you're already in mid-foundation establishment, you shouldn't have any trouble cutting down Night Crypt on the battlefield. I'll assign some people to work with you, some of the Prime Elders and Legacy Echelon cultivators. They'll make sure you get your chance. Remember, you must accomplish this mission and kill Bloodmaster Night Crypt. If you do, then you'll be able to join the Legacy Echelon even without reaching core formation. The Legacy Echelon is the true foundation of the Spirit Stream sect. No matter how bad things get, all of the sect's resources will be focused on preserving the Echelon." The implication behind those words spoken caused Bazish-hun to feel shaken, and yet, also caused warmth to rise up in his heart. Chapter 270, thoughtful the way he heard it, his elder brother sect leader was saying that even if the Spirit Stream sect lost the war, there was still a way for him to keep on living. Perhaps because of his Heaven Dao Foundation establishment cultivation base, he was already part of a select group of people who would remain safe. However, if he managed to cut down Blood Masters in battle, then it would ensure that his rank in the sect rose even higher. "You just got back," Zhenyu Ondong said slowly, "so go pay your respects to our master. Then rest a bit. As for the arrangements for the battlefield, you've been placed into the 4th wave." Bazish-hun took a deep breath. Clasping hands formally to Zhenyu Ondong, he didn't immediately leave, but instead asked about Li King. Li King hadn't offered him much of an explanation before going into seclusion, and back then, Bazish-hun had assumed it was nothing more than an ordinary session of meditation. Never could he have imagined that he was actually trying to break through to core formation. That was no simple task. "Your uncle Li has already reached core formation," Zhenyu Ondong said with a smile. "He's now in the Legacy Echelon. He is currently in recovery, and should come out any day now." Eyes flashing with excitement, Bazish-hun clasped hands and then rushed away. After leaving the hall, Bazish-hun went to pay his respects to the portrait of his master. Then he returned to his own Immortal's cave on Mount Deoseed. Bruiser was waiting there for him, and immediately ran up and started tumbling around at his feet. "Did you recognize me last time I was here?" Bazish-hun asked, petting Bruiser a few times. Bruiser nodded and then let out a few yips. "So, what did you think? Is your dad awesome or what? I went completely wild in the Bloodstream sect. Nobody there ever dared to provoke me." Bazish-hun was feeling very pleased with himself as he bragged about his accomplishments. However, it was then that he realized that Bruiser had matured even more. Shockingly, his cultivation base was on the verge of reaching late foundation establishment. Bazish-hun immediately felt sour inside. "Your cultivation is going a bit too quickly, isn't it?" he said. It didn't seem fair. He had worked long and hard to reach mid-foundation establishment, and had even risked his own life. All Bruiser had to do was fool around all day, and he got the same result. Bruiser appeared to be very proud of himself. Looking at Bazish-hun, he made some barking sounds that no one else would be able to comprehend, but Bazish-hun, having raised him, could understand. Bazius-hun's eyes went wide, and he gasped. The Pichlordivirus Petal Peak fed you medicinal pills every day? The founding patriarch frequently came to adjust your chi passageways. The old dragon came and let you drink his lifeblood? What? You went to the arcane pocket realm? Why you? Bazius-hun's eyes went wide as he glared jealously at Bruiser. Okay, tell me the truth. Did you go steal any bras while I was gone? Bruiser howled softly in response. The two of them chatted back and forth until evening fell. However, worried that Bruiser's cultivation base might eventually exceed his own, Bazius-hun finally called an end to the chatting and sat down to meditate and work on his Violet Chi Heavenspan incantation. Over the course of the following days, quite a few people came to visit, but after that, things quieted down. After spending time reminiscing with so many acquaintances, Bazius-hun came to realize that the Spirit Stream sect had changed while he'd been gone. Back before he'd left, everyone was focused primarily on their cultivation. Although there were some conflicts and rivalries, it was always possible to hear people chatting happily. Everyone had always seemed relaxed. But now, silence seemed to prevail, and pressure seemed to constantly weigh down on the sect. A storm was coming, the war, and all of the disciples were wrapped up in preparing for it. Thankfully, because of that pressure and seriousness, the killing intent of the cultivators grew more intense. The survival of their sect was on the line, and however deep the cultivators sank into the pressure, that was how explosive their performance would be on the battlefield. The Spirit Stream sect was stronger now than it had ever been. Virtually all of the items in the market outside the sect had been purchased. Furthermore, because so many disciples were buying things, prices had climbed. That was especially true of spirit medicine, paper talismans, and other items designed for warfare. As far as magical items went, they eventually sold out completely. And when it came to the disciples from Violet Cauldron Peak who could perform spirit enhancements, they were constantly busy, and the lines only continued to grow longer. Quite a few people started coming to Bazius-hun to ask for medicine concocting services. Even though they knew that terrifying things could result, they still wanted his help. The more Bazius-hun came to understand the situation in the Spirit Stream sect, the more his mood sank, and the more often he frowned. Currently, he was sitting on a boulder near his Immortal's Cave, a vantage point that allowed him to see the entire sect. He could see all of the familiar mountains, the rushing Heavenspan River, and couldn't stop wondering what the result of all the fighting would be. The Middle Reaches, and the Sky River Court. He murmured. The chance to take over the position occupied by the Sky River Court was something that could arouse an indescribable thirst among sects of the lower reaches. Is it really worth it? He said, sighing. From the bottom of his heart, he truly hoped that the two sects wouldn't actually go to war. Perhaps other people thought of the Bloodstream sect as a vicious, brutal, and devilish sect. But as far as Bazius-hun was concerned, they had treated him well. Even as Bazius-hun sighed, a soft voice spoke out behind him. Maybe the Sky River Court isn't worth it in and of itself. But the Patriarch's hope of breaking through to the next level is involved. Plus, the sect itself would then have a chance to grow even stronger. Once all of the other current disciples have access to the spiritual energy of the Middle Reaches, it would only take a few dozen years or so for them to rapidly increase their cultivation bases. When you consider all that, it changes the story, doesn't it? Taken by surprise, Bazius-hun turned to look over his shoulder, and saw someone standing there in a long green robe, pulsing with powerful energy, and smiling. It was Li Qingyu. Li Qingyu looked very different from how Bazius-hun remembered him. He seemed more reserved and more dignified, and as Bazius-hun looked at him, he got the sense that there was an enormous vortex inside of him, something that, if it were unleashed, could shake heaven and earth in enigmatic ways. Bazius-hun had never even sensed such fluctuations from the Prime Elders. Eyes widening, he shouted, "Uncle Li." With that, he leapt to his feet and rushed over to hug Li Qingyu. Li Qingyu laughed and tousled his hair. "Yeah, you've grown up quite a bit, haven't you?" In Li Qingyu's eyes, Bazius-hun would always be that young boy who had lit an incense stick 13 times on top of a mountain. Li Qingyu's words almost caused tears to well up in Bazius-hun's eyes. Back in the Bloodstream sect, he had been forced to hide his identity, but had never forgot about Li Qingyu and his kindness. After returning to the Spirit Stream sect, he had been worried that something went wrong in Li Qingyu's secluded meditation. However, now that he could see that he truly had reached core formation, it filled him with incredible excitement, even more excitement than if he had just concocted a high-level medicinal pill. Bazius-hun, the war is not as simple as you might imagine. Li Qingyu sat down, and Bazius-hun sat down next to him. In addition to everything I just mentioned, don't forget about the reserve powers at the sect's command. When it comes to having control over the lower reaches, and the glory that would come with it, there are many factors involved. The war between the Profound Stream sect and the Pill Stream sect is reaching a conclusion. The Pillstream sect has suffered major losses, and more than half of their disciples have already defected to the Profound Stream sect. Although the Profound Stream sect has also suffered significant losses, they're already in the process of recovering. The Pillstream sect has retreated to their sect headquarters, and it won't be long now before the two sects become one, and they'll be even more powerful than before. At this point, the Profound Stream sect has two problems. 1. They have to completely defeat the Pillstream sect. 2. They have to reorganize their sect and smooth out any internal conflicts. At the moment, the Profound Stream sect is at its weakest, and has no choice but to press the Pillstream sect hard to defeat it. As for the Bloodstream sect, they have been delaying in the hopes that the Spirit Stream sect will meet their demands and allow the sect to be sealed. Baziush-Han hesitated for a moment, trying to decide if he bring up a certain topic. Do we really have to fight? Isn't there some other way? Don't think too deeply into things, Li King replied softly. This war is really unavoidable. Any sect that aspires to get to the Middle Reaches will have to go to war eventually. If we don't fight now, if we compromise, we will be bringing certain disaster down on ourselves in the future. We will wheeze and gasp our way to death over 1,000 years. Does that really compare to going out in a blaze of glory in battle? We can't prevent the war from happening, and neither can the Bloodstream sect. There is no other option. If we claim to have given up on the opportunity to better our own sect, people won't believe us. Even oaths sworn between the sects will be worth little. The only way to end things without war would be for both sects to somehow come to trust each other in this moment of deadly crisis. However, it doesn't seem likely that such a thing could occur. Li King shook his head and looked over at Baziush-Han. Don't think too much into it. Remember, you stay behind me when the time comes to fight. I fear that many people are going to die. Li King sighed softly, then rose to his feet. Seeing that Baziush-Han seemed to be lost in thought, he reached down and clasped his shoulder. Come on, let's go. I want to take you to see someone from the senior generation. My own master. Baziush-Han looked up in surprise. This was his first time hearing anything about Li King having a master. From what he knew, the only person who could be a master to Li King would have to at least be a prime elder, or perhaps even one of the 5 patriarchs. After taking a moment to compose himself, he followed Li King off of Mount Deoseed. As they rose higher, Baziush-Han was surprised to find that Li King was actually flying up into the air behind Mount Deoseed. There didn't seem to be anything behind Mount Deoseed except the flowing waters of the Heavenspan River. Chapter 271, True Emptiness, the most wonderful possession without looking back, Li King murmured, possession without possession is the most wonderful possession. Emptiness without emptiness is the true emptiness. One Baziush-Han was shaken by the words. Clearly, they contained profound meaning, and yet, he had no idea what that meaning was. However, Li King only seemed more impressive because of it. Before long, they were in the air behind Mount Deoseed. Even as they neared their apparent destination, Baziush-Han still didn't see anything out of the ordinary. After a moment of thought, he opened his third eye. Li King sensed what he was doing, and looked back at him, eyes shining with praise. Then, he stopped in place, hovering there while he waited to see what would happen. As Baziush-Han examined the area with the Heavenspan Dharma eye, he saw nothing. Therefore, he decided he might as well unleash some of the power of his 3 spiritual seas. Pouring their power into his Heavenspan Dharma eye, and adding in some of his Heaven Dao aura, he once again looked around. Pain stabbed into his third eye, but at the same time, his view of the world changed. Just barely, he could now see the vague image of a majestic mountain floating in the air behind Mount Deoseed. A mountain. He blurted in shock. Unable to sustain the use of his Heavenspan Dharma eye any longer, he closed it. Panting, he looked over at Li King, an expression of complete incredulity on his face. Suddenly, an ancient voice spoke out of nowhere. What you just saw is something that only the sect leader, the legacy echelon, and the prime elders know about. The Spirit Stream sect's 9th mountain peak. Along with the voice, an old man emerged out of thin air. He had long white hair, and wore a flowing blue robe. His face was ruddy, and on his forehead was a red, fingernail-sized birthmark. Despite his white hair, his face wasn't very wrinkled, and his eyes shone with a piercing light. Clutched in his right hand was a 4-colored jade pendant that glowed with dazzling light. The air around him immediately began to ripple and distort, and the clouds in the sky began to churn. Shocking fluctuations flowed out from him, fluctuations which seemed to Baziush-Han to be like pressure from heaven. Even more shocking was the murderous aura which surrounded him, making him seem less like an old man and more like an ancient wild beast. Greetings, Master, Li King said softly, clasping hands in formal greeting. Despite having never seen the old man before, from his energy and murderous aura, Baziush-Han instantly guessed who he was. Taking a deep breath, he clasped hands and bowed. Baziush-Han offers greetings, Patriarch. The old man looked Bazish-hun up and down, a smile on his face that, because of his murderous aura, seemed particularly ferocious. You're not in the legacy echelon, and thus, have seen things you have no right to see. Admit your sin immediately, child. The man's murderous aura almost immediately seemed to wrap around Bazish-hun. Bazish-hun shivered, and his face drained of blood. To him, it felt as if he were surrounded by death and destruction, leaving him scared witless. Master, you've frightened Bazish-hun, Li King said, sounding a bit embarrassed. Bazish-hun really was frightened. The combination of the old man's smile and his murderous aura caused all of the hair on Bazish-hun's body to stand on end. He felt like he was in the grip of death, and it even felt as if his blood chi wanted to explode out of him to compare itself to the old man's murderous aura. The old man chuckled darkly, waving his hand so that a field of mist sprang up, surrounding him and ensuring that only a vague outline of his form was visible. Very well, he said from within the mist. But I'm going to remember this, child. If you make any mistakes in the future, punishment will be waiting for you. Bazish-hun blinked a few times, then stuck his chin up and tried to look as obedient as possible. Inwardly, though, he couldn't help but feel a bit of disdain. From what he could tell, the old man was just trying to scare him and teach him a lesson. Bazish-hun himself had used such methods back when he was acting as Blood Master in the Bloodstream sect. Sir, since you're my uncle's master, then that makes you my sect grandfather. Sect grandfather, please accept the formal greetings of the younger generation. Bazish-hun wasn't very impressed, but still bowed deeply. Looking up, he patted his bag of holding to produce a medicinal pill bottle, which he held up above his head with both hands. Sect grandfather, since this is our first meeting, sir, I would like to present you with the most precious spirit medicine I possess. Everyone who has consumed it has praised it to no end. The wonderful uses for this spirit medicine are virtually endless. Sect grandfather, this gift is the sincerest expression of my familial piety, and I sincerely hope that you will accept it. As he spoke, he kept his eyes fixed on the old man in the mist, and especially the four-colored jade pendant he held, which was obviously some sort of precious item. Li King already felt a headache coming on. For any other person to offer a gift to someone of the older generation would be something relatively commonplace. However, when it came to Bazish-hun, Li King could already tell that something different was going on. Then he realized what Bazish-hun was looking at, and smiled wryly. This was clearly not a situation of offering a gift to the older generation, it was obviously him asking for a gift to be given to him. As Li King smiled wryly, the old man's jaw dropped. After looking at Bazish-hun for another long moment, he was fairly certain he understood what Bazish-hun was thinking, and suddenly laughed. Ah, so you want a gift from me? Very well, I accept the medicinal pills, and will give you this jade pendant. With that, the four-colored jade pendant flew out from the mist to hover in front of Bazish-hun. At the same time, the spirit medicine flew from Bazish-hun's hand into the mist. Bazish-hun was actually surprised. This wasn't at all what he had intended. In fact, the unexpected gift of the jade pendant left him feeling a bit embarrassed. However, he didn't hesitate at all to reach out and grab it, his heart swelling with excitement. After examining it closely, he realized that it was anything but ordinary. Furthermore, the power inside of it reminded him very much of the lamp that the Song clan patriarch had given him. That's a spirit treasure that can be used by a core formation cultivator, the old man said, smiling. Your cultivation base is a bit low, but if you catalyze the treasure with your Heavendal Foundation establishment aura, you should be able to use it. With one more look at Bazish-hun, the old man turned to leave. King, this kid isn't bad at all. Why don't you go ahead and pass on the magic plant arsenal incantation to him? Too many thanks, master. Li King clasped hands and bowed. His entire purpose in coming here had been to gain his master's approval to pass on the magic plant arsenal to Bazish-hun. After all, Bazish-hun was not his apprentice, but rather, the apprentice of another master in the sect. Having gained the patriarch's approval, Li King shot a glare at Bazish-hun, then led him back to Mount Deoseed. Outside of Bazish-hun's Immortal's Cave, Li King gave him a jade slip that contained the secret magic of the magic plant arsenal. The magic plant arsenal isn't a type of control magic. Instead, you will be able to use the power of plants and vegetation to create battle prowess. Every type of plant and vegetation has innate spiritual qualities that you can incite, thus creating a certain level of power. Of course, that's only the first step. By combining different types of medicinal plants, you can create something like a spell formation, unleashing even greater power. With the magic plant arsenal, you can create weapons almost instantly. The truth is that the spell formation I just mentioned isn't really a spell formation, but rather, a pill formula. Not the type of pill formula that you use with a pill furnace, but rather a formula to create weapons that can unleash the deadly power of plants and vegetation. It was a technique that required a certain level of skill with plants and vegetation. Considering the level of Bezier Shun's Tao of medicine, he almost immediately understood what Li Qingyu was talking about, and in fact, didn't need any further instruction. With the jade slip Li Qingyu had just given him, he only needed the most important parts explained, and could cultivate the rest of it on his own. Most important of all was that the jade slip contained the weapon formula, which had been pieced together over successive experiments performed by 18 past cultivators of the Spirit Stream sect. Around the time evening fell, Li Qingyu prepared to leave. Before he did, he thought back to the medicinal pill Bezier Shun had given to his master, and asked, "What kind of spirit medicine did you give to Patriarch Ironwood?" Bezier Shun blinked guiltily, but having no other option than to tell the truth, he stuck his chin up and proudly said, "Patriarch Ironwood. Oh, I gave him the most precious type of medicinal pill I have in my bag of holding. It's the most famous pill in the Spirit Stream sect, which I myself created." As soon as Li Qingyu heard this, his expression flickered with disbelief. A moment passed, and then he hesitantly asked, "Aphrodisiac pills?" Bezier Shun nodded, feeling a bit guilty, and when he saw Li Qingyu's ashen face, he suddenly started to get nervous. "Hey, that pill is great," he said, "and that's no lie. Really, everybody loves it. Even the old dragon from the North Bank praised it incessantly. After all, the Patriarch is already getting pretty old, isn't he?" Mind spinning, Li Qingyu glared at Bezier Shun one last time and then flew at top speed toward the 9th mountain peak. Bezier Shun still felt a bit guilty, and continued to mutter to himself after Li Qingyu left. "I didn't say anything that wasn't true. That pill really is the most precious one I have. What gives that old fogey the right to go scaring people? I didn't do anything to him." Bezier Shun was actually a bit scared, and after some thought, decided it wasn't a good idea to stay in one place. Calling Bruiser over, he left his Immortal's cave and headed toward the North Bank. By this point it was dark. Bezier Shun and Bruiser slipped noiselessly into the North Bank, and were soon in the Beast Conservatory. At that point, he started to relax. With Bruiser and the old dragon here, even if Patriarch Ironwood tries to come teach me a lesson, I'll at least have some backup to help me. Sighing, Bezier Shun couldn't help but muse that life had been much better in the Bloodstream sect. As the Blood Devil, all he had to do was snap his finger, and any Patriarch who came to teach him a lesson would have his cultivation base instantly reduced by half. Chapter 272, With Bruiser on my side, the Spirit Stream sect is mine. Sighing, Bezier Shun pushed away his memories of the Bloodstream sect, then sat down cross-legged in one of the rooms in the honor guard station in the Beast Conservatory. He wanted to call Bruiser over to keep him company, but soon realized that after returning to the North Bank, Bruiser was suddenly nowhere to be found. Bruiser's definitely up to no good again. When he thought about all the things that Bruiser had done in the past, and the fact that they now had almost equal cultivation bases, not only did he feel it to be unfair, it also made him nervous. This won't do. I have to spend as much time as I can cultivating. I have to break out of mid-foundation establishment and into late foundation establishment. Taking a deep breath, he produced the little turtle and began shaking it back and forth. The turtle's head, limbs, and tail flapped and flopped against its shell as Bezier Shun shook it. It almost looked like a rag doll. After shaking it for quite a while, though, no fragrant aroma appeared. Bezier Shun was not happy. I suffered untold trials and tribulations, experienced untold danger, all to get this little turtle. So what if I got tricked into thinking it was a relic of eternal indestructibility? At least this fragrant aroma can benefit me. Glaring at the turtle shell, he shook it even harder, causing more knocking sounds to ring out. After enough time passed for an incense stick to burn, some streams of fragrant aroma wafted out from inside. Bezier Shun's spirits were instantly lifted. Taking a deep breath, he absorbed the fragrance into himself through his mouth and nose, then began to work with the Violet Chi Heavenspan incantation. Almost immediately, the energy of heaven and earth in the area began to rush toward him, creating an invisible vortex. At the same time, a sound like a roaring wave could be heard, as something very similar to a tide flow began. Because of the explosive influx of energy, the fourth of his 9 spiritual seas began to show signs of crystallization. Simultaneously, the cup of Heavenspan river water that he'd absorbed continued to melt and fuse into his 4th spiritual sea. Bezier Shun was more excited than ever. It's working. Ha ha ha. This little turtle isn't completely useless after all. Bezier Shun settled his chi and cleared his mind, then immersed himself in the process of crystallizing his 4th spiritual sea. As time progressed, it grew more and more stable. After an entire night passed, it was only about 20% complete, and he was starting to get a bit anxious. However, there was nothing else he could do. Patience was required when it came to provoking changes in the 4th spiritual sea. 3 days passed by in a flash. Bruiser had returned, mouth overflowing with a pile of multicolored bras. He'd been about to jump on Baziush to wrestle with him, but when he realized that he was in the middle of cultivation, a serious expression gleamed in his eyes, and he placed himself outside the door to stand guard. To Bruiser, none of the people or beasts in the spirit stream sect, nothing in heaven and earth, was more important than Baziush. Baziush was his own heaven. If anyone attempted to interrupt Baziush's cultivation, or do anything else harmful to him, Bruiser would protect him with his life. All of the battle beasts on the North Bank could sense how serious Bruiser had gotten, and as a result, the North Bank became very quiet. The beasts' masters were shocked to find that the beasts began to, of their own initiative, fly over to the Beast Conservatory, seemingly to stand guard at its borders. That was especially true of the beasts which resided in the Beast Conservatory itself. One evening, when Baziush's fourth spiritual sea was about 90% crystallized, Ghost Fang Peak on the North Bank and Green Crest Peak on the South Bank apparently reached their highest level of energy buildup, and glowing light shot up from them into the air, just like it had with Mount Deoseed. Within moments, rumbling that could shake heaven and earth filled the air, and two pillars of light appeared in the sky. Deafening rumbling could be heard as the ground quaked. The sky trembled as the two pillars of light shot through the clouds, causing the vortex up above to grow even more massive. All of the disciples in the sect detected what was happening and looked up, eyes shining. Almost immediately, conversations broke out. The second wave is going to leave soon. As the pillars of light continued to cause everything to shake and rumble, quite a few people headed toward Green Crest Peak and Ghost Fang Peak. Numerous beams of light could be seen racing through the air as the Spirit Stream sect's second wave of teleportations began. The first wave, which had left only a few days before, had been led by Patriarch Li Zimo, and had been made up of around 2,000 people. That group was already stationed in the Luotian Mountains. As for the second wave, it contained far more people than the first wave, nearly 5,000. They included Zhu Song, Gong Sunyun and Hu Yunfei, as well as some of the other chosen. There were also quite a number of inner sect disciples, and even outer sect disciples. All of them had very serious expressions on their faces, and were clearly ready to fight for the Spirit Stream sect. As the light on the two mountains grew brighter, Foundation Establishment cultivators appeared, along with some of the Prime Elders. After the Prime Elders, a few figures appeared who shone with golden light. Although it was impossible to make out their features clearly, they emanated fluctuations which far surpassed the Prime Elders. They couldn't quite match up to the Patriarchs, but the boundless sensation they gave off caused the cultivators of the Spirit Stream sect to feel completely shaken. Those golden figures. Could they be Legacy Echelon cultivators? It only took a few moments for the golden figures to become the focus of all attention. Soon, people realized that the golden figures seemed to stir the chi flow of the entire Spirit Stream sect. Their every move and action caused the cultivators to tremble, and filled their hearts with boundless veneration and passion. They were none other than Legacy Echelon cultivators, not the entire contingent, only a few of the whole force. Each of them was a chosen among chosen in their generation, the focus of all attention. Along with the Legacy Echelon cultivators, one of the 5 patriarchs also appeared. He looked like a young man, but his eyes radiated something profoundly ancient. From the feeling he gave off, he had existed for innumerable years. "I am Patriarch Red Moon," he said, his expression hard and cold. "For the Spirit Stream sect, we will all." Before he could finish speaking, the voices of countless Spirit Stream sect disciples joined together to complete the sentence. Fight. Seeing the fighting spirit of the disciples caused Patriarch Red Moon to throw his head back and laugh. Flicking his sleeve, he caused the light shining up from the 2 mountain peaks to explode, and the power of teleportation to erupt out. It only took a moment for all of the 5,000 cultivators to vanish. As for the cultivators who remained behind, it wasn't possible for them to give vent to their desire to fight. Instead, they looked around at the remaining 5 mountain peaks, which were glowing brighter and brighter. They all knew that the next time one of the mountain peaks erupted with light, it would mean that the third wave was leaving. As the teleportation of the second wave concluded, Baziush was in secluded meditation in the Beast Conservatory, his 4th spiritual sea already 97% crystallized. 2 hours later, his eyes snapped open, and they flickered with dazzling light. Rumbling sounds filled him as his 4th spiritual sea became completely crystallized. Bruiser immediately detected that Baziush had opened his eyes, and burst into the room. When he laid eyes on Baziush, he threw his head back and let out a joyful howl. A broad smile could be seen on Baziush's face, and he was just about to say something when all of the beasts in the Beast Conservatory responded to Bruiser's howl, and joined in. That wasn't the end of it. All of the beasts who had arrayed themselves outside of the Beast Conservatory also joined the howl. Apparently, Bruiser's actions had a powerful inciting effect on the emotions of all the other beasts. The sound of countless howls filled the entire North Bank, as if all the beasts were congratulating him. The cultivators there were completely shaken. However, the howls didn't last for long before they faded away. Even still, Bazius-hun was deeply moved. Eyebrows raised, he looked at Bruiser and murmured, I just made a little breakthrough, there's no need to make such a ruckus. Bruiser dipped his head in embarrassment. Heart beginning to pound, Bazius-hun asked, Bruiser, can you really control all of those battle beasts? When he saw Bruiser nod in response, his mind began to spin, and his eyes went wide. Even back when he had visited the Spirit Stream sect as Night Crypt, he'd gotten the feeling that the battle beasts took orders from Bruiser. However, he'd been unable to look into the matter more closely at the time. That memory, plus what he had seen after returning, led him to a very shocking conclusion. Now that he had confirmed his suspicion, it left him reeling. However, after a bit of time passed, he came to accept the situation. So that's what a Beast King can do, huh? He murmured enviously. Suddenly, he felt very pleased with himself, and his eyes began to shine brightly. With Bruiser on his side, he controlled nearly half of the Spirit Stream sect. That thought got him more excited than ever. Throwing his head back, he laughed uproariously. Finally, he was starting to feel the same way he had back in the Bloodstream sect. Chapter 273, Juzinki, Its Destiny. Although he felt wonderful for a moment, his feelings soon changed. On the one hand, he was happy that Bruiser was so powerful, but on the other hand, he was worried that he was falling behind. If my Bruiser is strong, then I have to be strong too. Gritting his teeth, he pulled out the little turtle and started shaking it back and forth violently in the hopes of continuing his cultivation. Despite shaking it for an entire hour, until his entire arm was sore, the floppy little turtle didn't emit any fragrant aroma whatsoever. There was nothing Bazius-hun could do, and he was starting to feel like the little turtle was completely useless. Eventually, he decided to give up. Sitting there with his chin resting on his palm, he began to think. Despite how intelligent Bruiser was, he couldn't figure out why Bazius-hun seemed to be in such conflict. However, seeing that he was being ignored, he decided to go out and play for a bit. Having been so busy guarding Bazius-hun over the past few days, he'd lost many opportunities to go run around, so now that he had a chance, he flew out of the door, howling. Bazius-hun watched Bruiser speed away, and sighed. Frowning, he continued to think. I have to come up with a way to increase my cultivation base. I have to get some inspiration regarding spirit medicine. Just what spirit medicine could help me do what I want? After reviewing all of the medicine formulas he'd mastered, he still couldn't think of anything suitable to increase his cultivation base. Just when he was about to admit defeat, his head shot up, and he smacked his thigh. Eyes shining, he said, the river-defying pill. Yeah. I forgot about the river-defying pill. Excited, he quickly smacked his bag of holding to produce the jade slip that contained the formula for the river-defying pill. He also began to flip through the frigid school medicine manual. Before the enlightenment from the holy pill wall fragment, he didn't understand much of the frigid school medicine manual, but now that wasn't the case. After studying the medicine manual for a bit, and then looking over the river-defying pill jade slip, he continued to ponder the matter. You don't need any types of plants or vegetation, he murmured, only water from the Heavenspan River. Furthermore, you don't need a pill furnace. You use your own body as the pill furnace. Back when he originally saw the formula, he thought it was very strange, to say the least. However, as his skill in the Tao of medicine increased, and he absorbed more Heavenspan River water with the Violet Chi Heavenspan incantation, his understanding grew. Although he didn't completely comprehend all aspects of the formula, he definitely understood more than before. After some more thought, his eyes flickered, and he walked to the actual north bank of the Heavenspan River. The banks of the river were a restricted area in the sect. Not even inner sect disciples were permitted access to them. Only Foundation establishment cultivators, who were also elders of the sect, were allowed to go there, and only a few times per year at that. By nearing the Heavenspan River itself, they were able to absorb some of its shocking spiritual energy to improve their cultivation. However, the spiritual energy there was so powerful there that even Foundation establishment cultivator weren't permitted to stay very long. If they did, the spiritual energy in their bodies could be thrown into utter chaos. As soon as Bazius-hun arrived, he noticed two cultivators sitting cross-legged not too far away, practicing cultivation with the spiritual energy from the Heavenspan River. It was a man and a woman. The woman wore a sea blue robe, and was very beautiful, with delicate, fair skin and eyelashes that fluttered slightly as she meditated. As soon as Bazius-hun saw her, he smiled. I was just wondering why something seemed missing after I got back. I haven't seen Sect Niece Zinki this entire time. So, it turns out she's been hiding over here. The young woman was none other than Juzinki. After examining Juzinki for a moment, he looked at the man sitting next to her, and frowned. For some reason, He almost couldn't believe his eyes when he saw that it was Shangguan. Bazius Hun wasn't sure what technique Shangguan had been cultivating, but his previously flowing black hair was now golden. He'd already been so attractive that he made other men jealous, but his new hair color, in combination with his exquisite facial features, made him even more handsome. Furthermore, his energy was different. In fact, he was so eye-catching that most people would likely forget all about Bazius Hun in his presence, and take Shangguan to be the ultimate chosen. Even more annoying to Bazius Hun was that Shangguan had a mark on his forehead that looked very similar to Bazius Hun's Heavenspan Dharma eye. However, instead of forming the shape of an eye, it looked like a sword. Sword chi emanated from the mark, causing Shangguan to look very much like a sharp, unsheathed sword. I remember hearing that Shangguan always benefited from good fortune. Not only does he have shocking latent talent, people always said that he's the reincarnation of some sword immortal. It seems those weren't just rumors after all. Even as he pondered the matter, it struck him that, considering how close Shangguan and Shuzinki were sitting to each other, it seemed that feelings must have developed between them while he was away. That thought left Bazius Hun even more annoyed than before. Sticking his chin up, he gave a cold harumph, and decided that in the future, he would have to find an opportunity to show Shuzinki exactly what kind of person Shangguan really was. Looking away from the two, he ignored them and picked a different area of the riverbank to collect some Heavenspan river water. Before cultivating the Violet Chi Heavenspan incantation, the only way Bazius Hun would have been able to take away some of the golden water would have been to use some sort of magical device. But now that he had the Violet Chi Heavenspan incantation, he simply calmed himself, and then prepared to use some of the water to try to refine a river-defying pill. Off in the distance, Shangguan eyes slowly opened, and as he looked over at Bazius Hun, they flickered with venomous animosity. Bazius Hun had always been a thorn in his side. Whether it was in the chosen battles before they all reached Foundation establishment, or in the Fallen Sword Abyss, or in the robe-shredding incident, it all caused Shangguan to feel deep hatred for Bazius Hun. Next to him sat Shuzinki. Although it looked like she was in the middle of meditating, she hadn't completely retracted her divine sense, and had become aware of Bazius Hun the moment he showed up. Frowning, she also opened her eyes and looked in his direction. Her feelings regarding Bazius Hun had changed over time. Originally, she had viewed him as a zealous and enthusiastic disciple. However, his terrifying talents in medicine concocting, plus the truth about the chicken-thieving fiend, made it so that she wasn't really sure exactly how she felt about him. Of even greater significance was that, after all the years that had passed, she had long since come to the realization that Fragrant Cloud Peak's mysterious little turtle was none other than Bazius Hun. There was no other explanation for how Bazius Hun had made his rise in the Tao of medicine. That answer made her heart felt like it was being twisted in two directions, and the collision between her perceptions and reality was a heavy blow to her. Then there was how Bazius Hun loved to get people to call him sect uncle, which was even more annoying to Shuzinki. Seeing that he had simply come to the Heavenspan River to collect some river water, she decided to just ignore him. However, even as her eyes were closing, they suddenly went wide. Unexpectedly, Bazius Hun wasn't using any magical device to collect the water. Instead, he had reached his right hand out and was about to plunge it directly into the river. Regardless of how she felt about him, they were fellow members of the same sect, and she didn't want to see him hurt. Bazius Hun, what are you doing? She cried. You can't touch the Heavenspan River water. If that water touches Foundation establishment cultivators like us, don't you know what will happen? Yul Shangguan looked on, chuckling coldly in his heart, his eyes flashing with derision. He was actually looking forward to seeing Bazius Hun's arm dissolved by the river water, and wasn't very pleased that Shuzinki was interfering. However, even as his displeasure rose, and Shuzinki called out, Bazius Hun's hand entered the river water, and then emerged with about a cup's worth of golden water in his hand. He looked over at Shuzinki. Looking at her expectantly, he said, I'll what? It felt wonderful to be able to make such a scene right in front of Shangguan. Shuzinki's jaw dropped as she looked at the Heavenspan River water cupped in Bazius Hun's right hand. Some of it was even dripping back down into the river itself. Shangguan eyes were as wide as saucers, and his mind was reeling. He was very well aware of how terrifying the water of the Heavenspan River was, and yet, Bazius Hun had just reached his hand in and scooped some out. You! Shuzinki said incredulously. Bazius Hun examined the expressions on their faces, and his heart swelled with joy, especially when he looked at Shangguan. With that, he lifted his hand up to his mouth and sipped some of the water. Then he stuck his chin up into the air and coolly said, Possession without possession is the most wonderful possession. Emptiness without emptiness is the true emptiness. It was the same expression he had heard from Li King a few days before. Back then, it had sounded completely and utterly profound, and the truth was, he still didn't know what it meant. However, considering how shaken he had been when he'd heard it, he had decided that he should use it on someone else. Now that he finally had the chance, he suddenly felt completely abstruse and philosophical. A tremor ran through Juzinki. At first, she thought she understood what he meant, but the more she thought about it, the more confused she was. Either way, Baziush-hun suddenly seemed even more marvelous to her than he had before. Shangguan Danyu's eyes flashed brightly as he glared in disbelief at Baziush-hun. Even though he didn't understand what Baziush-hun had just said, he was sure that the words contained deep and profound meaning. However, he simply couldn't believe that such a profound statement about the Tao could possibly come out of the mouth of someone like Baziush-hun, and so naturally at that. Baziush-hun swished his sleeve. Juzinki, you have a good heart. It was destiny that you should offer me such a heartfelt warning. Likewise, the words I have spoken to you this day are another destiny, if you can understand them. Giving her an aloof smile, he strolled away, his voice seemingly resonating with ancient profundity as he said, possession without possession is the most wonderful possession. Emptiness without emptiness is the true emptiness. Therefore, emptiness is the most wonderful possession. As Juzinki watched Baziush-hun walking away, her inner vision of him suddenly changed completely. Although none of the three of them noticed, there was a monkey standing next to the riverbank some distance away, accompanied by an old man, who was none other than the founding patriarch of the Spirit Stream sect. The little punk doesn't even know what that sentence means, the founding patriarch said with a chuckle. And yet he throws it around anyway. The look in the monkey's eyes was different from the look in the founding patriarch's eyes. Somewhere deep within them was hidden a profound, mysterious gleam. Chapter 274, Once upon a time, I was also a crazy teen. After leaving the bank of the Heavenspan River, Baziush-hun was in very high spirits. He decided that he needed to remember that saying, it was definitely very useful. HMMPH. In the future, whenever I see things I don't like, I can use that phrase to scare people. It will definitely put people in their place. After returning to the Beast Conservatory, he thought some more about how to refine the river-defying pill, and after hesitating a bit, he gritted his teeth and started working. To make the river-defying pill, he needed to use his own body as the furnace. On the second day of his efforts, he screamed, and then puffing sounds could be heard, after which he flew out of his room. Even after emerging out into the open, more puffing sounds could be heard coming from behind him. How could this be happening? He said. His insides felt like they were completely filled with swirling gas. The process of expelling it frightened Bruiser so much that he fled. Before long, the entire honor guard station was filled with a noxious odor. Baziush-hun was scowling on the verge of tears. The effects of the gas continued for almost the entire day before fading away. Baziush-hun was so frightened that he didn't dare to perform any more tests. That thing is definitely not meant to be concocted by people. Terrifying. I always blow up furnaces when I concoct medicine. But if I use myself as the furnace to concoct a river-defying pill, then what happens if there's an explosion? Having reached this point in his train of thought, Baziush-hun felt more terrified than before. Worried that he might lose his poor little life, he decided to give up. I'm definitely not going to concoct that pill. When he thought about the day of misery he had just endured, he suddenly had an inkling of what it must feel like to be a bystander to his own pill concocting. Even as he stood there sighing, several beams of light appeared outside of the Beast Conservatory. It was Big Fatty Jong, Third Fatty High, and Zubakai. Almost immediately, they detected the noxious odor filling the honor guard station. What's that smell? Big Fatty Jong said, eyes wide. Is that? Zubakai looked shocked. Then he seemed to think of something so outrageous that he immediately dismissed the notion. Third Fatty High was actually a slender young woman. Her skin wasn't very fair, but she was tall and heroic looking. At the moment, even she was frowning. Baziush-hun started to blush, and then cleared his throat. Oh, that's Bruiser. He ate some bad meat the other day. Bruiser was currently standing off in the distance, and when he heard what Baziush-hun was saying, he was about to howl. However, a glare from Baziush-hun caused him to sit down dejectedly and stare at the group. Seeing that Big Fatty Jong and the others were still suspicious, Baziush-hun quickly changed the subject. So anyway, what are you guys doing here? Declining to press Baziush-hun about the noxious odor, Big Fatty Jong looked over and said, we came to bid you farewell. Tomorrow, the third wave will teleport away, and we three are part of it. When Baziush-hun heard that, his heart trembled. Big Fatty Jong, Third Fatty High, and Zubakai had all experienced significant advances in their cultivation base while he was in the Bloodstream sect. As of this point, all of them were inner sect disciples. None of them had reached foundation establishment yet, only the great circle of chi condensation. People like that wouldn't be of much use on the battlefield. However, a large group of them together would be able to power a spell formation, something that could unleash terrifying energy. Unsure of what to say, Bazius-hun maintained his silence. The entire group felt as if a great weight were settling onto their shoulders. We might not necessarily lose this war, Third Fatty High said. Since we have to fight, then we might as well work together to cut down the enemy. Her words seemed to lift the spirits of Big Fatty Zhang and Zubekai. Bazius-hun looked around at his friends, and then thought about the comrades who had died in the fallen sword abyss. He simply couldn't imagine what it would be like to see Big Fatty Zhang and his other close friends falling in battle. He didn't want to see anybody die in the fighting. He didn't want any war. He just wanted everyone to keep living together happily. Don't look like that, Ziush-hun, Big Fatty Zhang said. We're not necessarily going to die. Come, come. We haven't had a drink together in a long time. Let's get drunk. Laughing heartily, he produced a flagon of alcohol from his bag of holding. Everyone sat down and began to drink. Time passed, and as they chatted, the heavy mood from before lifted. Laughing the whole time, Big Fatty Zhang talked about all of Bazius-hun's misadventures when he had joined the sect. Eventually, he reached the subject of the spirit tail chickens. Now hold on, Bazius-hun said. Those spirit tail chickens are just delicious. Man, I miss them. I blame you two for dragging me into that. Third Fatty High said, her face flushing. She had also participated in the chicken thieving fiend scandal, and had been severely berated by her master because of it. Zubekai beat his chest in lamentation regarding the matter of the blood notice he'd given to Bazius-hun. At some point, somebody suggested that they actually go steal a chicken, and before they knew it, they had rushed over to the south bank. A short while later, they had a few chickens in hand, which they began to roast over an open flame. As evening fell, Big Fatty Zhang suggested that they go back to the ovens. The ovens crew was delighted to see everyone, especially the fatties from years before who were still working there. Without any hesitation, large amounts of food and alcohol were produced. As the sound of laughter and chatting rose up into the air, Huziomai arrived. Bazius-hun pulled her over to sit next to him, and as she drank, her lovely face grew more flushed, and as a result, more attractive. Chen even showed up, albeit uninvited. The night wore on, and soon, Bazius-hun was drunk. Feeling more relaxed than ever, he pointed at Third Fatty High and yelled, "Third girly, you bastard, I always thought you were a dude. I can't believe you turned out to be a girl." Third Fatty High glared at him, then snorted coldly and took a drink. "Hey, Big Fatty, do you remember that elder sister with the pockmarked face? You know, the one who brought me here to the ovens? You said something about the magpies singing. You had a huge crush on her. Remember? Well, what happened? Come on, tell us the truth. Zubekai, that blood notice of yours scared your sect Uncle Bay half to death. Chenf, you mama's boy, I can't believe you tried to ambush me. Humph. Bazius-hun, whenever we split the food loot, you always ate the most. Yeah, that's right. By the way, did you know that the story about making the bowl bottoms thicker has become a legend here in the ovens? Ha ha ha. Remember when we blocked the paths to the finish line? I'm sorry for what I did, sect Uncle Bay. Everyone was jumping into the conversation. Eventually, Big Fatty Zhang pulled out his wok, placed it down next to him, and excitedly yelled, "I would rather starve to death in the ovens than go climb the ladder in the outer sect." Bazius-hun finished at the top of his lungs. Third Fatty High and the other fatties all howled in response. Although Zubekai wasn't from the ovens crew, he also joined in. Even Chenf was moved, and soon, everyone was yelling at the tops of their lungs. At one point, Bazius-hun raised his flagon of alcohol and said, "Fruits and herbs of a magical nature, nibble the edges but spare the stem, slice the meat thin when there's some to butcher, as for the bones, leave some flesh on them, spirit kanji. Water it down until it's thin, fine wine. Half a cup will do you in." Wait, hold on, hold on. Big Fatty Zhang said. We can't just have 6 lines of truth. We need to add 2 more lines. Let's see. Make the bowl bottoms thicker by a thumb. Give all the chickens to Bazius-hun. Big Fatty Zhang roared with laughter and slapped Bazius-hun's shoulder. Then he staggered off to the side and slumped down to the ground, completely drunk. It was rare to have a situation where everyone completely enjoyed themselves. However, a war was coming, and nobody was sure whether or not they would live to see the end of it. Therefore, they spent the night forgetting about their worries, drinking and yelling and laughing. The sound of the commotion drew more attention, and people rushed over to see what was happening. Before long, a raucous party was underway in the ovens. Huziomai remained glued to Bazius-hun's side. Of course, the effects of the spirit alcohol were something that even cultivators couldn't ignore, and slowly, she was getting drunk too. By the time the third watch came, the ovens was getting quiet, but Bazius-hun forced his eyes to remain open. Looking around at the quiet scene around him, his eyes began to shine. Picking up a flagon of alcohol, he guzzled down a mouthful, then slowly looked at all the unconscious figures around him. It was almost as if he were trying to commit their faces to memory. His grip on the alcohol flagon grew tighter, as if he were trying to forever brand this one moment of time into his heart. Or perhaps it was because there was a burgeoning determination inside of him to change the world around him into something else. Eventually, his legs wobbled, and he slumped down into sleep. However, he continued to grip the flagon so hard that veins bulged out on the back of his hand. At dawn, brilliant pillars of light climbed up from Iris Petal Peak and Violet Cauldron Peak. Rumbling filled the air as numerous figures flew toward the mountain peaks. Big Fatty Zhang, Third Fatty Hai, Zubake, and Chenf were among them. There were also legacy echelon cultivators and patriarchs. The third wave of nearly 30,000 cultivators was soon gone, teleported away. Bazius Hun lay there in the ovens, watching as Big Fatty Zhang and his other friends left. An intense determination burned deep in his eyes. Huziomai was still by his side. Big Brosius Hun. She said softly. I'm in the fourth wave. Bazius Hun clasped her hand in his. Voiced soft but determined, he said, I'll always be here for you. Now that the third wave had left, the Spirit Stream sect was almost half empty. At the same time, the sect's spell formations were almost completely activated. A few days later, Sunset Peak, Archway Peak, and Fragrant Cloud Peak, the final three mountain peaks, all erupted with heaven-shaking, earth-shattering pillars of light. As of this point, all of the spell formations in the Spirit Stream sect had been fully activated, and the sect was completely locked down tight. Patriarch Ironwood appeared, along with the remaining legacy echelon cultivators and prime elders. Zhenyu Ondong was there, along with Li King, Zhu Mixian, and the other peak lords. Most of the elders, inner sect disciples, and outer sect disciples also appeared. This was the fourth wave. There would be a fifth wave, with the most powerful reserves of the sect, but this fourth wave was the largest so far. There were nearly 50,000 people present. Bazius Hun looked at the pillars of light and took a deep breath. As he emerged from the Beast Conservatory, Bruiser followed him, and he didn't look as frisky as usual. Apparently, he realized that war was coming. He and Bazius Hun then shot toward the nearest pillar of light. A large crowd was present. When Bazius Hun showed up, and people recognized him, many of them edged closer to him. Although he was naughty and mischievous, the stories about what he had done in the Fallen Sword Abyss proved that when danger came, he was the person to trust. The Spirit Stream sect had chosen the Luotian Mountains as the battlefield, where they could rely on their spell formation. In the region between the sect and the mountains, 8 lines of defense had been set up to fall back on in case the Luotian Mountains were lost. This war would not be one of schemes and plots. It was a battle in which veins of steel were a necessity. People would be fighting to the death, and they would make it hard for the Bloodstream sect to push them into retreat. They would show that picking on the Spirit Stream sect was something that could not be done lightly. Soon, everyone was present, and the teleportation began. Brilliant light shot up into the air. It was as if a huge hand had grabbed everyone from the 3 mountain peaks and then carried them to the border with the Bloodstream sect. The destination was the Luotian Mountains. Chapter 275, Luotian Grand Spell Formation. The Luotian Mountains marked the boundary between the Spirit Stream sect and the Bloodstream sect, and they stretched so far that it was impossible to see either end of the mountain range. When the spell formation built into the mountains was first activated, it wasn't possible to see the actual shield with the naked eye. But now, it was completely eye-catching, rising all the way up to connect with the heavens, an imposing sight that would shake anyone who looked at it. Occasional ripples of power would spread out across the shield, as well as loud cracking sounds. Clearly, the destructive power of the shield had everything in the area completely locked down. This was the Luotian Grand Spell Formation that the Spirit Stream sect had set in place thousands of years in the past. Numerous figures could be seen hovering in the air above the mountains, radiating cultivation base power that exceeded foundation establishment. All of them had their divine sense spread out to stand watch over the direction leading to the Bloodstream sect. The 3 initial waves of disciples had set up camp on the ground, a camp which spread out far and wide. The outer sect disciples were the most numerous of the bunch, and had been assigned to run drills with various spell formation arrangements. Occasionally, the rumbling caused by their activities would send powerful ripples out in all directions. At a glance, it was possible to see dozens of spell formations run by outer sect disciples. The first 3 waves had brought quite a number of people to the mountains, but that only made it easier to imagine how many more formations would spring up after the 4th wave arrived. The inner sect disciples were arranged according to the mountain peaks from whence they originated. They were also powering spell formations which were vastly more powerful than those of the outer sect disciples. Such inner sect spell formations emanated powerful ripples which distorted everything in the area. In addition to all of that, there were ranks upon ranks of war chariots. The chariots were crafted from the hardest metals, and each one featured a huge spike jutting out the front, 30 meters long and a meter wide at the base. The chariots were also inlaid with countless spirit stones, not the low-grade type, but rather, high-grade spirit stones. The chariots were so large and powerful that they required several cultivators just to operate. The sight of hundreds of such war chariots was fear-inspiring, to say the least. In another location, numerous enormous boulders were being magically formed together to create gigantic puppets fully 300 meters tall. There were already over 100 such puppets fully formed, and every step they took caused the Luotian mountains to tremble. Also present were countless enormous battle beasts from the north bank, many of whom soared about in the air, emitting occasional roars. The secret forces which had long since been sent out into Bloodstream Sect territory were active, looking for new information to send back to the Spirit Stream Sect. Even the spies in the Bloodstream Sect itself had been mobilized. Although such spies couldn't accomplish very much, they were successful in some of their efforts. There were also enormous stone tower shields rising up from various boulders throughout the mountains. Although the layout of the tower shield seemed random, it was possible to imagine how, once they were all connected, they could defend against an incredibly powerful attack. Everyone was very busy with all of their preparations. There was another area within the Luotian mountains, a district large enough to fit tens of thousands of individuals. There, a huge spell formation had been carved into the ground, which was being guarded by over 1,000 cultivators. Moments ago, it had begun to glow with bright light. The ground began to quake, causing all of the various Spirit Stream Sect disciples in the mountains to look up. Then, 3 massive pillars of light shot up from within the spell formation, reaching high up into the heavens. The Luotian mountains were shaking as the pillars of light distorted the air around them. Moments later, the light faded away, and tens of thousands of people became visible on the spell formation. Baziashun was among them. This was the 4th wave of cultivators to be teleported into the mountains. Teleportation was often an uncomfortable thing, and as soon as the group of people appeared, various reactions could be seen on their faces. Baziashun's face went a bit pale, but other than that, he didn't seem affected. Instead of gaping around at the mountains around him, he located Hueco in the crowd and hurried over to her. Because of his status, it was easy to make his way through the throngs of people. No one got in his way. Soon, he was in front of Hueco, whose face was ashen as she swayed back and forth unsteadily. Juzinki was there, holding her arm. As soon as Baziashun reached her, he poured some spiritual power into her to help her acclimate. "You'll be fine," he said. "Teleportations are usually like this." When he saw her pale face, he felt hurt inside. For some reason, his time in the Bloodstream Sect had made him a lot more sensitive on an emotional level. Juzinki looked at Baziashun, and then stepped back to let him take over. Shangwen Tenyu was also nearby. Eyeing Baziashun coldly, he snorted. Hueco breathed in and out a few times, and soon recovered. Looking over at Baziashun, she suddenly felt a bit disquieted. She had been working very hard at her cultivation, worried that she might not be able to keep up with Baziashun. However, he only seemed to get further and further away. She feared that if she let up even the slightest bit, that he might get so far away she would be forever separated from him. She reached out, grabbed his hand, and squeezed it tightly. Now that Hueco had recovered, Baziashun looked around at the Luotian mountains. Clearly, they had changed. On his way back to the sect, he had sensed that things were different, but hadn't been able to pierce through to see the true details of the matter. However, now it was very clear. Everything looked different. He saw the powerful figures hovering high up in the air. He saw the glittering shield. He saw all of the spell formations powered by disciples of the sect. He saw the war chariots, the stone puppets, the tower shields. He saw familiar faces everywhere, even Big Fatty Zhang and his other friends. Other disciples began to guide the 4th wave cultivators to their places in the various spell formations. Everyone had an assignment. Of course, the 4th wave consisted of tens of thousands of disciples, so the arrangements took time. Most of the new arrivals had to wait patiently until they were told what to do. It was the same with Baziashun, who simply stood there looking at everything, shaken. Clearly, the preparations for the battle were not yet complete, and he could only imagine how inspiring it would be when they were. The sight of everything caused his heart to tremble, especially considering that there were many things that the Spirit Stream Sect normally kept secret, which were now out in the open for everyone to see. For example, when Baziashun looked at the outer sect disciples drilling in their spell formations, he could easily see the similarities between their formations and the Violet Chi Cauldron control art and Heaven's Pan-Elephant control art. Clearly, anyone who cultivated either of those two techniques would have no problem participating in the spell formation. The only thing they would need to work on would be cooperating with the others who were part of the formation. Furthermore, Bezius Hun could tell that the outer sect spell formations weren't simple, and that they contained the potential for numerous transformations and variations. As for the inner sect disciples, it was similar with them. Although the Spirit Stream sect might seem soft on the outside, they were really a sect born for battle. Only a battle sect would have the fortitude to defy the Bloodstream sect, despite being weaker than them. They would rather go out in a bloody battle than yield. As for the Luotian Mountains, they were even more marvelous than he'd realized. In addition to increasing the battle prowess of the Spirit Stream sect, there also seemed to be something else lurking within them, something shocking. Bezius Hun opened his Heavenspan Dharma eye, and was instantly taken aback. Inside of the mountains themselves existed a spell formation that caused Bezius Hun's scalp to tingle. It was a self-destruct spell formation. It was a trap, designed to send a message to the Bloodstream sect in the event that they won. You may be able to defeat us, but you will feel the pain down into your bones, an agony that you will never be able to forget. Bezius Hun took a deep, alarmed breath. Meanwhile, Hueco stood next to him, trembling, clearly shaken by what she was seeing. She looked over in the direction of the Bloodstream sect, but from her vantage point, could see nothing but the crimson lands stretching out as far as the eye could see. Big Bezius Hun, she said softly, I heard that everyone in the Bloodstream sect is like that Bloodmaster Night Crypt from Middle Peak. They're brutal, and kill people like scything wheat. They usually spend their time in their sect fighting and killing each other. If you're not careful, you'll get cut down in an instant. You have to be careful when you fight them. According to her understanding, the Bloodstream sect was a place rife with an aura of death. That was especially true considering the shocking tales of Night Crypt which had been circulating recently. It was only natural for her to point to him as an example of what the sect as a whole was like. Bezius Hun's astonishment from before was giving way to more negative feelings now. Slapping his chest, he stuck up his chin and said, Don't worry, Zeomai. When Bezius Hun is around, Night Crypt wouldn't dare to show his face. As far as he was concerned, that was no exaggeration. In fact, it couldn't be closer to the truth. Hueco smiled in response, and although she didn't quite believe him, she pretended that she did. As always, her eyes were filled with an adoration that left Bezius Hun feeling quite comfortable. Even as he reveled in the lovely feeling, he looked over at Zhuzinki and said, Sect niece Zinki, fear not. I'll protect you. Zhuzinki almost couldn't reconcile this version of Bezius Hun with the one she'd seen on the bank of the Heavenspan River. Sighing, she said, You still have it in you to brag, even here? What's the point? Shangwentanyu gave a cold harumph. I'm Bezius Hun, he slowly said, Bezius Hun, Night Crypt belongs to me. I'm going to cut his head clean off of his shoulders. That soured Bezius Hun's mood immediately. Glaring at Shangwentanyu, he was just about to respond when suddenly, his heart trembled as an icy sensation filled him from head to toe. Turning, he saw a young woman looking at him through the crowd. She was cloaked by her long, black hair, and was actually quite pretty. She was none other than Gong Sunwaner. As soon as she realized Bezius Hun was looking at her, she turned to look back at him. Their eyes met, and she reached up to cover her mouth as she laughed. Although they were some distance apart, for some reason, the sound of her laughter filled Bezius Hun with an incredible sense of danger. Something inside was screaming at him that this young woman was deadly. Chapter 276, Daoseed 9th Formation. Bezius Hun's pupils constricted. This was his first time seeing Gong Sunwaner after returning to the Spirit Stream sect, and for some reason, she seemed completely different than he remembered. The previous Gong Sunwaner had been pretty, but not charming. The young woman he was looking at now, though, seemed to be charming down to her bones, charming in a way that would make you shiver inside. Her facial features were the same as before, but she seemed completely different, so different that Bezius Hun's scalp was tingling on the verge of explosion. Her cultivation base fluctuations were being concealed, but something about her caused his eyes to narrow. Even his blood chi seemed to become sluggish inside of him. Something's off. Even as Bezius Hun's heart began to pound, Gong Sunwaner turned and vanished into the crowd. Despite craning his neck and looking around, he was unable to find her again. Slowly, the alarm he had felt began to fade away. However, he was still very certain about what had just occurred. How could Gong Sunwaner have changed so much? Panting, Bezius Hun thought back to when he'd looked into her eyes, and how he'd heard her melodious laughter. For some reason, that laughter seemed familiar to him. Of course, he had known Gong Sunwaner for quite some time. However, there was something about the familiarity of the laughter that seemed very different. Apparently, Hueco could sense Bezius Hun's astonishment. She followed his gaze into the crowd, but didn't see Gong Sunwaner. What's wrong, Big Bezius Hun? She asked. Bezius Hun shook his head and declined to offer any explanation. Instead, he simply stood there thoughtfully. Slowly but surely, the tens of thousands of cultivators in the spell formation were being led to the spots that had been arranged for them. Soon, It was Shangguan turn. One of the inner sect disciples from the North Bank approached him, clasped hands formally, and said, "Sect Uncle Shangguan, as set forth by sect decree, you will take command of the third of Green Crest Peaks Foundation Establishment spell formations. Your will shall preside over the third spell formation. Please, senior, accompany me, and I will show you the ins and outs of the formation." With that, he began to lead Shangguan away, under the eyes of many observers. Most of the people who had just arrived were being sent to spell formations belonging to whichever mountain peak they had come from. It was a bit different with Shangguan, though. He was proclaimed as the leader of a spell formation, which led to quite a lot of hushed discussion. Sect Uncle Shangguan really does live up to his reputation. The sect obviously has high hopes for his future. They even made him the leader of Green Crest Peak's third spell formation. I was just looking around, and realized that each area in the Laotian Mountains is set aside for one of the mountain peaks. Each mountain peak has several dozen outer sect spell formations, a dozen or so inner sect spell formations, plus spell formations for the peak lord and elders. Presumably, Shangguan is going to the spell formation for Chosen. After coming back from the Fallen Sword Abyss, Sect Uncle Shangguan spent most of his time in secluded meditation, except for that time he went to challenge Ghost Fang. Nobody is sure who won or lost, though. Bezius Hun's lips twitched a bit in response to what was happening, unconvinced that Shangguan was as amazing as people made him out to be. Despite the buzz of conversation, Shangguan expression was the same as ever as he strode along. He was used to being the focus of so many gazes. Turning to the North Bank inner sect disciple who was leading the way, he coolly asked, who might be the leaders of the second and first spell formations. Sect Uncle Shangguan, the disciple replied respectfully, from what I've heard, the second spell formation will be led by the elder of Green Crest Peak, and the first spell formation will be controlled by none other than the Peak Lord. Shangguan nodded, then turned to look at Bezius Hun and snorted coldly. Moments later, a different disciple approached Zhuzinki, clasped hands, and bowed. Sect Anshu, I've come to lead the way, ma'am. You are to be the leader of Fragrant Cloud Peak's third spell formation. Zhuzinki nodded silently. She and Shangguan both left the teleportation spell formation, and Bezius Hun watched them go. Zhuzinki didn't bother him much, but for some reason, he found Shangguan very grating. I can't believe that guy gets to be one of the leaders. I guess that in addition to the inner sect and outer sect spell formations, all of the mountain peaks have spell formations for the Foundation Establishment cultivators, huh? Well, what about me? Where am I supposed to go? Even as he pondered the question curiously, one of the inner sect disciples from the South Bank approached in a beam of light. Before he even got close, he yelled, "Is Sect Uncle Bay here?" He was actually sweating, and his voice was so loud that everyone in the area heard him, even Shangguan and Zhuzinki, who both stopped in their tracks and looked over. Bezius Hun's eyes began to shine, and he took a few steps forward, waving to the inner sect disciple. The disciple saw him and flew over, and before he even landed, was clasping hands and bowing, his eyes shining with reverence and worship. "Greetings, Sect Uncle Bay. The sect leader has commanded that you will not be a part of any of the spell formations from the South or North Banks. Instead, you will lead the Mount Deoseed Foundation Establishment formation." Quite a few people heard the words spoken by the inner sect disciple, and conversations sprang up almost immediately as people looked over at Bezius Hun. He's going to lead the Mount Deoseed Foundation Establishment formation? Ah, that's how it should be. Sect Uncle Bay has a Heaven Dao Foundation Establishment cultivation base. Putting him with any of the other 7 mountain peaks would be a complete waste of talent. Only Mount Deoseed is suitable for Sect Uncle Bay. The gazes which fell upon Bezius Hun were those of respect and envy. Clearly, Bezius Hun was very important, so important that the sect valued him far more than people like Shangguan and Zhuzinki. Zhuzinki looked at Bezius Hun, then looked away and walked off. Although Shangguan expression was the same as ever, his hands were clenched into fists. To be so blatantly compared to someone else caused him to grit his teeth, swish his sleeve, and then fly away. Bezius Hun felt wonderful. Although Hu Xiaomai was sent to a location with other South Bank outer sect disciples, Bezius Hun and Hu Yanfei arranged for her to be sent to a central location, and also be protected at all times. With that, Bezius Hun followed the South Bank inner sect disciple away. Soon they were in the middle of the ranks of the Spirit Stream sect forces, where 9 large spell formations had been burned into the ground. Each of the spell formations was fully 3,000 meters across, and emanated intense ripples and blinding light. They even seemed to be in sync with the grand spell formation that filled the entire mountain range. Hundreds of disciples were working away busily at the spell formations, making adjustments and preparing them in various ways. The auras of the spell formations only continued to grow more and more shocking with every moment. There were already quite a few people seated cross-legged in most of the spell formations. As for where everyone sat, those positions had already been decreed by the sect leadership, and couldn't be altered. Closer examination revealed that within each spell formation, 8 positions for cultivators were arrayed in an 8 trigrams formation. In the middle were 3 other positions for the leaders. Bazius-hun recognized most of the cultivators in the various spell formations. They were all Foundation establishment elders, and many of them nodded in greeting when they saw Bazius-hun look their way. Bazius-hun was assigned to the 9th formation. The one difference between that spell formation and the other 8 was that it only had one leadership position. According to the orders of the sect leader, Sect Uncle Bay, you are the sole leader of the 9th spell formation, the Mount Deoseed formation. The disciple who had been leading Bazius-hun clasped hands respectfully and then left. Bazius-hun made his way into the 9th formation and sat down in the spot in the center set aside for the leader. At the moment, no other Foundation establishment elders had arrived to fill in the other spots of the 9th formation. As such, Bazius-hun closed his eyes and opened his cultivation base to begin getting used to the spell formation. Almost immediately, the spell formation formed a resonance with Bazius-hun's Violet Chi Heaven Span incantation. Because of that, he instantly felt as if he had become one with the formation. His mind began to vibrate, and he was suddenly filled with the sensation that all he had to do was stand up, and he would transform into an enormous giant. The feeling caused his mind to spin. Simultaneously, an intense light shot up from the 9th formation. Quite a few of the Foundation establishment elders in the other surrounding spell formations noticed what was happening, as did other cultivators in the area. The tens of thousands of cultivators from the 4th wave who were still being sent out to the various formations were all shaken, and looked over. Soon, gasps could be heard. The light shining from Bazius-hun's location in the 9th formation was creating the image of a 600-meter-tall giant. As it took shape, it was gradually possible to make out the facial features of the giant. They belonged to none other than Bazius-hun. Big Fatty Zhang, Third Fatty Hai, Zhu Bakei, Hu Yunfei, and all of his other friends in the different locations in the Luotian Mountains looked over in shock at the giant. Ghost Fang was sitting in position in the 3rd formation of Ghost Fang Peak, meditating. Then, his eyes snapped open, and he looked over at the giant. Bane Lai, Zhu Song, and the recently arrived Shangguan Danyu and Shu Xingqi were all looking in the same direction. As for Gong Sun Wanner, her eyes shone with a strange light. Bazius-hun was a bit dazed at first. He clearly felt as if he had become a giant, as if his thoughts were the giant's thoughts. Apparently, this giant was an external incarnation of himself. The feeling of incredible power that coursed through him caused him to throw his head back and let loose a long, piercing cry. The heavens shook as if they had been struck by lightning, and everything in the area began to shake and tremble. He tried to wave his arms, but his unfamiliarity with his form caused the giant to destabilize and then slowly collapse. Even still, the scene which had just played out left everyone who had seen it shocked. Even the Prime Elders and Legacy Echelon cultivators up in the sky had been paying attention. So that's Bazius-hun. He only just stepped into the spell formation, yet can already unleash its power in an external incarnation. It seems Bazius-hun's techniques can form a direct resonance with Spirit Stream sect spell formations. No wonder the sect leader arranged for him to have sole leadership of the 9th formation. Normally, 3 cultivators are required to create the spell formation incarnation. He can do it by himself. Chapter 277, Complete Spell Formation. After Bazius-hun's giant incarnation faded away, a brief silence followed, and then, a massive uproar filled the Luotian Mountains. That was Sect Uncle Bay. Heavens! Didn't Sect Uncle Bay just get here? I can't believe he can already unleash the power of the spell formation. Everyone was shaken. Some felt enthusiasm, but others weren't very happy. Quite a few were jealous. Shangguan Danyu's hands were clenched painfully tight. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to calm down, then sent his cultivation base power out to familiarize himself with his own spell formation. He wasn't the only one that was paying close attention. Ghost Fang, Bane Lai, Zhu Song, Gong Sun Yun, and many others had already been outdone. During the following days, they did further research and experimentation, and began to follow Bazius-hun's example. Soon, more and more giants began to appear. Eventually, the tens of thousands of people from the 4th wave were all sent to their spots in the various spell formations. The other 8 formations in Bazius-hun's area were now almost completely full. As for his own 9th formation, the other 8 people had all shown up one after another. None of them were strangers to Bazius-hun, they were all disciples whom he had helped greatly in the Fallen Sword Abyss. After realizing that they had been assigned to work with Bazius-hun, they excitedly went about helping him with the giant incarnation, which grew more and more powerful. As all of the groups worked together and grew more familiar with powering the spell formation giants, The Luotian mountains filled with increasingly shocking energy. As the giants appeared, they roared and moved about, sometimes even unleashing magical techniques. All light in heaven and earth dimmed. Even the outer sect formations with over 100 people in them also formed giants which unleashed battle prowess similar to the great circle of chi condensation. The inner sect spell formation incarnations surpassed chi condensation, and were similar to foundation establishment cultivators. And then there were the formations with the chosen like Shangwen Taniu, who radiated the power of the great circle of foundation establishment. As for the first and second spell formations from each mountain peak, they were the strongest, and brimmed with power equivalent to core formation. The 3 mountain peaks from the south bank and the 4 mountain peaks from the north bank were all on equal footing. The smallest of the giants was roughly 150 meters in height. At first, many of them had semi-translucent bodies, making it possible to see the cultivators sitting cross-legged inside. Toward the end, though, the giants became so solid that it was almost impossible to see anyone inside. The sight of so many giants in the Luotian mountains was shocking to the extreme. Already, the central 9th spell formation, the Mount Deoseed formation, was far more powerful than the formations of any of the other mountains. Every time it appeared, the power of the foundation establishment cultivators within it caused the battle prowess of the giant incarnation to emanate fluctuations that, despite not being of the core formation level, were strong enough to fight a core formation cultivator. Furthermore, when Bezius Hun's giant incarnation appeared, it released a heaven Dao aura that caused thunderous rumbling to fill the air. Sparks of electricity even showered about in all directions. Bezius Hun was located in the giant Stanshan region, with the other 8 cultivators being located in other fixed positions within the body. On a few occasions after forming the giant incarnation, Bezius Hun sent it flying up into the air to unleash a fist strike that would shake everything in the area. Sometimes the giant would perform an incantation gesture, drawing upon the combined cultivation base power of 8 people to summon an enormous violet cauldron. Based on the terrifying power, it was obvious that this giant could fight toe-to-toe with the core formation stage. Bezius Hun had never experienced anything like this before, and he could only throw his head back and let out a piercing howl. Another 3 days passed. At high noon, the sky vibrated, and a column of light shot up into the air that far surpassed the light which had accompanied the cultivators of the 4th wave. As the ground quaked, all cultivators of the sect looked up into the sky. Everyone, even Bezius Hun, watched as the blinding pillar of light slowly shrank into the form of an enormous white sun. The instant the white sun formed, all of the surrounding air twisted and distorted, filling with fissures and rifts. Within the sun could be seen the image of a raven, which apparently formed the core of the sun. Although its eyes were closed, it radiated a sense of intense might. Beneath the raven floated a mountain. It was none other than the 9th mountain peak of the Spirit Stream sect. The pressure weighing down from that mountain caused all of the Luotian mountains to tremble. A handful of legacy echelon cultivators flew out, as well as prime elders. Then, an old man appeared who, despite not being physically imposing, emanated the loftiest of airs. He was none other than the Spirit Stream sect's founding patriarch. Countless voices joined together in a thunderous roar as all cultivators in the mountains clasped their hands and offered formal greetings. Greetings, Patriarch. Greetings, Patriarch. The ear-splitting sound of their calls shook everything like thunder from the heavens. 4 other figures floated up from the mountains to join him, which were the other patriarchs that had led the previous 4 waves of cultivators out of the sect. The founding patriarch looked over the forces of the Spirit Stream sect, and then spoke in words that echoed out into every corner of the mountains, to reach every cultivator present. The Bloodstream sect has already fully mobilized. They will be here soon. Everyone, including Bezius Hun, felt shaken upon hearing those words. There will be deaths in this war. Even I may perish. However, any of us who fall in battle will be heroes of the Spirit Stream sect for all eternity. This war is a fight for the survival of the Spirit Stream sect. This war will determine the peace and security of our sect for the next 1,000 years. This war is something the entire world of cultivation is paying attention to. The Spirit Stream sect may go out fighting, but we will never live a life of humiliation. Power up the final formation. Let's show the Bloodstream sect exactly how strong and decisive the Spirit Stream sect is. The cultivators felt their blood boiling in response to the founding patriarch's words, and joined together to shout, "Fight!" Now that the founding patriarch had officially declared the war to have begun, the spell formation which filled the Luotian mountains sprang to life, sending boundless light shining up into the sky. Up in the sky, the 9th mountain peak towered high, seemingly capable of propping up the heavens. It was surrounded by 9 shining magical symbols, each of them different, but all of them fully 3,000 meters tall. Lightning danced back and forth across the symbols, casting out light that filled the sky. At the same time, Countless fist-sized magical symbols also appeared, spreading out like waves to cover the sky above the mountains. Amidst the lightning and the magical symbols were nearly 100 ancient figures, all of whom emanated shocking auras. These were all of the Spirit Stream Sect's Prime Elders. The Prime Elders all had serious expressions on their faces. They looked like transcendent beings, their cultivation-based fluctuations causing heaven and earth to dim, and causing a powerful wind to kick up. However, even more eye-catching than them was a group whose numbers had slowly been filled over the past 10,000 years. The 17 Legacy Echelon Cultivators, leaking among them. Those 17 cultivators hovered above in the sky, shining with light that, from a distance, made them seem like 17 stars that emanated heaven-shaking, earth-shattering pressure. Above the 17 star-like Legacy Echelon Cultivators were the 5 patriarchs who lived on the 9th mountain peak. Each of them possessed a Dharma idol of incredible stature, something that could easily suppress Prime Elders or Legacy Echelon Cultivators. The power they exuded seemed capable of crushing the heavens and shaking the earth. It was godlike. The founding patriarch's Dharma idol was clearly visible. It had 3 heads and 6 arms, and seemed as tall as the sky. The founding patriarch alone seemed far more glorious than all of the other 4 patriarchs combined. Now that the spell formation had been fully activated, the shield of light that rose up to protect the Luotian mountains began to crackle with lightning. As the lightning spread out to fill the shield, it transformed into an enormous wall of lightning. On the surface of the lightning wall could be seen 9 faces, each one of them 300 meters tall. Their eyes were closed as if in meditation, and they seemed to radiate solemnity and power. If you looked closely, you would see that, unexpectedly, one of those faces was Bazius Hun's. Bazius Hun almost stopped breathing when he saw that. Now that the Luotian Mountain's grand spell formation was fully activated, Bazius Hun could sense that his 9th formation was somehow fused with the mountains as a whole. The sight of his own face on the wall left him shaken and completely shocked. The ranks of war chariots were now complete. There were hundreds of them, and the black spikes which jutted out from them emanated terrifying power that seemed capable of exploding out at a moment's notice. Also present were numerous stone puppets that all seemed poised on the brink of unleashing their power. With a single command, they would leap onto the battlefield and wreak havoc. As for the countless battle beasts of the North Bank, they were everywhere, filling sky and land, with the 4 spirit beast guardians of the 4 mountains leading them. Then there were the enormous tower shields, which were now completely arrayed, creating an impenetrable defense for the Spirit Stream Sect disciples who remained behind them. As for the spell formations, the disciples poured power into them, causing rumbling to echo out as giants appeared, coming from 7 different directions. Each of the 7 mountains had dozens of spell formations for the outer sect disciples. As a result, hundreds of figures began to gather, some were human giants, others looked like giant beasts. Roars filled the air as ripples spread out in all directions. The inner sect disciples' spell formations were all activated. Although they didn't have as many as the outer sect disciples, theirs were far more powerful. That was especially true of the spell formations set aside for the Chosen, which were even more shocking. Just as the south and north banks were different, the incarnations of the spell formations were different, some taking the form of human giants, others of giant beasts. The 9 centrally located spell formations also erupted with terrifying fluctuations as they were powered by Foundation Establishment cultivators. There were also hundreds of Foundation Establishment cultivators not assigned to spell formations, who were prepared to either fight or join the spell formations as their comrades fell. If that were all there were to it, it might not be very impressive. But now that the Luotian Mountain's spell formations were all activated, a shockingly bright light began to shine out above the 9th mountain peak. 2 beams of light appeared, both of which were magical items. The first beam of light was a profoundly ancient violet cauldron. As soon as the cauldron appeared, intense pressure weighed down on the entire area, causing everything to tremble. Within the second beam of light was a sword. It glittered with silver light that indicated that it had benefited from a 10-fold spirit enhancement. It was the Heavenhorn sword. 10 silver designs covered the body of the sword, making it dazzlingly shocking. The mere sight left everyone shaken, and it was obvious that once this sword was unleashed in attack, it could shatter the heavens and decimate the earth. Chapter 278, The Bloodstream Sect arrives. A roar echoed through the air as an enormous dragon appeared. It was pitch black, with protruding scales and blood-red eyes. It seemed completely and utterly ferocious and deadly. It was none other than the Heavenhorn Ink Dragon. Bazius Hun was completely shaken by what he was seeing, and all of the other disciples of the Spirit Stream Sect felt their minds reeling. Whether it was the 9th mountain peak, the White Sun, the Legacy Echelon cultivators, or the spell formation giants, all of them were things no one had ever seen before. These were the true reserve powers of the sect. This was what the power of a sect truly looked like. Even as everyone was trembling mentally, the black raven that sat within the white sun suddenly emitted a deafening cry. Wah! It almost sounded like a crying baby, and was so loud that rumbling sounds filled heaven and earth. An arc-shaped shockwave shot through the Luotian mountains, speeding across heaven and earth toward the territory of the Bloodstream sect. The shockwave was like an invisible blast of fury that swept across everything in its path. It flew onward for about 30,000 meters until it seemed to hit an invisible obstacle, whereupon cracking sounds filled the air. Suddenly visible was a mirror-like object which shattered into countless pieces. In response, enormous blood clouds billowed out in all directions. Even the air collapsed as the true world beyond that 30,000-meter mark was revealed. Blood clouds churned relentlessly, connecting heaven with earth, and within them, countless howling sounds could be heard. Vicious faces were visible within the blood cloud, faces of both men and women. As the blood cloud neared the spirit stream sect, the howling reached a thunderous level, and blood-colored light spread out near and far, staining all creation with the color of blood. A rain of blood began to fall, and lightning crashed. Where the rain fell, seas of blood rose up, like a massive flood. Soon, rumbling sounds could be heard as blood-colored battleships became visible on the seas of blood, sending blood splashing about as they surged forward. At the same time, an army became visible, an army filled with refined corpses and gargoyles. The Bloodstream sect had arrived. Baziushun's eyes narrowed slightly as he peered at the world of blood outside the Luotian mountains. Within the swirling blood clouds and boundless blood sea were, not only battleships, but endless numbers of blood-colored war chariots. The Bloodstream sect's war chariots were different than the Spirit Stream sect's. They were made from bones, and were terrifying and bizarre in appearance. The blood-colored war chariots were manned by countless outer sect disciples, all of whom abounded with killing intent. Madness flickered in their eyes, and as they closed in, they stared at the Spirit Stream sect disciples, whose hearts trembled in response. The bloodthirsty gazes of the Bloodstream sect disciples were filled with such brutality and murder that anyone who saw them would be shocked. In addition to the war chariots and the battleships, the Sea of Blood also contained numerous blood giants. They were completely hairless, and were apparently formed from nothing but blood. Each step they took caused the seas beneath their feet to howl. Clustered around the blood giants were countless other disciples of the sect. A seemingly endless army filled heaven and earth. It was a spectacular sight. Up above were the blood clouds, and down below were the blood seas. Between them was endless darkness that seethed and churned as if it were alive. It was only when lightning shot down from the clouds that the darkness was illuminated, to reveal dozens of ancient and barbaric giants, clad in battle armor, faces expressionless. Atop the heads of the giants sat cold-faced cultivators who emanated the fluctuations of core formation. Furthermore, the feeling they gave off was not that of ordinary core formation. The blood chi that trickled off of them was especially intense, and at a single glance, Baziushun was able to tell that they surpassed the level of the blood masters. And yet, each and every one of them showed signs that in the past, they had been blood masters. Baziushun's eyes went wide as he realized that these were cultivators whose position in the sect surpassed prime elders. They occupied the highest position under the patriarchs. They were the blood rippers. When blood masters reached core formation, they became blood rippers. The dozens of blood rippers traveled along within the boundless darkness. However, on either side of the darkness were the hundreds of prime elders of the Bloodstream sect, who bristled with divine abilities as they flew along. Beyond them were more than 1,000 Foundation establishment cultivators, who flew along in beams of light, clustered around the boundless darkness. The presence of so many powerful cultivators only made the Blood Rippers seem more majestic. In the vanguard position ahead of the boundless darkness were 4 major forces. One of them was made up of countless gargoyles formed into the shape of a gigantic black head. Sitting atop the head were none other than the nameless Peak Blood Master and Grand Elder. The second major force was an enormous coffin, surrounded by countless refined corpses. Atop the coffin could be seen the Blood Master and Grand Elder of Corpse Peak, who sat there cross-legged, looking around with expressionless eyes. The third major force was an enormous hand formed from blood and flesh that emanated shocking fluctuations of power. Sitting cross-legged in the palm of the hand were the Grand Elder and Blood Master of Lesser Marsh Peak. The final major force was made up of an enormous blood sword. Matchlessly sharp, it emanated a blood-colored glow, and seemed capable of slashing rifts into the air itself. Atop that blood sword could be seen a single person. It was none other than Song Jun, dressed in battle garb, an unsightly expression on her cold, elegant face. Clearly, the disappearance of Night Crypt made it so that the forces of Middle Peak couldn't match up to the other mountain peaks. Considering that they were going to war, that effect was even more pronounced. Down below, within the Blood Sea, were countless outer and inner sect disciples. As they neared the Luotian mountains, they ceased their war cries, and instead shot forward in silence, radiating intense, murderous auras. Up above, the Foundation establishment elders would occasionally flick their sleeves as they flew along, causing gale force winds to spring up and send the outer and inner sect disciples flying along. The disciples didn't show any alarm or fear. As they flew into the air, they gathered into special formations that looked like blood-colored spheres of flesh. When they landed back down, they would bash huge craters into the ground, after which the spheres would break apart into hundreds of disciples who would then continue to speed along. The blood-colored spheres of flesh were shocking to the extreme, especially considering that the disciples who made them up seemed to be completely fearless, not even afraid of dying. They were like locusts, sweeping across the land in breathtaking fashion. These blood spheres were one of the Bloodstream sect's powerful battle magics. Bazius Hun's scalp was tingling. As the Blood Master of Middle Peak, he knew a lot about the Bloodstream sect, and yet he was shocked to discover that the sect had many secrets even he was unaware of. When he looked at Song Jun sitting proud and alone atop the huge blood sword, mixed emotions filled his heart, and he felt anxiety rising up within him. Clearly, the Bloodstream sect was already more impressive than the Spirit Stream sect, and yet that was only their ordinary disciples and cultivators. Their true power reserves, and the patriarchs, were within the blood clouds up above. Vicious faces were concealed within those clouds, including 8 figures who could shake heaven and earth. They were breathtaking people who no one would ever think to look down upon. Each of those 8 people had vortexes spinning around them, causing anyone who looked in their direction to see nothing but terrifying distortions. Within one of the 8 vortexes was a gargantuan, pitch-black gargoyle, atop whose head sat an old man with eyes like lightning. In another of the vortexes was a Grand Lich, the same terrifying corpse which had been awoken recently. On the shoulder of the Grand Lich was none other than the Bloodstream sect's Patriarch Droughtflame. Patriarch Limitless was in another vortex, his body surrounded by 100,000 blood swords that could slash forests and destroy moons. The Song Clan Patriarch could be seen in another of the vortexes, standing atop a blood-colored banner. The banner was inscribed with golden magical symbols that pulsed with an electric, blood-colored light that spread out to fill the blood cloud and the blood sea. All 8 of the Bloodstream sect's patriarchs were present. One of them, the one in the lead position, had taken the form of a blood-colored giant. Most noteworthy of all was that the giant's right hand clearly resembled the hand that the Bloodstream sect was built upon. That patriarch was none other than the Bloodstream sect's current arch-patriarch. The Bloodstream sect had 8 patriarchs, but the Spirit Stream sect only had 5. And yet, the terrifying strength of the Bloodstream sect had yet to be fully revealed. Surrounding the arch-patriarch was an enormous, blood-colored tree, which radiated boundless ancientness. That tree was one of the Bloodstream sect's most precious treasures. There was also a blood-colored mirror, fully 300 meters across. Countless images could be seen within the mirror, and all of them seemed to be emitting soundless howls, and were on the verge of bursting out into the open. Then there was the Bloodstream sect's third precious treasure, 2 blood-colored lodestones which had been linked together into pair of blood-colored manacles. The Bloodstream sect's precious treasures also surpassed the Spirit Stream sect's. However, their ultimate reserve power was even more bizarre and fantastic. Perched high above the army, above the patriarchs and above the blood clouds, was a shocking scarecrow. At first, the scarecrow looked ordinary in nature, but closer examination revealed that it held a patch of human skin in its right hand, and had a steelyard balance in its other hand. A twisted smile could be seen on its face, and anyone who saw it would feel their heart pulsing with fear. The arrival of the Bloodstream sect included blood clouds in the sky, blood seas on the ground, and a swath of mysterious darkness. It was a terrifying sight to behold. It was as if a fiendish devil were looming over the Luotian mountains, emitting intense pressure that could crush anything it encountered. Anyone who got in the way of the Bloodstream sect would be destroyed in body and soul. The cultivators of the Spirit Stream sect felt their minds spinning, and yet, there was no time to unleash any emotion other than their explosive desire to fight. Their will seemed to fuse with the Luotian mountains, exploding out to join the magical symbols and lightning in the air, causing intense rumbling sounds to instantly fight back against the terrifying aura of the Bloodstream sect. Chapter 279, Because I'm the Blood Master of Middle Peak. Bazius Hun looked out at the Bloodstream sect, at all of the familiar faces. Song Ke was there, as were Song Jun, Zhu Xiaoshan, Jia Lai, Master God Diviner, the 3 Blood Masters, and others. There was also the Song Clan Patriarch and Patriarch Limitless, within the blood clouds. The only person he didn't see in the crowd was Zhu Mai. However, there was no time to think about her right now. At the moment, the Sea of Blood was only about 15,000 meters away from the Luotian mountains. At this distance, he could see the murderous expressions on the faces of all the Bloodstream sect cultivators. He saw the killing intent in Song Jun's eyes, and he saw how the gazes of the Song Clan Patriarch and the others in the blood cloud flashed like lightning. Clearly, all of them were ready to kill and ready to die. It was in that moment that the light of spell formations rose up from the spirit stream sect. The giants roared, and the hundreds of war chariots emitted blinding light as they vibrated on the verge of springing into motion. Bazius Hun looked over and spotted Big Fatty Zhang in one of the giants, and although he couldn't quite see his face, based on what he knew of him, he knew that it was covered with a ferocious expression. Lightning danced in the air above the spirit stream sect forces, and the magical symbols glowed with dazzling light. The 17 stars that were the legacy echelon cultivators floated there majestically, and the prime elders were already preparing their divine abilities. The founding patriarch slowly raised his right hand. When it fell, they would attack in full force. The host of cultivators from the bloodstream sect was just as prepared. Within the blood cloud, the arch-patriarch, the old man in giant form, stared at the Luotian mountains, his eyes glinting with ferocious light. Clearly, he was on the verge of giving the final order to attack. The distance between the two armies grew shorter and shorter. 15,000 meters. 9,000 meters. 6,000 meters. 3,000 meters. The fighting would break out at any moment. The founding patriarch's arm was just about to fall. The arch-patriarch's mouth opened to speak. And within the Donjon region of the Ninth Formation's giant incarnation, Bazius Hun could be seen, his eyes completely bloodshot, his heart twisting with anxiety. He did not want these two sects to go to war, nor did he wish to see people die. From a young age until now, all he cared about was living forever. He wanted to keep on living, and he wanted all the people he knew to keep on living with him. His anxiety began to turn into madness, and in that moment of deep apprehension, he howled a howl that could shake heaven and earth. He had already decided it was time to put his life on the line. Just as the two sides were about to clash, he shot out alone from within the Ninth Formation giant. Nobody could ever have anticipated that he would fly out alone in such a way. In the heat of the moment, when everyone was focused completely on the fighting which was about to take place, no one could have imagined that they would see Bazius Hun flying out of the Ninth Formation in a beam of light, a pair of wings fluttering at his back as he sped out of the Luotian mountains. The glowing shield that protected the Luotian mountains was designed to defend against the Bloodstream sect, and would do nothing to members of the Spirit Stream sect. Before anyone could react, Bazius Hun was hovering in the air outside of the Luotian mountains. Everyone in the Spirit Stream sect was completely and utterly shocked, and immediately began to cry out in alarm. Big Fatty Zhang's eyes went wide, and his mind spun. He simply couldn't imagine what Bazius Hun was doing flying out alone. Bazius Hun, what are you doing? Get back here. Huziomai was in one of the giants, and as soon as she saw what was happening, a tremor ran through her, and she screamed, Big Bazius Hun, you! Third Fatty Hai and Zubakai both gasped, and their eyes went wide. They almost felt like their minds were being struck by lightning. Zhuzinki was in control of one of the spell formation giants, and although she almost couldn't believe what was happening, she cried, Bazius Hun. Li King was one of the legacy echelon cultivators high up in the air, shining like a star. However, when he saw Bazius Hun fly out into the open, his eyes went wide as if with madness. What are you doing, Bazius Hun? ? He wasn't the only one who almost went crazy. Sect leader Zhenyu Ondong reacted with a similar shout of anger, and even the founding patriarch gasped in disbelief. Ghost Fang, Bane Lai, Zhu Song and all the other chosen were dumbstruck. A tremor ran through Shangguan Danyu, and at the same time, a spark of joy flickered in his heart as he realized that Bazius Hun would almost certainly be killed. All of this takes some time to describe, but from the instant that Bazius Hun flew out until the crowd reacted, only a moment passed. Even as everyone gaped in shock, Li King and the patriarchs prepared to fly out and retrieve Bazius Hun. Out beyond the border of the mountains, right between the two sects, Bazius Hun roared, Stop! No fighting, everyone! Listen to me! Despite his words, no one seemed inclined to stop. Furthermore, it only took a moment for the shocked members of the Bloodstream sect to realize who they were looking at. Bazius Hun. Song Ke was the first. Madness rose up in his eyes, and threw his head back and laughed uproariously. Without any hesitation, he launched into motion. Have a death wish, huh? Allow me to make your wish come true. Song Ke wasn't the only one to react in such a way. More Bloodstream sect disciples recognized Bazius Hun, and were instantly delighted. Roaring with laughter, they all charged in his direction. Is this Bazius Hun a complete moron, or what? I can't believe he flew out alone. It doesn't matter why, and it doesn't matter if it's a trap, I'm gonna kill him. Ha ha ha. Bazius Hun's in the open now, and he's not gonna make it back alive. Numerous figures flew out from the Bloodstream sect. As for the Blood Masters near the boundless darkness, they had already discussed among themselves how to kill Bazius Hun during the fighting. However, they knew that, considering how important he was to the Spirit Stream sect, it wasn't likely they would have a chance to fight him alone. And yet, Bazius Hun had just foolishly flown out by himself, only to shout infantile words about stopping and not fighting. Laughing at the tops of their lungs, the three blood masters flew out as quickly as bolts of lightning. Even Song Jun was spurred into action. Master God Diviner, Li, and numerous others were all striving to be the first to attack Bazius Hun. Kill Bazius Hun. The two armies weren't very far away from each other to begin with, placing all the people who wanted to kill Bazius Hun very close. As that happened, the Song clan patriarch laughed. Very amusing, he said, taking a step forward. Just as he was about to attack and kill Bazius Hun, the Spirit Stream Sex Patriarch Ironwood teleported out to block his path. Rumbling sounds could be heard as Patriarch Limitless flew out, and yet, Patriarch Li Zimo gave a cold snort and rushed to block him. The Spirit Stream Sex Founding Patriarch flew out with a grim face and a murderous aura. His intention was to grab Bazius Hun and bring him back behind the shield, but before he could get close, a teleportation interrupted him as the Bloodstream Sex Arch-Patriarch appeared in front of him. No words were spoken. Everyone immediately unleashed attacks. Countless giants sprang out from the Luotian mountains, driven by Hu Yunfei and other friends of Bazius Hun. They along with Li King all had one goal, save Bazius Hun. Bazius Hun, get back here. Bazius Hun could see that his words were being completely ignored. The patriarchs were already starting to fight, and the Bloodstream sect army was moment away. There he was in the middle of the battlefield, watching as both sides prepared to slam into each other. As for the cultivators who were coming to try to kill him, they were only about 300 meters away. Li was using some unknown method to fly at incredible speed, putting him among the closest of the group. Bazius Hun was starting to get very nervous. Eyes shining madly, and clearly throwing caution to the wind, he roared at the Bloodstream sect cultivators, "Back down, all of you." In response, the Bloodstream sect cultivators laughed at the tops of the lungs. Bazius Hun, I was under the mistaken belief that you were a true chosen, but it turns out that you're just a lunatic. Ha ha ha. I can't believe you think we're going to retreat. Who do you think you are? Bazius Hun, you might be the Heaven Dao Foundation establishment cultivator of the Spirit Stream sect, but on this battlefield, you're going to be a corpse in a matter of moments. After hearing Bazius Hun's words, the three blood masters were convinced that he was a complete madman. Li threw his head back and laughed uproariously, pushing forward with even greater speed. He didn't necessarily want to be the person to kill Bazius Hun, he just wanted to be the first to land an attack on him. What a great story that would make in the future. Are you kidding me? Li cried. You Spirit Stream sect scoundrel. What gives you the right to tell us what to do? Bazius Hun's face was grim as he stared at the incoming Bloodstream sect cultivators. Slapping his bag of holding, he produced his Night Crypt mask. Flicking his sleeve, he said, what gives me the right? I'm the Blood Master of Middle Peak. Those words brimmed with murderous intentions, with veins of steel, with madness, with devilishness. As he placed the mask onto his face, a shocking aura erupted out to fill the world. Chapter 280, Patriarchs, Stop This War. What gives me the right? I'm the Blood Master of Middle Peak. Two sects were on the verge of war, and were literally moments away from fierce fighting. But then, Bazius Hun's voice rang out loud and clear for everyone to hear. His words were backed by a towering blood chi that erupted out in all directions, making his voice indescribably awe-inspiring. He wasn't attempting to be sinister, but because he was wearing his Night Crypt mask, he naturally reverted to the way he had been in the Bloodstream sect. His voice was cold and ghastly, and a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering murderous aura raged around him, causing everything to go silent. The implication behind the words he had just spoken was something no one could ever have predicted. Both sects were immediately shaken, their hearts battered by great waves of shock that threatened to overwhelm them. From a distance, the Spirit Stream sect and the Bloodstream sect looked like two enormous clouds, one white and one red. Parts of those clouds were already starting to intersect, and yet they now ceased moving. Everyone slowly looked over. At the spot between the two sects, the spot where numerous Spirit Stream sect cultivators were rushing to provide defense, and numerous Bloodstream sect cultivators were speeding with murderous intentions. Everyone was now looking at Bazius Hun. Li, who was one of the closest to Bazius Hun, felt as if his mind were being struck by lightning. Eyes widening, he began to tremble, and forgot to breathe. He was completely struck mute. Echoing in his mind were the words Bazius Hun had just spoken. And his eyes were now faced with the Blood Master of Middle Peak, Night Crypt. Your Night Crypt, he said, trembling. Ever since the trial by fire for Blood Master, Li's fear of Night Crypt had fermented, and now, he was completely dumbstruck. The blood chi and murderous aura swirling around Bazius Hun made it so that he didn't need to offer any proof. Li was immediately convinced. Beyond the shadow of a doubt. that this was Middle Peak's Bloodmaster Night Crypt. He wasn't the only one to give voice to his shock. Not too far away from him was Master God Diviner, who had just been bubbling with excitement at the thought of killing Bazish-hun and growing his reputation. However, as soon as Bazish-hun put that mask on, he turned into something that haunted Master God Diviner's nightmares. Night Crypt. Night Crypt. He shrieked. This is impossible. Those two weren't the only ones among the charging Bloodstream sect disciples. Moments ago, vicious, murderous grins had covered their faces, but now they were gasping. Their eyes were as wide as if they had been struck across the face with a piece of wood. Why you? How is this even possible? Heavens. Night Crypt the Plague Devil. Is Bazish-hun? I can't believe they're the same person. Zhu Xiaoshan was so surprised he almost bit off his tongue. Never before in his entire life had he witnessed anything this outrageous. It almost seemed more unbelievable than the hallucinations he'd experienced on Corpse Peak. In fact, he was nearly convinced that he was seeing things. Then there was Song Kei, whose killing intent had previously been raging. Now, everything was reversed. His mind almost couldn't keep up with what was happening, and he hovered there, mouth gaping, trembling, eyes blanker than they had ever been in his life. It was a difficult thing for him to accept. As far as Song Kei was concerned, Night Crypt was an enemy, and Bazish-hun was an even more so an enemy. Unexpectedly, those two enemies were actually one and the same. The battlefield instantly went silent. Even the patriarchs of the two sects forgot to fight, and simply looked down at Bazish-hun. The Song clan patriarch's expression was that of shock and other mixed emotions. Patriarch Limitless seemed surprised and suspicious. The Spirit Stream sect's founding patriarch, as well as Patriarch Ironwood, seemed incapable of believing the preposterous scene which was playing out in front of their eyes. The Legacy Echelon cultivators and the Blood Rippers were just as shocked as everyone else. As for the three Bloodmasters who Bazish-hun had previously sworn an oath with, they felt like their minds were about to explode. Night Crypt. Is Bazish-hun? Murmured the Bloodmaster from Lesser Marsh Peak. He suddenly felt as if his world had been turned upside down. The Bloodstream sect cultivators weren't the only ones to be shaken. Once Bazish-hun put on the mask and turned into Night Crypt, the Spirit Stream sect cultivators felt as if lightning and thunder were bashing their minds. Gasps rose up within the Luotian mountains, along with countless cries of surprise, alarm, disbelief, and incredulity. Shangguan Danyu had been laughing coldly as he waited in anticipation for Bazish-hun to be killed. But now, his eyes were on the verge of popping out of his skull. As he panted, his mind devolved into a complete blank. Ghost Fang, Gong Sun Yun, Bane Lai, and the other chosen of the Spirit Stream sect were all profoundly shaken. That was especially true of Zhuzinki, whose eyes couldn't have been wider. To her, it seemed as if the world of this moment was a completely preposterous place. She suddenly remembered what Bazish-hun had said to Huziomai, that when Bazish-hun was around, Night Crypt wouldn't dare to show his face. This. Zhuzinki felt as if everything around her was devolving into chaos. Some distance away, Huziomai was gaping in shock. She almost couldn't reconcile that the grand and lofty Bazish-hun that existed in her heart was also the most terrifying of all cultivators, Night Crypt. She wasn't the only one who had such a reaction. Hu Yunfei, Big Fatty Zhang, and Third Fatty Hai were all left completely speechless. As for Li Qingyu, he suddenly felt as if he didn't even know Bazish-hun, and could do nothing more than stare in shock. Even as everyone reeled, Bazish-hun looked at the hosts from the Bloodstream sect, swished his sleeve, and then spoke in an infinitely cold and raspy voice. How dare you fail to offer greetings to a Bloodmaster? Even as the words left his mouth, he drew upon his undying live forever technique, causing the energy of a Bloodmaster to ripple out. All cultivators from Middle Peak instantly felt an unstoppable pressure weighing down upon them. It was a profound and dignified pressure that instantly changed the feeling of the battlefield for them. Trembling, Jia Lai was the first to fall to his knees to kowtow. Then came Master God Diviner. As the moments ticked by, the previously maddened disciples of Middle Peak began to drop to their knees. As the shocked Spirit Stream sect cultivators looked on, even Song Kei was forced by Bazish-hun's Bloodmaster pressure to drop down and kowtow. Greetings, Middle Peak Bloodmaster. More and more such cries rang out, until all of the Middle Peak cultivators were on their knees, trembling, even the ones further back within the army. At a broad glance, it was possible to tell that the number of people who were prostrating themselves to Bazish-hun made up a full 20% of the army. That was all of Middle Peak. There was only one person that Bazish-hun didn't cause any pressure to weigh down upon. That person was about 30 meters away from him, trembling, eyes filled with disbelief, pain, and other mixed emotions. She was the Grand Elder of Middle Peak, Song Jun. Her reaction was different from the reactions of the others. Mostly, she felt pain, After Night Crypt had gone missing, she had barely been able to sleep. She had poured all the resources at her disposal into searching for him. She had even implored the Song clan patriarch to help. Just when the war was about to be fought, she had sat alone atop the huge blood sword, thinking about Night Crypt, and wondering where he was. From the moment he had gone missing, her heart had been filled with a bitter melancholy. Never could she possibly have imagined that it would be on this very battlefield, under these circumstances, that she would once again lay eyes on him. Everything was quiet as Song Jung looked at Night Crypt. After a long moment, she spoke, her voice laced with bitterness and pain. Just. Who are you? Are you Night Crypt, or Baziish-hun? Who are you? ? She was trembling, her eyes were bloodshot, and it was impossible to prevent the emotions she felt from ringing out in her words. Baziish-hun didn't respond immediately. Even he wasn't completely sure how he felt about Song Jung. However, when he saw the tears welling up in her eyes, he softly replied, I'm both. Song Jung's tears flowed down her cheeks. Then dropped slowly down to the ground below. You're both. So everything was a sham. She felt like a fool. As she thought back to everything that had occurred between herself and Night Crypt, her heart filled with stabs of pain. Weakness flooded through her, and she began to weep like a helpless child. Baziish-hun gritted his teeth and looked up at the patriarchs of the two sects. Raising his voice, he said, I am Baziish-hun, Legacy Echelon Designate of the Spirit Stream Sect. I'm also the Blood Master of Middle Peak, Night Crypt. Patriarchs, stop this war. Fighting isn't the only way to solve the problems we face. Both sides need something that can be a basis for trust between the two sects. Well, can't I be the basis of that trust? His words spread across most of the battlefield, and the cultivators who heard them said nothing in response. The Song clan patriarch hovered in midair, hesitating. Although he couldn't quickly accept the fact that Night Crypt was Baziish-hun, one thing was for certain, it didn't matter who Night Crypt was, he was still the Blood Master of Middle Peak, and he cultivated Middle Peak's magics. However, despite how much the sect cared about Blood Master Night Crypt, they wouldn't allow a Blood Master to interfere with matters that could affect the survival of the sect as a whole. The Song clan patriarch was just about to say something when Patriarch Droughtflame suddenly began to laugh coldly. Eyes glittering, he cried out in a sinister voice, Blood Master Night Crypt has been captured by the Spirit Stream Sect. What a vile and shameless act, Spirit Stream Sect. How dare you attempt to use our own Blood Master against us? Today, I will eradicate you, destroy your legacies, and exterminate every member of your sect. Men, bring the Blood Master back into the blood clouds. With that, he waved his sleeve. The fighting was now about to break out again. Chapter 281, Bloodstream Sect, stand down this instant. Patriarch Droughtflame's reaction came very quickly, and almost immediately reversed the unfavorable situation which had just sprung up because of Baziish-hun. By defaming the Spirit Stream Sect, he gave the Bloodstream Sect cultivators a reason to sink back into rage. The three Blood Masters' eyes glittered, and it was the same with Sankei and the other important figures in the sect. Three of the Blood Reapers, as well as some of the Prime Elders, unhesitatingly shot toward Baziish-hun. The Spirit Stream Sect's founding patriarch laughed coldly. Complete hogwash. Baziish-hun is a Heaven Dao cultivator of the Spirit Stream Sect. However, he is young and naive, and was clearly bewitched by your demonic magic. How dare you try to kidnap him right in front of me? Men, get Baziish-hun back to the mountains. I'll personally expel the Bloodstream Sect's demonic magic from within him. Almost immediately, cultivators from the Spirit Stream Sect side sprang into action, including Li King, who shot forward at top speed toward Baziish-hun. Legacy Echelon cultivators closed in, along with Prime Elders, barreling toward the Bloodstream Sect forces, preparing to unleash powerful attacks to fight over Baziish-hun. Baziish-hun was again the focus of the entire battlefield. Although he wasn't of supreme importance to either sect, neither was willing to give him up easily. The Bloodstream Sect wanted to fight for Night Crypt, to dispel the disadvantage that had appeared. As for the Spirit Stream Sect, they wanted Baziish-hun back, and to cause the Bloodstream Sect's disadvantage to worsen. Rumbling echoed out through heaven and earth as the fighting once again broke out. Up in the sky, the patriarchs were unleashing attacks. The Legacy Echelon cultivators were fighting with the Blood Reapers. Prime Elders from both sides were unleashing magical techniques and items, causing bright light to fill the sky. The Bloodstream Sect's Grand Lich let loose a terrifying howl, and numerous refined corpses raced into motion. As they moved along, corpse auras spread out everywhere. Among those corpses, Baziish-hun could see some that belonged to him, and knew that he could force them to stand down. However, a few corpses among an army like that didn't count for much. They were like a few grains of sand in a sea. When it came to the gargoyles, they cackled madly as they swept out from the Bloodstream Sect forces in preparation to attack. Then there were the countless blood swords. As a blood master, Bazius Hun could suppress Middle Peak, but there were multiple past blood masters who were now blood rippers. Although their level of control of the mountain peak couldn't match up to the current blood master, by combining forces and drawing upon the support of the patriarchs, they quickly suppressed Bazius Hun's blood master powers, allowing the Middle Peak cultivators to fight once more. Rumbling filled heaven and earth as the body cultivators from Lesser Marsh Peak sprang into action. The Spirit Stream Sect's spell formation giants roared into action as they charged toward the Bloodstream Sect. Killing intent erupted from Shangguan Danyu's giant, and it was the same with those controlled by Ghost Fang, Gong Sun Yun, Bane Lai, Zusong and Shizinki. Countless battle beasts from the North Bank howled as they flew out, a tide of beasts that was shocking to behold. The Heaven Horn Ink Dragon roared, black flames erupting from his mouth, filling the sky and creating a sea of fire. Down below, more spell formation giants pounded across the ground toward the Bloodstream Sect army. As they closed in on each other, magical battle equipment was unleashed, causing everything to shake and tremble. Higher up in the sky, the Spirit Stream Sect's White Sun and the Bloodstream Sect's Scarecrow both began to emanate shocking fluctuations. A bitter look could be seen in Bazius Hun's eyes. Even revealing his status as Blood Master wasn't enough to prevent the war from being fought. He looked around at all of the familiar faces fighting, and it made him feel like he was being torn apart inside. "Why do we have to fight?" he murmured. "This war obviously doesn't have to happen. Am I just not strong enough? Is that why nobody will listen to me?" As he looked around, he realized the truth of the matter. Although both sects cared deeply about him, he simply wasn't strong enough, and definitely not important enough, to influence a massive, deadly war like this. However, as far as he was concerned, if one sect wiped the other out, he would definitely see many familiar faces cut down, regardless of who came out victorious. As he stood there trembling, he realized there was no backing down now. Nor did he need to. His cultivation base erupted as he flew up into the air, to once again stand between the two sides and roar. "I said. You people aren't allowed to keep fighting." His voice echoed out like thunder, and caused a few people to hesitate. However, the majority ignored him. As for Song K, his smile grew even colder, and inside, he was mocking Bazius Hun. Master God Diviner, Geolai and everyone else from Middle Peak were now freed from Bazius Hun's Blood Master powers. Thanks to the Blood Rippers, they were now free to fight. Eyes flickering, hearts filled with all sorts of thoughts and feelings, they sprang into motion. Only Song Jun maintained her silence, and didn't attack. Because of the tears which still filled her eyes, her grief seemed even more profound than before. Bazius Hun waved his sleeve, brushing away the first round of attacks levied against him. Bloodshot eyes filled with madness, he roared, "Didn't you people hear me? I said. You're not allowed to keep fighting." Unfortunately, his words were like a pebble tossed into a well, which would cause a few ripples on the surface of the water, but nothing more. The Song Clan Patriarch sighed and said, "Night Crypt, my son, don't waste your words. Your position makes you overly sensitive, so just leave the battlefield. There's no need for you to fight in this war. You can't control what's happening here." Meanwhile, Patriarch Ironwood was fighting him with utter ferocity. The Spirit Stream Sect's founding patriarch sighed inwardly, then said, "Ziash Hun, since the Bloodstream Sect is determined to fight, then any words you speak are useless. I understand how you feel, so just go back to the Luotian Mountains. There's no need for you to join in the fighting." The Bloodstream Sect's Archpatriarch attacked with greater force than before, even drawing upon some of his magical items. Booms rose up into the air, and shockwaves spread out across the battlefield. Bazius Hun was shaking visibly as he looked around at the fighting. Finally, he lifted his right hand. He knew what he had to do now, and that it would likely be a disaster for the Bloodstream Sect. Memories from the Bloodstream Sect flitted through his mind, and yet, he had no other choice. Filled with resolve, he threw his head back and let out a piercing howl. That howl contained the fluctuations of his cultivation base, the power of his undying live forever technique, and even more importantly, the accumulation of all the madness he felt in his heart. His blood chi erupted, rumbling out to form a gigantic blood-colored column of light that shot up into the air. Voice resonating with matchless dignity and splendor, he roared, "Bloodstream Sect, stand down this instant." With that, he shoved his right hand out in the direction of the Bloodstream Sect. Instantly, rumbling sounds filled heaven and earth, and the blood-colored light which surrounded him began to spread out rapidly. The heavens shook and the earth quaked as, in the blink of an eye, the light covered everything on the entire battlefield. The sky shook as a huge blood-colored vortex sprang into being, which then transformed into an indescribably large blood-colored arm. The arm filled the sky, and mirrored Bazius Hun's own gesture, shoving toward the army from the Bloodstream Sect. A matchless and awe-inspiring power immediately emanated out from the arm, causing intense pressure to instantly spring out. Many people had already taken note of the huge hand. When the patriarchs of the Bloodstream sect saw it, and especially the taciturn arch-patriarch, their faces immediately fell. The shoving motion of the hand instantly caused the cultivators of Lesser Marsh Peak to tremble. Their faces went pale and filled with expressions of astonishment as they realized that all of the techniques they cultivated were being thrown into utter chaos. It was like some unheard-of ceiling mark were suddenly crushing down onto them. In the blink of an eye, the battle prowess of all Lesser Marsh Peak cultivators was unexpectedly reduced by half. It wasn't just the Lesser Marsh Peak cultivators that were affected. Corpse Peak, Middle Peak, and Nameless Peak cultivators were all shocked, and began to cry out in alarm. What's going on? My cultivation base is destabilizing. How is this possible? My cultivation base is actually being sealed. It wasn't just the cultivators on the battlefield who were affected, the refined corpses, the gargoyles, the blood swords, everything suffered from the crushing pressure. Screams of terror rang out. Even the blood clouds began to dim, and the blood swords began to dry up. As for the Bloodstream sect patriarchs, their hearts and minds were spinning. To their shock, they found that even their cultivation bases were being suppressed. Their very essences were being affected, making it impossible to fight back against the pressure. Anyone who practiced any cultivation that was connected to the Blood Ancestor could not avoid this curse. Chapter 282, I Really Get It. The Blood Masters of Lesser Marsh Peak, Corpse Peak, and Nameless Peak were shaking visibly, and blue veins were bulging out on their necks and faces. They could instantly sense an indescribable pressure crushing down onto them, wresting away their Blood Master powers. Their ability to control the cultivators of their own mountain peaks was being taken away, and there was nothing they could do to stop it. In the briefest of instants, they went from occupying a high and lofty position, to being nothing more than ordinary cultivators. The Grand Elders of the same three mountain peaks were equally cowed. Song Jun's face paled, and her eyes shone with disbelief. The fact that Bazia's Hun and Nightcrypt were one and the same was a development that had shaken countless people, but that shock was like nothing compared to what they were experiencing now. Impossible. I'm the Blood Master of Corpse Peak. What exactly is going on? I can't believe a simple gesture on his part can suppress all of us. Considering the Blood Masters and Grand Elders were reacting in that way, there was no need to even considering how the other cultivators felt. Master God Diviner, Jialai, Song K, Zuzio Shan, and everyone else in the Bloodstream sect were completely rocked. It didn't matter what they wanted to happen, they had all cultivated based on the Blood Ancestor, and as such, were now being crushed by Bazia's Hun. Bazia's Hun waved his hand, causing a vortex to spring up and an enormous blood-colored arm to appear, and that one act changed the entire situation on the battlefield. Boundless and shocking rumbling sounds echoed out as everyone from the Bloodstream sect, including outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples, the cultivators who inhabited the four mountain peaks, the prime elders, and even the blood drippers and patriarchs, were affected. All of them were shaken, and their faces fell. It would be an understatement to say that in their world, the sun and moon had gone dark. All of the Bloodstream sect's glory and power was fading. No longer did they have the advantage in any sense of the word. They were weakening, and because of the sudden turnaround, countless disciples' minds began to collapse. Chaos instantly gripped the Bloodstream sect. As the chaos spread, it quickly became apparent that the Bloodstream sect was on the verge of collapsing. It was in that moment that someone, it was impossible to say who, suddenly let out a cry of terror that echoed in all directions. The Blood Lord. This is the power of the legendary Blood Lord. Heavens. Nightcrypt. Bazia's Hun. I can't believe he's actually become the Blood Lord. Blood Devil. Such cries began to echo out one after another. Everyone was shaking inwardly, and those who hadn't been quick to realize what was happening were dumbstruck as they heard what the others were saying. The patriarchs up the sky felt their strength fading away, and their faces flickered as they began to cry out. I can't believe the Blood Devil is real. The Blood Lord has come. Nightcrypt acquired the Blood Lord legacy. How? How can we keep fighting now? Question mark. Amidst the chaos, the cultivators of the Bloodstream sect all began to look up into the sky at the person who was single-handedly suppressing all of them, Bazia's Hun. Bazia's Hun's hair was whipping about in the wind as he hovered there. Although he looked slightly more impressive than a Blood Master, he still didn't seem capable of altering the tide of a deadly battle such as the one which was about to be fought. And yet, everything had already changed. Someone who could single-handedly suppress an entire sect was not a person who could be disregarded. He was not a person who could be ignored. Bazia's Hun took a deep breath. With the Spirit Stream sect cultivators behind him, he stared out at the Bloodstream sect, and although his raspy voice wasn't very loud, it somehow filled the entire battlefield. Now will you people listen to me? Bloodstream sect, If you really want to exterminate the Spirit Stream sect, then you'll have to do so over my dead body. Bezius Hun's energy erupted, causing blood-colored light to shoot high into the sky. At the same time, the pressure weighing down on the Bloodstream sect increased, and his words seemed to crash like thunder in their ears. The refined corpses were trembling, and one by one, began to bow their heads. The Grand Lich's eyes seemed to burn with sparks of flame as it threw its head back and roared, flying through the air to stand in front of Bezius Hun. His emerald zombie let out a similar howl, causing countless green hairs to shoot out into the surrounding zombies. In response, the other zombies' pupils dilated, and they suddenly turned on their masters in the Bloodstream sect. Things weren't over yet. Among the cloud of gargoyles was one seemingly ordinary gargoyle who suddenly let out an ear-piercing cry, causing all of the other gargoyles to similarly turn on the Bloodstream sect and bare their fangs. Now, not only had the Bloodstream sect's cultivators been suppressed, more than half of the power at their disposal had been taken away from them. The Bloodstream sect patriarchs looked at Bezius Hun with ashen faces and unprecedentedly complex expressions. He's the Blood Lord. Whether it was the Archpatriarch, Patriarch Limitless or even the Song Clan Patriarch, the complex emotions in their eyes were completely beyond description. Had they known earlier that Nightcrypt was the Blood Lord, then the war definitely wouldn't have ended up like this. There were mixed attitudes in the Bloodstream sect regarding the legendary Blood Devil. Some people longed for him to appear, others did not. If the Blood Lord turned out to be an ordinary disciple, then he could be easily controlled and restricted, and could be forced to only do things that would benefit the Bloodstream sect. But now, contrary to all expectations, Bezius Hun turned out to be the Blood Lord. The Song Clan Patriarch maintained bitter silence. The Archpatriarch seemed to be in a daze. Nobody knew what to think. As for Patriarch Limitless, he said nothing, and yet a bizarre light flickered in his eyes. Off to the side, Patriarch Droughtflame had his head bowed low, making it impossible for anyone to read his expression. Song Jung was in the crowd, looking at Bezius Hun with a smile that was vastly more bitter than the bitterness in the hearts of anyone around her. As she looked up at Bezius Hun, she was struck with the sensation that the gap between them was only continuing to grow wider. She slowly bowed her head. She wanted to be able to hide, to be able to flee. As of this moment, she had no desire whatsoever to even see Bezius Hun. When Bezius Hun saw the silence of the Bloodstream sect, the mixed expressions on the faces of the patriarchs, and the gloominess of Song Jun, his heart prickled with pain. However, there was nothing else he could do. He had been nervous from the very beginning until now. Finally, from what he could tell, there was no way that the fighting could continue. "There isn't any need to fight each other," he said softly. "I can represent the Spirit Stream sect on your behalf too." However, before he could finish speaking, a droning sound rose up into the air from the Spirit Stream sect side of the battlefield as intense fluctuations sprang up from the Grand Spell formation in the Luotian Mountains. Bezius Hun's eyes went wide, and he looked over his shoulder to see that all of the patriarchs had strange expressions on their faces. That was especially true of the founding patriarch, whose eyes glittered with brilliant light. He had been shaken by everything which had occurred. Never could he possibly have imagined that Bezius Hun would not only be a blood master, but would also have become the Bloodstream sect's legendary Blood Lord. The importance of someone like that couldn't be understated. Not only could he suppress the Bloodstream sect and reverse the tide of battle, he could provide them with an opportunity the likes of which could rarely be come across. To see that opportunity right in front of them caused the 5 patriarchs of the Spirit Stream sect to be completely shaken. Of course they cared about Bezius Hun, but at the same time, this was a matter that pertained to the survival of their sect. In a moment like this, they were willing to betray their consciences for the benefit of the sect. After exchanging glances with the other patriarchs, the founding patriarch threw his head back and laughed. "Excellent. Bezius Hun, you have performed a great service for the sect today. Henceforth, you are a member of the Legacy Echelon, and are also the Junior Patriarch. Spirit Stream sect, attack. Exterminate the Bloodstream sect." The founding patriarch immediately waved his hand, and the 4 other patriarchs shot in the direction of the Bloodstream sect's patriarchs. At the same time, the spell formation in the Luotian Mountains began to shine with glittering light, and the giant incarnations, after a brief pause, charged forth, roaring. Countless battle beasts from the north bank howled. That group of battle beasts comprised roughly 30% of the prowess of the Spirit Stream sect, and they were currently pouring out to cover heaven and earth. This was an opportunity to mobilize the entire sect to inflict heavy losses on the Bloodstream sect, and create a foundation for the Spirit Stream sect that would last for 10,000 years. The Bloodstream sect was completely shaken. Almost simultaneously, all of them let out unyielding roars. However, there was nowhere to retreat to, and their hearts were all filled with grief, as well as profound hatred for Bezius Hun. "I despise you, Nightcrypt. Who cares about blood masters and blood lords? You say you represent the Spirit Stream sect? Ha ha ha. Night Crypt. You're nothing. Night Crypt, even if I die in battle today, my ghost will haunt you for generations to come. As their bitter laughter rang out, the three Blood Masters, the Prime Elders, and the Blood Drippers drew upon all the battle prowess they could muster. As for the patriarchs, they gritted their teeth and let out anguished howls. Bazius Hun stared in shock at the Spirit Stream Sect patriarchs. Never could he have imagined that the Spirit Stream Sect would choose to attack in this moment. Staggering backward, he suddenly began to laugh, a laughter that almost seemed to be weeping. How naive of me. I thought that suppressing one side would end the war. How wrong I was. I get it now. I really, truly get it. I overestimated my position. I misjudged my own status. Well then, Spirit Stream Sect, you're my family, but as of this moment, I need to show you the true limits of my power. Looking up, his hair whipping about him, he waved his right hand in the direction of the Spirit Stream Sect. He was calling someone. Bruiser. Chapter 283, Now Can You People Listen? In almost the same instant that the words left Bazius Hun's mouth, Bruiser raised his head from amidst the boundless cloud of battle beasts in the Spirit Stream Sect army, and then let out a roar that could shake heaven and earth. As his roar echoed out, he began to grow larger. 9 meters. 30 meters. 60 meters. 90 meters. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into something like a small mountain, bristling with intense energy, with black flames roiling out from beneath his feet. He had the head of a dragon and the body of a horse, and as of this moment, was bursting with heaven-shaking, earth-shattering power. That was power that only a Beast King could possess. This was none other than Beast King energy. Incredible rumbling echoed out as Bruiser shot forward with lightning speed, then spun to a halt in front of Bazius Hun and let out a deafening howl. Although there were mixed emotions in his eyes, he didn't hesitate. Regardless of the circumstances, he would do anything that Bazius Hun asked of him, even if that meant fighting against the Spirit Stream Sect. As long as he was with Bazius Hun, he didn't care. There was only one important person in his life, and that was his father. Back when he'd lacked the power to even live, that person had offered soft, warm comfort, and that was something that Bruiser would never forget for his entire life. His roar contained the power of a Beast King, and caused all of the Spirit Stream Sect's battle beasts to shiver, and then turn toward their masters and howl. The cry of countless battle beasts caused brightly colored light to flash in heaven and earth. Everyone in the Spirit Stream Sect was completely, utterly shocked, and began to cry out in astonishment. This. What are you doing, Bazius Hun? Question mark. Heavens. Bruiser, you. The Spirit Stream Sect was struck by chaos. Their ranks began to dissolve, and the sudden change on the part of the battle beasts ensured that the forces of the North Bank were completely thrown out of order. Even more shocking was that, after a brief moment of hesitation, the Heaven-Horn Ink Dragon looked down at Bruiser, and then sped into motion. A moment later, he was right next to Bruiser, staring out at the Spirit Stream Sect. Countless shouts of alarm rose up. The Patriarchs, the Prime Elders and the Legacy Echelon Cultivators all felt like they were going mad, and their eyes shone with intense disbelief. To them, Bazius Hun was a Heaven Dao expert and Legacy Echelon designate. If he reached core formation, it would be virtually impossible to find anyone who could be a match for him. However, at a single word from him, Bruiser caused all of the North Bank's battle beasts to change sides. This sudden turn of events was something that, regardless of Bazius Hun's status or position, no one could ever have possibly predicted would happen. As of this moment, the Spirit Stream Sect as a whole was just as shaken as the Bloodstream Sect had been moments ago. Shangguan Danyu's hands were clenched into fists, and rage burned in his eyes. Mixed emotions could be seen on the faces of Ghost Fang, Bane Lai, Gong Sung Yun, Zhu Song, and all of the other chosen. Zhu Xingqi was struck mute, and Hu Yunfei's eyes were wide. As for Hu Xiaomai, her jaw dropped, and her heart began to pound rapidly. Big Fatty Zhang, Third Fatty Hai, Chenf, and Bazius Hun's other friends were all dumbstruck, completely and utterly shaken, even left reeling, by Bazius Hun's actions. Mixed feelings could also be seen in Li Qing's eyes. However, as he continued to look at Bazius Hun, those feelings coalesced into a gleam of approval. Bazius Hun has grown up, he murmured. As the Spirit Stream Sect was shaken, and as the founding patriarch and other leaders looked in astonishment at Bazius Hun took a deep breath. The Bloodstream Sect was at his back now as he looked up at the patriarchs. His heart burned with grief, he didn't want these two sets to go to war. After a moment of silence, he said, if you want to exterminate the Bloodstream Sect, then just like I said before, you'll have to do it over Bazius Hun's dead body. Although his voice sounded sad, the determination therein was plain for all to see, and left everyone shaken. The patriarchs of the Bloodstream Sect were trembling. The Blood Drippers, Prime Elders, and the three Blood Masters were all shaking, strange and indescribable emotions rising up in them as they looked at Baziush-hun. Zuzio-shan, Song-K, and Ji-Lai had similar reactions. In this most critical of moments, Baziush-hun was stepping forward bravely on their behalf, causing warm feelings to suddenly rise up in their hearts. As they looked at Baziush-hun standing there, his back to them as he faced the Spirit Stream sect, using his own life to protect theirs, he once again became Night-Crypt from Middle Peak. A tremor ran through Song Jun as she looked up at Baziush-hun. Once again, a bright glow appeared in her eyes. As of this moment, all eyes on the battlefield were fixed solely on Baziush-hun. No one could afford to ignore his words now. Now, they had to pay attention. He had single-handedly changed the course of the battle. He alone had suppressed the Bloodstream sect and the Spirit Stream sect alike. Now will you people listen to me? He asked quietly, looking at the patriarchs of both the Bloodstream sect and the Spirit Stream sect. Although his words seemed laced with sadness, they also contained something that made it impossible for anyone to refuse him. He suddenly seemed far more powerful and glorious than anyone could have imagined, someone who could force everyone else to stay their hands. Why are we doing all this fighting and killing? What is the point of all this death? We're all cultivators of the eastern lower reaches of the cultivation world, right? Is the point of our cultivation really just to kill people? In response to his words, the Spirit Stream sect cultivators sank into further silence, as did the Bloodstream sect. The only sound on the battlefield was Baziush-hun's voice. Cultivation is supposed to be about living forever, right? Magical techniques are supposed to be used to protect ourselves, aren't they? If we can avoid all the death and killing, then couldn't we find some better solutions to our problems? Why don't we at least give it a try? Although he started out speaking quietly, his voice continued to grow louder and louder until he was yelling. Pain stabbed at his heart, and his eyes were completely bloodshot. He looked around at all the familiar faces, and could see people who were bleeding and wounded from the little bit of fighting which had already taken place. The pain he felt grew stronger. I'm just a cowardly cultivator who's scared of death. But you know what? It's not just the idea of my death that scares me. I don't want to see my family die. I don't want my fellow sect members to die, and I don't want my friends to die. I don't want anybody to die, not in the Spirit Stream sect, and not in the Bloodstream sect either. As his voice grew louder and louder, the cultivators from the Spirit Stream sect bowed their heads. In the Bloodstream sect, numerous clenched fists slowly relaxed. The patriarchs of both sects heard Baziush-hun's words, and it gave rise to complex feelings within their hearts. I didn't have to jump out in the middle of you two. I could have just stood by and watched you kill each other. Whether the Bloodstream sect or the Spirit Stream sect won in the end, I would have survived. After all, I'm a Bloodmaster of the Bloodstream sect, and I'm essentially in the legacy echelon of the Spirit Stream sect. But I didn't want that. If all of you hate me and blame me, that's fine, as long as I can stop you from killing each other. As he yelled, tears welled up in his eyes. His words shook many people down to their hearts. The look in Song Jun's eyes grew softer. Huziomai, Zhuzinki, Huyunfei, Big Fatty Zhang, Song K, Zuzioshan. Many cultivators on both sides had to agree that what Baziush-hun was saying made sense, and their gazes also softened. Spirit Stream sect, you know that this war will likely end with 90% of the disciples dying. Maybe the sect wouldn't be destroyed, but it would be a disastrous setback. The sect might even lose the qualifications to remain in the lower reaches. Turning his head, he looked at the Bloodstream sect. Bloodstream sect, even if you won, it would be a brutal fight. Afterward, you would have to face the Profound Stream sect, and then the Sky River Court. Do you really think you could win? What will your chances be? Even if you do win, what good will it do to be one of the weakest sects in the middle reaches? It wouldn't be long before you were wiped out. Baziush-hun wasn't being polite in anything he said. He was simply stating the objective truth of the situation. Nor was he giving anyone a chance to try to refute his arguments. More and more cultivators were lowering their heads thoughtfully. I know for a fact that the Spirit Stream sect doesn't really want this war, and neither does the Bloodstream sect. You just feel that you have no other options. You have to fight for the chance to become a Middle Reaches sect. But why don't we just join forces? Why don't we become one big sect? That would make us even more powerful. We can wipe out the Profound Stream sect and the Pill Stream sect, or maybe even absorb them to become stronger than ever. Then we can go wipe out the Sky River Court, and earn our spot in the Middle Reaches. He clenched his hands into fists, getting more excited as he shouted, there are plenty of resources available for Middle Reaches sects. There's more than enough for us all. Cooperate, and everyone benefits. Fight together. Share victories and losses. Why won't that work? Spirit Stream sect, Bloodstream sect, let's form a new sect. We can make a sect the likes of which has never been seen before. We can be the most powerful of all sects, A sect that can shake all other sects. As his words echoed out into the hearts of the cultivators of the Spirit Stream sect and the Bloodstream sect, it led to profound thoughts within their minds. The patriarchs of the two sects maintained their silence. Everything Bazish-hun was saying made sense. In the past, there had been no common ground that would ensure that they could trust each other. Even if they merged together into a larger sect, each side would always be suspicious of the other, and the possibility of a betrayal would always loom in their hearts. But now, they had the common ground in Bazish-hun. With him, their two sects were now inextricably linked. Chapter 284, Drought Flame Attacks. Only when Bazish-hun had unleashed all his threatening methods was everyone finally left with no choice but to listen to each and every word that came out of his mouth. To the Spirit Stream sect, he was a Heaven Dao expert, a legacy echelon cultivator that could control all of the North Bank's battle beasts. Because of that, he was someone the sect could not and would not take lightly. In fact, he surpassed everyone in a way that had nothing to do with his cultivation base. He had the potential to eventually become the backbone of the entire sect. As far as the Bloodstream sect was concerned, as soon as Bazish-hun revealed his Bloodlord powers, that made him more important than anyone else in the sect. A mere thought on his part could either increase the Bloodstream sect's battle prowess by 30%, or reduce it by half. When the Bloodstream sect's arch-patriarch looked at Bazish-hun, he couldn't help but think of the shocking blood ancestor who lay beneath the surface of the Heavenspan River. I wonder if the Bloodlord can actually control the body of the blood ancestor? He thought. Hesitation gripped his heart. He didn't dare to try to suppress the Bloodlord or take any unnecessary risks. The slightest slip could send the entire Bloodstream sect into destruction. If we form a new sect, where will the headquarters be? Asked Patriarch Ironwood of the Spirit Stream sect. Bazish-hun's idea was becoming clearer in his own mind, and his eyes shone with bright light, a light that appeared to be the desire to do battle. If we make a new sect, the headquarters won't be located in any of the old sect's locations. The river branch occupied by the Sky River Court will be our new headquarters. Now that the identities of Bazish-hun and Nightcrypt were merging together, everyone saw him in a much different light than they had before. With my Bloodlord powers, I can increase the battle prowess of the Bloodstream sect by 30%. With my control over the battle beasts of the Spirit Stream sect, I can unify their powers to make them even more formidable. With our two sects joined together, we will be like two infinitely sharp blades. We can absorb the Profound Stream sect and the Pill Stream sect, and then we'll be even stronger. We can dominate the Sky River Court and take over the Middle Reaches. The Middle Reaches will be an unfamiliar place to all of us, but if we put our roots down there together, we will always be able to trust each other. As Bazish-hun spoke, the patriarchs of the two sects looked on, sighing occasionally, thoughtful expressions on their faces. As of this moment, they both knew that fighting wasn't an option. Bazish-hun was too important to both the Bloodstream sect and the Spirit Stream sect. Only a person like him had the potential to be the link between the two sects, an opportunity for them to truly join together. After all, not only did the Bloodstream sect have full faith in Bazish-hun, but so did the Spirit Stream sect. Silence prevailed as countless individuals stood there in thought. Slowly, people began to whisper among themselves and discuss the matter in low tones. Moments ago, the two sides had been facing off with proverbial swords drawn, but now, that mood began to fade. At long last, Bazish-hun was starting to relax. But then, Patriarch Droughtflame, one of the 8 Bloodstream sect patriarchs, the very same patriarch who had presided over the summoning of the Grand Lich, suddenly looked at Bazish-hun, his eyes flickering with profound killing intent. Complete and utter nonsense. He said, his voice as cold as ice. You obviously killed Nightcrypt and took his place. You're trying to deceive us all. Prepare to die. Even as his words rang out, he sprang into motion, shooting at incredible speed toward Bazish-hun. As he did, he extended his right hand, and his nascent soul cultivation base erupted with heaven-destroying, earth-extinguishing power. Everything began to shake violently as an enormous vortex sprang up around him. As the vortex spun, a massive and deadly aura erupted, transforming into sword chi which instantly shot toward Bazish-hun. Bazish-hun was locked in place, immobilized and incapable of even struggling. At the same time, an intense, unprecedented sensation of deadly crisis rose up inside of him. He had never felt as if he were closer to death. He was being attacked by a nascent soul patriarch, whereas his cultivation base was in mid-foundation establishment. The difference between the two was like the difference between an ocean and a puddle. However, the killing move had not been unleashed yet. That came in the form of Patriarch Droughtflame's outstretched palm. His palm caused everything to shake violently as intense flames raged out, scorching everything in the vicinity as they formed into the shape of a huge hand. The flaming hand radiated a power of extermination that could kill anything in body and soul. It could eradicate souls. Patriarch Drought Flame's attack on Bazia's Hun came without any warning whatsoever. Not only did the Spirit Stream Sect cultivators not expect it, but even the Bloodstream Sect patriarchs were completely unprepared. Faces fell on both sides. "Drought Flame, stay your hand!" cried the Bloodstream Sect's Arch-Patriarch, his voice filled with urgency and rage. He instantly reached out with his right hand to try to stop Patriarch Drought Flame. However, his cultivation base was currently suppressed, and although he could reach Patriarch Drought Flame, he couldn't stop him, only slow him down a bit. The Arch-Patriarch's eyes flickered with cold light. Bazia's Hun was too important. If he died, the two sects would most certainly be forced to fight each other. They would be bereft of anything that could mitigate their conflict. Their connection would have been severed. The Song Clan Patriarch's eyes widened, and his killing intent flared. Regardless of anything, Bazia's Hun was his stepson, and for someone to try to kill him right out in the open was something he couldn't tolerate. His right hand flashed with an incantation gesture, summoning a raging beam of sword chi that slashed toward Drought Flame. Unfortunately, his cultivation base was also suppressed by half, and his sword chi quickly collapsed. Patriarch Drought Flame's hand of flame dimmed slightly, but continued to rumble toward Bazia's Hun. At the same time, the founding patriarch of the Spirit Stream Sect let out a roar of rage and performed an incantation gesture with his right hand. Instantly, an enormous iron manacle appeared, which grew to 300 meters in size as it shot to intercept Drought Flame's attack. When it hit the flame hand, it did far more damage than the Arch-Patriarch or the Song Clan Patriarch. The gigantic hand collapsed by half. And yet, because Patriarch Drought Flame had attacked so quickly, and thus gained the initiative, even all of those successive attacks couldn't stop him completely. Even as cultivators from both sides howled in alarm and rage, the half-destroyed flaming hand bore down on Bazia's Hun. Bazia's Hun. Night Crypt. Bazia's Hun's face drained of blood as he watched the fire closing in on him. As the sensation of imminent death filled him, he let out a roar that could shake heaven and earth. Blue veins bulged out on his head, and cracking sounds filled him. It felt like his bones were about to shatter because of the intense pressure weighing down on him. As of this moment, he was sure that the chances of him making it out of this alive were very, very small. However, he wasn't willing to resign himself to such a fate. His eyes suddenly flickered with red light. Roaring, he managed to perform a double-handed incantation gesture, causing a violet lamp to appear in his hands, which he brandished in the direction of the flames. Violet flames shot out from the lamp, spreading out in all directions and forming the shape of an enormous face which rushed to meet the flames. That violet lamp was the gift that the Song Clan Patriarch had given to Bazia's Hun. Despite how powerful it was, though, it couldn't match up to an old eccentric like Patriarch Drought Flame. When the sea of flames formed by the violet lamp hit the incoming flaming palm, more of the palm was destroyed, and yet it continued on toward Bazia's Hun. Blood sprayed out of his mouth from the force of the incoming attack, which sent him tumbling backward. He started to cough up more blood, but then gritted his teeth and swallowed it back down. With that, he extended his right hand, which held a four-colored jade pendant. Four-colored light glittered out in all directions, creating a four-layered shield. In that instant, the broken hand of flame slammed into the shield, causing numerous cracking and popping sounds to echo in the air as the four shield layers were destroyed. With each shield layer, the flame hand's power was reduced, and yet, they couldn't stop it completely. In the blink of an eye, the shields were gone. In response, the patriarchs of both sects, as well as countless other friends of Bazia's Hun, all shouted out in fury. The flaming hand destroyed everything in its path as easily as a hot knife cutting through butter. However, in the very moment before impact, Bazia's Hun extended his right hand to reveal a paper talisman. It was none other than the God Power Talisman. He slapped the talisman down onto his chest, and let out a roar that echoed out in all directions. His hair flew around wildly as his undying live forever technique erupted. Rumbling could be heard that shook heaven and earth as two enormous heavenly demons appeared behind him. They threw their heads back and roared as, thanks to the power of the God Power Talisman, Bazia's Hun's fleshly body power skyrocketed, reaching a level more than twice that of before. And that was when the mostly destroyed hand of fire slammed into him. If the image could be turned into a painting, it would be the type that people would gasp upon seeing. Bazia's Hun wasn't even visible beneath the raging flames, the only thing that could be seen were two unbelievably shocking heavenly demons. Boom! Intense rumbling sounds filled the air. The hand of flames had been repeatedly weakened and reduced, and now, it finally exploded. Flames shot out in all directions, and at the same time, cracks spread out across Bazia's Hun's two heavenly demons. Moments later, they collapsed into pieces. Bazia's Hun was sent hurtling toward the ground like a meteor. When he landed, a huge boom could be heard, and a 30-meter-wide crater opened up. At the bottom of the crater, Baziushun lay there, his face as ashen as death, blood oozing out of the corners of his mouth. The force of the blow had knocked him unconscious. Furthermore, there was something else no one noticed, which was that a bit of black light could be seen on his right hand, that was currently fading away. As soon as Baziushun lost consciousness, the suppression of the cultivation bases of the bloodstream sect immediately ended. There was one other thing that no one noticed. In the moment that Drought Flame attacked Baziushun, a monkey could be seen somewhere in the Luotian mountains, its eyes shining with incisive light. At the same time, within the clouds that made up the bloodstream sect, a pair of bright red eyes flickered. Chapter 285, Master Thousand Faces. Rumbling echoed out as two figures appeared just outside of the crater. One of them was the Song clan patriarch, and the other was Lee King's master, Patriarch Ironwood. A moment later, they were next to Baziushun. The two patriarchs' eyes met, and instantly, both could see that the other was vigilant and on guard. Now that the bloodstream sect's cultivation bases were unsealed, their energy surged. The blood clouds billowed out, and at the same time, the refined corpses and gargoyles trembled and then began to howl. Bruiser hadn't been fast enough to intervene and help Baziushun, and now he was glaring at Patriarch Droughtflame with hatred that erupted from his very bones. The three blood masters were shaking. The blood drippers, the prime elders, the inner and outer sect disciples, and also the patriarchs, were also shocked that they could barely move. At the same time, the cultivators of the spirit stream sect were panting, and their eyes were glittering angrily as they stared at the bloodstream sect. Moments ago, the tension had been fading, but now, the proverbial swords were once again being drawn. Everyone understood that based on the friction which existed, the fighting which had just seemed to be an impossibility could now break out at any moment. Up in midair, Patriarch Droughtflame frowned slightly as he looked down at Baziushun. Inside, he was sighing regretfully that he had only wounded him, and not killed him. Despite such a surprising outcome, there wasn't any need for him to keep fighting. He's only unconscious, he thought, but that should suffice. Eyes glittering, his murderous aura spiked as he looked over at the Spirit Stream sect and said, "The seals have been lifted. Spirit Stream sect, your despicable actions this day have ensured that you will be cleansed with blood. Children of the Blood Ancestor, join me in attacking the Luotian mountains and eradicating the Spirit Stream sect." With that, he threw his head back and laughed long and hard, his killing intent pulsing around him. Quite a few disciples of the Bloodstream sect flew up into the air, eyes shining with murderous gleams as they prepared to start fighting. The Spirit Stream sect cultivators clenched their fists, and the sharp looks in their eyes grew more intense. However, just when Patriarch Droughtflame was about to fly into motion, a cold snort echoed through the air. "Since when did you become the one to give orders to the Bloodstream sect?" The words were accompanied by intense pressure, and a sealing force that caused all of the Bloodstream sect disciples who had been about to attack to suddenly shiver and stop in place. Patriarch Droughtflame's expression flickered as he turned to look at the person who had just spoken, and was now striding toward him. It was none other than the Bloodstream sect's Arch-Patriarch, the most powerful cultivator in the Bloodstream sect. Earlier, his cultivation base had been reduced by half, but now those effects were gone, and his energy was surging. It was like the might of the heavens as he walked forward, everything around him twisting and distorting. "What's the meaning of this, Master Godwind?" Patriarch Droughtflame grated angrily, his expression turning grim. "What's the meaning?" replied the Arch-Patriarch. "I just ordered you to stay your hand. Why did you attack anyway? I refuse to believe that Baziushun is impersonating Night Crypt. He is most definitely a blood master of the Bloodstream sect, and even more importantly, the Blood Lord." A cold light flickered in the eyes of the Arch-Patriarch, and as he spoke, his words rumbled like thunder. The Spirit Stream sect cultivators' hearts were starting to pound, and as for the founding patriarch, a strange light could be seen in his eyes. The entire Spirit Stream sect went completely silent as they watched events unfold. Facing the intense pressure of the Arch-Patriarch, Patriarch Droughtflame began to edge backward. Then he turned to the other patriarchs and cried, "Of course I know he's a blood master. But do you people really believe that a nobody like him should be able to suppress the cultivation bases of everyone in the sect? He has to die. His death will not harm the Bloodstream sect in any way. In fact, it would be a blessing. I just did what you people were hesitating to do yourselves. That's all." Many people in the Bloodstream sect began to wonder what they should think. As for the patriarchs, their expressions were grim, but it was impossible to tell what they were thinking. As the Arch-Patriarch listened to Patriarch Droughtflame speak, a cold, grim smile spread out on his face. Then he said, "I can also suppress the cultivation bases of everyone in the sect. Don't tell me you think I should be killed too? Also, I'm very curious to know why your cultivation base wasn't suppressed just now." In response to his words, numerous Bloodstream sect cultivators' mouths dropped. Cries of shock could be heard as people thought back to the events which had just played out. Although they hadn't noticed at the time, now that they thought about it, what had occurred was very clear. The reactions were the same on the Spirit Stream sect side, with the exception of the founding patriarch, whose eyes glittered faintly. He had noticed the clues earlier. Patriarch Droughtflame's expression flickered, and beads of sweat could be seen on his forehead. There was no way for him to answer the Archpatriarch's question. His original plan had simply been to take the risk and try to kill Baziush-Hun. If Baziush-Hun died, there was no way the Bloodstream sect and the Spirit Stream sect would join forces. They would definitely start fighting. Damn it, he thought. This Baziush-Hun is too lucky. I can't believe he survived my attack. Patriarch Droughtflame gritted his teeth as his body suddenly began to turn blurry, as he prepared to flee. Think you can leave just like that? The Archpatriarch said, eyes flickering with killing intent. Without any hesitation, he waved his right finger at Patriarch Droughtflame. At the same time, the other patriarchs of the Bloodstream sect shot forward to surround Droughtflame, preventing him from fleeing. Clearly, they had already come to the conclusion that he might try to do such a thing. Rumbling sounds echoed out as the Archpatriarch's finger caused ripples of extermination to spread out. Patriarch Droughtflame, seeing that he couldn't escape, threw his head back and bellowed. A quick incantation gesture caused flames to shoot out and battle against the ripples of extermination. A deafening boom filled the air, and blood oozed out of the corners of Patriarch Droughtflame's mouth. However, he used the force of the blast to fall backward. Even still, he was no match for an attack by the combined efforts of all of the Bloodstream sect's patriarchs. 6 patriarchs attacked at the same time, unleashing magical techniques, magical items, and divine abilities. A huge blood sword materialized and slashed down, controlled by none other than Patriarch Limitless. Heaven shaking, earth-shattering rumbling sounds filled the air as the other patriarchs attacked one after another, unleashing power that seemed capable of destroying everything. A vicious, roaring dragon appeared, next to which was a patriarch who had once been a lowly disciple of Lesser Marshpeak. As he advanced, the fist strike he unleashed shattered the sky and turned into a massive tempest. The deadliest attack came from the Archpatriarch. The wave of his hand summoned a huge banner, which unleashed a black wind. That wind became a black phoenix, the roar of which was enough to shake anyone down to the soul. The phoenix moved so quickly as it bore down on Patriarch Droughtflame that there was no way he could avoid it. In that moment of crisis, Patriarch Droughtflame suddenly started laughing. Face twisting, he reached both hands out and then slapped them down onto his body. Instantly, his hair turned completely white. Simultaneously, innumerable faces appeared all over his skin. There were the faces of men and women, young people and old people, and all of them seemed to be distorting as they screamed. Tao of 1,000 faces, merciless infiltration. Patriarch Droughtflame laughed loudly as the divine abilities and magical techniques of the other patriarchs slammed into him, causing him to explode. The resulting boom sent bright colors flashing through the sky, and gave rise to a huge wind. At the same time, the exploding body of Patriarch Droughtflame transformed into countless faces which rushed out in all directions. Patriarch Limitless' eyes went wide, and he cried, "Master Thousand Faces from the Profound Stream sect." The Archpatriarch and the other patriarchs were clearly shocked as they too realized who it was that could unleash a cloning magic like this. They weren't the only ones. The Spirit Stream sect's founding patriarch, as well as the other patriarchs, were obviously astonished. This was a secret magic used by one of the most mysterious patriarchs of the Profound Stream sect. The blast of countless faces was so powerful that not even the combined efforts of all of the patriarchs could contain them all. Although 90% were caught up by the web of destruction, a few escaped. One of the faces was that of a young man. Borrowing the force of the initial blast, he shot out to a position 30,000 meters away. There, the face wriggled, transforming into a white-haired young man. Although his face was ashen from exertion, he didn't hesitate for a moment to flee at top speed. Master Thousand Faces. Killing intent raged in Patriarch Limitless's eyes as he shot forward in a blur to pursue the white-haired young man. In the blink of an eye, both of them had disappeared over the horizon. Everyone in the Bloodstream sect was shaken, and many people gasped. Nobody could possibly have anticipated that events such as these would play out. One of their own patriarchs, Taoist Sage Droughtflame, had actually been replaced by Master Thousand Faces from the Profound Stream sect. Obviously, the real Droughtflame had been secretly assassinated at some point in the past, and his flesh used by Master Thousand Faces to replace him via secret magic. Everyone thought back to how Master Thousand Faces had just attacked Baziush-Hun, and realized that it was all to prevent the two sects from joining together. If Baziush-Hun had died, it would have led to mass destruction. Chapter 286, Good Morning. Conversations erupted on the Bloodstream sect side. One shocking event after another had played out on this day, leaving the entire sect completely shaken. The Blood Devil had appeared, and one of the patriarchs turned out to be a spy. Such things could not simply be swept under the rug, and the whole sect was left feeling blank, and even humiliated. The Arch-Patriarch had a bitter look on his face. Gritting his teeth, he looked over at the Spirit Stream sect's founding patriarch, and then at the unconscious Phasius Hun. Within moments, the two sects would either be fighting, or joining forces. The Arch-Patriarch was silent for a moment, but then suddenly, his ears suddenly twitched, almost as if some other being were speaking directly to him. His expression flickered, and then became one of complete determination. The Profound Stream sect tried to sow disharmony between our sects, with the goal of getting us to slaughter each other. Not only did they murder fellow Taoist Droughtflame, they tried to kill one of our Blood Masters. We cannot tolerate such things. When the Bloodstream sect goes to war, we don't return home until blood has been spilled. Therefore, the best thing to do is go wipe out the Profound Stream sect. As his words reached the hearts and minds of the Bloodstream sect disciples, their confusion was quickly replaced with fury. I vow to wipe out the Profound Stream sect. Let's get revenge for Patriarch Droughtflame. As their new goals came to be fixed in their hearts, their eyes shone, and they even swore oaths. The words of the Arch-Patriarch instantly caused their blood to boil, and their killing intent to seethe. The blood clouds began to churn, and the blood seas grew even mightier as the Bloodstream sect army began to fly off into the distance. The blood giants howled, and the blood-colored battleships sprang into motion. The ground rumbled as countless outer sect disciples flew into the air like locusts to become enormous spheres. The Bloodstream sect patriarchs spun and flew up into the blood clouds. After a moment of silence, the Spirit Stream sect's founding patriarch looked around at the other members of the sect, and could see the determination in their eyes. With a glance at a certain location in the Luotian Mountains that no one had been paying attention to, he listened to a voice speaking in his head for a moment, after which he gritted his teeth. The Profound Stream sect interfered with the affairs of our two clans, and even tried to kill our junior patriarch. For that, they must die. With that, he waved his right hand. Spirit Stream sect, the time has come to wipe out the Profound Stream sect. Rumbling sounds filled heaven and earth. Killing intent surged, and the light of spell formations climbed into the sky. The giants began to speed off into the distance, and the white sun overhead caused the sky to shake. Many people couldn't help but take a moment to look over at Phasius Hun, the founding patriarch included. After gazing for a moment at him lying unconscious in the crater, they shot off to join the Bloodstream sect on the continent that was the location of the Profound Stream sect. A war was about to be fought the likes of which had not been seen in the eastern lower reaches of the cultivation world for 10,000 years. Apparently, a new sect was on the rise, like the dawn sun, shining with countless beams of glorious light, interspersed with blood and death. The main forces left, but a small contingent from each sect remained in the Luotian Mountains, including Patriarch Ironwood and the Song Clan Patriarch. Of course, their reason for staying behind was Phasius Hun. Phasius Hun was of vast importance to both sects, and neither would feel comfortable leaving him in the care of the other sect. As Master Thousand Faces had made clear, Phasius Hun was also a major weakness for the two sects. As long as he lived, everything could proceed smoothly. But if he died, the connection between the two sects would be lost, and too many bad things could happen. Naturally, Hueco refused to leave Phasius Hun's side. She had long since noticed Song Jun, and her intuition immediately told her that something was going on between her and Phasius Hun. Song Jun also refused to leave. The sight of the unconscious Phasius Hun filled her with pain, as well as other indescribable emotions. And thus, time passed. The Luotian Mountains became quiet once again. The Bloodstream sect and the Spirit Stream sect set up two camps right next to each other in the Luotian Mountains. Directly in the middle of the two camps was an Immortal's Cave, which was kept under tight guard. Even the two patriarchs watched over the area to make sure that no accidents occurred. Inside the Immortal's Cave, Phasius Hun lay unconscious. Every day, Hueco and Song Jun would appear to accompany him. As time went by, Hueco became increasingly convinced that something was going on between Phasius Hun and Song Jun. As for Song Jun, she could obviously tell that Hueco had a relationship of some kind with Phasius Hun. Soon, the cultivators from both sects came to sense the killing spirit that existed between the two women. Eventually, they even came to hear the two of them arguing loudly over the unconscious Phasius Hun. When that happened, sympathy rose up in the hearts of all of the cultivators. More time passed. A month later, Phasius Hun's breathing had grown steady. Thanks to the inner workings of the Undying Live Forever technique, he was slowly recovering. Coupled with the constant treatment of spirit medicines provided by the Bloodstream sect and the Spirit Stream sect, he was rapidly getting better. One afternoon, his cultivation base suddenly spun, and his eyes fluttered open. When he realized that he was alive, Excitement surged in his heart. He thought back to everything that had occurred before he passed out, and his heart continued to pound with fear. If he hadn't pulled out his turtle walk at the last moment to defend himself, he would surely have been destroyed in body and soul. That drought flame is too vicious. Damn it, once I get strong enough, I'll definitely have to get revenge. Gnashing his teeth inwardly, he was just about to sit up when he suddenly realized that something seemed wrong. Turning his head slowly to the side, he saw Uchiha standing close by, her hands on her hips, looking very much like a hot chili pepper as she glared at Songjun, who stood opposite her, casual and yet confident. Perhaps because they were too focused on each other, they didn't notice that Baziushun had opened his eyes. At that point, Baziushun's pupils constricted. Something about the scene seemed very odd, so he quickly closed his eyes and then opened them again a moment later. When he confirmed that he wasn't hallucinating, his heart suddenly thumped, and he began to feel very nervous. That was when Uchiha began to speak. "What are you doing here again, old Aunt Song?" she said, glaring. "You're getting pretty old, shouldn't you be in a retirement home or something? Why don't you hobble off and take a nap? I can take care of Big Baziushun by myself." Songjun's phoenix-like eyes widened into a glare. Looking more regal than ever, she decided to put Uchiha in her place. "Look girl, I know that you're too young to understand the relationship between me and your uncle Ziushun. Considering that you're Nightcrypt's niece, I probably ought to give you a good slap upside the face." Uchiha snorted. "You're the niece. Your whole family are all nieces. Me and Big Baziushun are the perfect match. We're childhood friends, and we liked each other from the moment we joined the sect. In fact, it was only with Big Baziushun's help that I was able to get into the outer sect." This was not the first time the two of them had argued with each other. Such heated interchanges occurred on almost a daily basis. Even despite Songjun's control over her own temper, she had almost killed Uchiha on multiple occasions. However, considering the plans to join the two sects together, and Baziushun's role in that, she managed to hold back. Baziushun licked his lips, and then, considering how murderous the two women looked, quickly closed his eyes and pretended to be unconscious. However, he soon realized that something seemed even more wrong than before. Everything was too quiet. The quiet got him even more nervous, and when he listened carefully, it caused his scalp to tingle. In addition to his own breathing, he could clearly hear two other people breathing, and very close to him at that. Beads of sweat popped out on his forehead. Pretending as if he were just waking up, he slowly opened his eyes and looked around in confusion. The first thing he saw were two faces as beautiful as flowers. One seemed mature, the other young and inexperienced. One was spectacularly elegant, the other was sweet and pure. "Good morning," he said nervously, blinking a few times. Songjun suddenly smiled, and her gaze softened. Reaching out, she placed her hand onto his forehead to feel his temperature. Eyes as deep as pools of water, she softly said, "Don't be scared. You were just pretending to be unconscious, that's all. Now tell your big sis how many days you were faking." Baziushun swallowed hard and then said, "I." However, before he could finish speaking, Uchiha swatted Songjun's hand aside and stepped forward to stand next to Baziushun. Glaring angrily at Songjun, she said, "What do you think you're doing?" Big Baziushun is very pure and innocent. How could he possibly have been pretending to be unconscious? Almost as soon as the words left her mouth, she looked suspiciously over at Baziushun, lowered her voice, and said, "Big Baziushun, you've been corrupted. Pretending to be unconscious is wrong." More sweat popped out on his forehead. Being around these two women made it feel like needles were pricking into his back. "I." After rolling her eyes, Songjun coolly said, "Nightcrypt, I'd like to speak with you alone. You owe me an explanation." "Big Baziushun, I also want to speak with you alone," Uchiha said, not willing to be outdone by Songjun in any way. Baziushun was struck speechless. The two women glared at each other angrily, then turned to him to see what decision he would make. Taking a deep breath, he put a very somber expression on his face. "Very well," he said, deepening his voice. Uchiha had never seen Baziushun speak in such a way, or seen such an expression on his face. She was shocked, and suddenly realized that this version of her Big Baziushun was even more attractive than the old version. As for Songjun, her expression brightened. This was the Nightcrypt she remembered. "Tell me what happened between the two sects after I fell unconscious. And where are we now? In the Luotian Mountains, or somewhere else?" Baziushun's new tactic seemed to work. Continuing to try to look as serious as possible, he listened to the events which had played out after he fell unconscious. The Bloodstream sect would never have agreed to let him go back to Fragrant Cloud Peak, and the Spirit Stream sect would never have agreed to let him return to Middle Peak. Therefore, the two sects had arranged for a contingent of cultivators to stand guard over him in the Luotian Mountains. The Song clan patriarch and patriarch Ironwood had even stayed behind to stand as Dharma protectors. Bazius Hun was moved. Then Song Jun went on to explain what was happening on the front lines of the war. The Bloodstream sect and the Spirit Stream sect were currently attacking the Profound Stream sect. The Profound Stream sect was no match for such a huge army, and had suffered setback after setback. They had already lost about half of their territory. Bazius Hun was shaken by how seriously the two sects took him. Even if he had wanted to go to the fighting, the patriarchs wouldn't have agreed. I guess it's my fault for being so outstanding. Fretting luxuriously, he decided that the best thing to do at the moment was refrain from requesting to be sent to the battlefield. That way, he could avoid giving them any pressure, and could also avoid a situation where they suddenly went crazy and agreed to let him fight. Whatever. I should probably give the patriarchs a good excuse to refuse to let me go to the battlefield. My stomach suddenly hurts. I guess my wounds haven't healed all the way yet. Well, I'll just continue to recuperate for a bit longer. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Bazius Hun decided that he was a very considerate person. Clutching his stomach, he continued to pretend to feel ill. Chapter 287, Women Are Terrifying. For the next several days, Bazius Hun continued to pretend to be unwell. Every so often, he would leave the Immortal's cave, look around at the world, and sigh deeply in his heart. I doubt there are many disciples such as myself who understand how things work. The patriarchs don't want me going off to war, so I've taken the initiative to pretend to be injured. He shook his head slowly. In his mind, he really had grown up and came to understand the world a lot better. If Uncle Lee and my elder brother sect leader knew about this, they would definitely praise me. After some more thought, he realized that he shouldn't stay outside for too long, otherwise it might make his act seem unrealistic. Uziomai and Song Jun hadn't come yet, so the best thing to do was go back inside to sleep. If they showed up, he would definitely get the short end of the stick. Every time he thought about Uziomai and Song Jun, his heart trembled. Terrifying, he thought. The way they look at me, it's like they want to cut me in two pieces to share with each other. With that, he turned to hurry back inside. However, that was when Song Jun came floating over. Bazius Hun's eyes went wide, and his heart began to pound. This isn't right. They never show up at this time. Turning his head nervously, he saw that Uziomai had also come. Taking a deep breath, he put a somber expression on his face and then, before they could get too close, loudly said, I have to go see the patriarchs. Even as the words left his mouth, he blurred into motion, flying toward the patriarchs at top speed. About halfway there, he suddenly realized that he was being careless. He quickly began to weave back and forth as wobbly as possible, as if he were having problems flying. Finally, he landed on the ground with a thud, then walked the rest of the way, panting as he went. In this part of the Luotian Mountains was a mountain with two peaks that jutted up, not very high, and not very far away from each other. This was where the Song clan patriarch and patriarch Ironwood were staying. As soon as Bazius Hun appeared, both patriarchs looked down at him from the mountain peaks above. Bazius Hun offers greetings, patriarch. He said, clasping hands and bowing. Are your injuries getting any better? Patriarch Ironwood asked with an enigmatic smile. Just when Bazius Hun was about to respond, a cold snort echoed out from the Song clan patriarch on the other mountain peak. As soon as Bazius Hun heard it, his heart trembled, and he sighed. Without hesitation, he offered formal greetings again. Nightcrypt offers greetings, father. The Song clan patriarch smiled and said, I saw that you had some trouble flying on your way over here. You still haven't recovered yet? I'm better, he replied, feeling a bit guilty. He knew that he couldn't truly deceive the patriarchs, so after some hesitation, he decided to push the envelope a bit and added, but I think there's still a bit that's not better? Patriarch Ironwood laughed and said, it doesn't matter. Since you're not fully recovered, just take some more time to rest. With that, he waved his hand, sending a medicinal pill bottle flying toward Bazius Hun. Bazius Hun caught it and blinked a few times. After opening it, he was instantly moved. Inside were tier 4 medicinal pills with excellent medicinal efficacy. However, they weren't designed for treating injuries, but rather, to help increase one's cultivation base. The Song clan patriarch's eyebrows shot up, and then he waved his hand, sending 2 medicinal pill bottles flying out. Licking his lips, Bazius Hun grabbed them, then opened them. His eyes went wide. These bottles also contained tier 4 medicines, but they were supreme grade, bordering on tier 5. They were fairly bursting with blood chi, and would be of significant benefit to his undying live forever technique. Bazius Hun looked excitedly at the 2 patriarchs. They were definitely treating him very well. Obviously, they knew that his injuries had recovered, and in response, gave him spirit medicine to help improve his cultivation base. It seems I really have grown up, he thought. I was worried about the patriarchs, and here they are hinting for me to continue to pretend to feel unwell. Sighing, he clasped hands and bowed deeply. Patriarch, father, don't worry, you've done the right thing to trust me. Giving them a meaningful look, he turned and left. The Song clan patriarch chuckled, and Patriarch Ironwood smiled and shook his head. Although they wanted Bazish-hun to go to war, they were worried about his safety. Therefore, they wouldn't force him to make any decision he didn't want to. After returning to his immortal's cave, Bazish-hun found that Huziomai and Song Jun had left. Sighing in relief, he sat down cross-legged and began to work on his cultivation. He soon discovered that his cultivation base had already improved some compared to before he lost consciousness. Furthermore, his undying live forever technique had grown stronger. If things keep going like this, he thought excitedly, then late foundation establishment is right around the corner. Then he thought about how he had single-handedly stopped his two sects from going to war, and he felt very proud. However, just when he was about to pop one of the medicinal pills into his mouth, he suddenly heard Huziomai's voice coming from outside the immortal's cave. Big Bazish-hun, I cooked up some medicine for you. With that, the door of the immortal's cave opened, and Huziomai entered, her face a bit flushed, a bowl of medicine held in her hands. The steam from the medicine caused Huziomai's face to be even more flushed than it might have been, and as soon as Bazish-hun saw her fair, pure features, his heart began to pound. But then, Song Jun appeared right behind her, smiling broadly as she also brought in a bowl of medicine. The clothes she wore were different than what she usually wore back in the Bloodstream sect. They were more conservative, and yet, couldn't conceal her curvaceous form. Little Bronite Crypt, I cooked up some medicine for you. The two women approached Bazish-hun, each one holding out a bowl of medicine. Song Jun had a faint smile on her face, whereas Huziomai looked a bit shy. Bazish-hun's heart immediately began to pound, and even as he was cursing their treacherous ways, he realized that Song Jun had uttered the exact same words as Huziomai. He couldn't stop his eyes from going wide. He looked left. He looked right. He hesitated. Finally, he decided that since Huziomai had come in first, that he might as well take her medicine first. With that he reached his hand out toward Huziomai's bowl. Huziomai's eyes instantly brightened with excitement, and she glanced furtively over at Song Jun, looking very pleased with herself. When Song Jun saw what was happening, she glared at Bazish-hun, and then gave a cold harumph. Instantly, an intense killing aura sprang up around her. Bazish-hun gasped, and quickly changed the direction his hand was moving, sending it towards Song Jun's bowl. Before his hand could even touch the bowl, Huziomai's eyes turned red as if from grief. Trembling, tears welling up in her eyes, she said, Big Bazish-hun, I spent all day cooking up that medicine. Bazish-hun felt bad, and without even thinking about it, yet again changed the direction his hand was moving. Night Crypt, do you remember all the things you said to me on Middle Peak? Song Jun said softly. Drink my bowl of medicine first. I believe that everything you said to me was true. Unswerving determination could be seen in her eyes. Apparently, if he didn't drink her medicine first, then she would instantly leave, and henceforth refuse to believe anything he told her. Bazish-hun's hand stopped in place, and he looked at the two bowls of medicine, feeling almost like he was going insane. Did they plan to come at the same time or something? He thought. He felt like he was about to collapse. Despite how much he'd grown up, he had never been in a situation like this, where no decision he made was the right one. Eyes bloodshot, he gritted his teeth, and then reached out and grabbed one bowl with each hand. Weeping inwardly, he somehow managed to start drinking from both bowls, being careful not to spill any of the burning hot medicine on himself. To drink from two medicine bowls at the same time felt very odd, but inside, Bazish-hun was sighing with relief, and couldn't help but marvel at how quickly he had adapted to the situation. This way, neither Huziomai nor Song Jun would be able to find fault with him. However, after finishing the medicine, he realized that Song Jun's killing aura was pulsing even more explosively than before. Glaring at him angrily, she spun and walked off. Huziomai looked completely heartbroken. Eyes flashing with bitter grief, she turned slowly and walked out of the immortal's cave. Bazish-hun watched in shock as the two women left. Grabbing his hair in both hands, he cried, What? What did I do wrong? I drank them both. I didn't drink either one before the other. Scowling on the verge of tears, he stared at the closed door of the immortal's cave. If things keep going like this, I'm gonna go crazy. I'm just gonna go into secluded meditation. Having made his decision, he gritted his teeth and sealed the door of his immortal's cave as tightly as was possible. Taking a deep breath, he sat down cross-legged and took some time to calm himself down. Then he opened the bottles of medicinal pills given to him by Patriarch Ironwood and the Song clan patriarch and began to meditate. Days passed. In the blink of an eye, half a month went by. During that time, Bazius-hun made constant progress in his cultivation. Bit by bit, he got closer to late foundation establishment. His 5th spiritual sea was now fully crystallized, and his 6th sea was halfway there. Once his 6th spiritual sea crystallized, then he would officially break through the peak of mid-foundation establishment and into the late stage. Furthermore, during his meditation session, the power of the medicines he consumed for the purpose of treating his injuries also helped push his cultivation base higher. Then there was the little turtle. Bazius-hun would take it out every day and give it a thorough shaking. The fragrant aroma emitted by the turtle would cause boundless streams of spiritual power to flow into him, further hastening the crystallization of his 6th spiritual sea. 60%. 70%. 80%. Another half a month passed. One morning at dawn, rumbling sounds filled Bazius-hun as his 6th spiritual sea fully crystallized. Spiritual power that vastly surpassed anything from before flowed unceasingly through him, causing cracking sounds to fill the air around him. It was almost like a baptism. His heaven Dao aura grew stronger, such that strange colors flashed in the sky. Patriarch Ironwood and the Song clan patriarch noticed, as did other cultivators in the Luotian mountains. All of them looked over in the direction of Bazius-hun's Immortal's Cave, where a boundless heaven Dao aura seemed to be connecting in the heavens above. Thunder rumbled, and a vortex appeared up above, spinning rapidly. Bazius-hun's eyes opened, and they glowed with brilliant, lightning-like light. His 6th spiritual sea was fully crystallized. Late Foundation Establishment. Chapter 288, What Bird Is That? Bazius-hun's open eyes flashed with scintillating light, illuminating the darkness of the Immortal's Cave like flickering lightning. Intense cultivation base power surged through his body, not only causing a reaction in the sky overhead, but also causing fluctuations to pulse through his chi passageways. The energy flowed through him, making a complete cycle before fusing into his spiritual seas, vanishing into the 6th, crystallized sea. It was like a convergence of massive weight and power that propelled his cultivation base higher. Rumbling sounds filled him that only he could hear, shaking his mind and heart. It was almost like the tide flows he had experienced in the fallen sword abyss. Bazius-hun took a deep breath, reveling in the feeling of intense power that vastly exceeded anything from before. Late Foundation Establishment. Bazius-hun looked up and started laughing, excitement written across his face. As of this moment, all of his hard work in the Foundation Establishment stage had came to fruition. From now on, I, Bazius-hun, can easily crush anyone in early Foundation Establishment. If any early Foundation Establishment cultivator dares to provoke me, a slap from me will leave them screaming in pain. Trembling in excitement, he rose to his feet, and as he did, cracking sounds rang out as a 3rd heavenly demon appeared behind him. Outside in the sky, the clouds swirled rapidly, and thunder crackled. Within the vortex up above, a heavenly demon appeared, and then a 2nd, and finally, a 3rd. 3 enormous heavenly demons were right out in the open for everyone to see, and it instantly caused the cultivators of the Spirit Stream sect who were garrisoned in the area to cry out in shock. What's that? Those look like Dharma idols. Heavens! What technique is sect Uncle Bay cultivating? Similar cries could be heard coming from the Bloodstream sect. Because of the techniques cultivated by Lesser Marshpeak, the cultivators from the Bloodstream sect already had speculations about what they were seeing. That's a Lesser Marshpeak body refinement technique. That's the heavenly demon body. Nightcrypt definitely deserves to be the Blood Lord. Now that he's reached this level in his body refinement, he'll definitely proceed to the Blood Fiend level. On the 2 mountain peaks, the Song clan patriarch's eyes shone brightly, and Patriarch Ironwood's eyes glittered with mysterious light. Both of them were shaken by the heavenly demon incarnations they saw in the sky. After a moment passed, the Song clan patriarch said, "My boy Nightcrypt's heavenly demon body is already quite different from Lesser Marshpeak's." A thoughtful look appeared on Patriarch Ironwood's face. The two of them exchanged a glance, but didn't say anything else. Inside the Immortal's Cave, Bazius-hun's excited laughter rang out as he felt his fleshly body power rising. He felt more blessed than ever. How could this be happening? The medicinal pills that Father and Patriarch Ironwood gave me shouldn't have pushed my cultivation all the way to this point. Unless my injuries stimulated some latent power inside of me. Ha ha ha. That must be it. Bazius-hun almost felt like dancing with joy. In his current state, he really felt incredibly powerful. Wait, hold on. I can't be arrogant, and I definitely have to keep working hard. Now that I'm in late Foundation Establishment, I have to crystallize my 7th through 9th spiritual seas, and reach the great circle of Foundation Establishment. Then I can break through to the Gold Core stage. As he thought about the Gold Core stage, he began to pant, and his eyes shone with bright light. I heard that if you can reach the Gold Core stage, you'll get at least 500 additional years of longevity. 500 years. If I succeed, that means I'll be able to live for at least 1,000 years. His hands clenched into fists, and his eyes shone as if with madness. The idea of being able to live for 1,000 years filled him with so much excitement that he almost couldn't control himself. I also have the second volume of the Undying Codex. I've finished the steps with the ancient mammoths and the berserk ghosts. Next is the heavenly demon body. Once I make enough heavenly demons, I can proceed to the Azure body. Once I'm finished with the Azure body, I can take the second volume of the Undying Codex to the highest level, the Undying Heavenly King body. Slapping his chest confidently, he laughed loudly and prepared to leave his immortal's cave to perform some tests and see exactly how powerful he had become. However, after having only taken a few steps toward the door, his face suddenly fell. Considering the level of his cultivation base, he was able to clearly detect that two beams of light were flying in his direction. They were none other than Songjun and Huziomai. Obviously, they had sensed Bazius Hun's cultivation base breakthrough, and realized that his session of secluded meditation was over. As soon as he thought about the terrifying things that happened when those two women showed up together, his face went pale, and his heart began to tremble. He suddenly slapped his chest, causing his face to turn ashen. He swayed in place a bit, pretending to be weak as he trudged out of his immortal's cave. Songjun and Huziomai approached, and they were clearly preparing to say some sarcastic things, but then they saw his weak demeanor, and their faces fell. Forgetting all about their desire to get into a row, they flew over. "What's wrong, Big Bazius Hun?" Night Crypt, "What's wrong? Weren't things going well just now?" Looking very worried, both women reached out to support Bazius Hun by the elbow as they led him back into the immortal's cave to lay down on the stone bed. As they comforted him with soft, gentle words, he was reminded of how tender they had been in past times. Now that they weren't fighting or arguing, he could breathe a sigh of relief. He coughed a few times and then weakly said, "Perhaps toward the end my chi flow was interrupted. I just need some rest, and then I'll be fine." As the two women waited on him, he lay back and closed his eyes to rest. Huziomai and Songjun knew that Bazius Hun needed some peace and quiet, so they left silently. After they were gone, Bazius Hun opened his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. Not much remained of the elation he had felt because of his cultivation base breakthrough, and now, his expression was tinged with anxiety. "What do I do now?" he thought, scowling at the seemingly unbearable situation. After a bit of consideration, he decided that the best thing to do was to continue to pretend to feel unwell. Time passed. Before long, half a month had gone by. He couldn't continue to pretend to be weak that entire time, so he gradually started to pretend to look better. As time passed, Songjun caught onto the fact that he was pretending to feel unwell. As for Huziomai, she was a simple girl, but she wasn't stupid. Even she started to suspect. When Bazius Hun realized that, he was so scared he started shaking. This kind of life was a torture, and by now, he was considering trying to go join the war effort. However, the thought of the deadly dangers of the battlefield caused him to hesitate. Whatever. I can hang on for a bit longer. Maybe I can think of some other way to deal with this. Tugging on his hair in frustration, he continued to ponder the situation. Finally, his expression suddenly changed, and he looked very depressed. Maintaining that look, he shuffled out of his immortal's cave, whereupon Huziomai and Songjun arrived. Gaze soft and voice gentle, Huziomai said, "Big Bazius Hun, it's not good to stay cooped up in your immortal's cave. Let's go for a walk together, okay?" He replied hesitatingly. Smiling enigmatically, Songjun reached out to support Bazius Hun's left arm. "Night Crypt, to cultivators like us, that type of injury is really nothing. Come on, let's go out into the Luotian mountains for a bit. If you get your chi and blood moving, it will definitely speed your recovery." In turn, Huziomai glared and reached out to support his right arm. Bazius Hun gaped in shock. He didn't even get a chance to respond to either of them before they were leading him out of the immortal's cave. After only a few steps, his feet actually left the ground. He felt like a death row inmate being dragged to his own execution as the two women stared daggers at each other across him. Beads of sweat popped out on his forehead, and he almost felt like crying. It was currently dawn, and a faint fog covered most of the Luotian mountains. As the morning light grew stronger, the fog began to dissipate. It was a very beautiful scene. After being carried out of his immortal's cave, quite a few cultivators from the two sects saw him, and looks of compassion appeared in their eyes as they hurried past the group of three. Bazius Hun opened his mouth to speak, but then closed it just as quickly. It didn't seem like a good time to talk. If he did, it would definitely lead to more headaches. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and decided that going for a bit of a walk wouldn't be so bad. Even as such thoughts passed through his head, a bird flew by overhead. It was bright red, and quite beautiful, and as it flew along, it let out a melodious cry. Songjun saw the bird, and looked surprised. "Look, Night Crypt. A blood spirit heron. I never thought I would see one of the bloodstream sex blood spirit herons here. I used to love to watching them flying around back on Middle Peak." Even as Bazius-hun looked up at the bird, Huziomai bristled with a killing aura and loudly said, "Blood spirit heron? What are you talking about? That's obviously an irispedal ibis from the spirit stream sect." Song Jung looked over angrily at Huziomai, who, unwilling to be outdone, stuck her chest out and glared back defiantly. Bazius-hun was stuck between them, sweating profusely. Things were reaching a point where he almost couldn't deal with the headache. That was when Song Jung laughed charmingly, and looked at Bazius-hun with sparkling, mesmerizing eyes. "Night Crypt, what do you think? Is that bird a blood spirit heron or a irispedal ibis?" Not willing to be outdone, Huziomai grabbed Bazius-hun's arm. Looking completely heartbroken, she softly asked, "Big Brosius-hun, tell that old auntie that it's an irispedal ibis." Chapter 289, Patriarchs, Send Me to the War. Bazius-hun felt like his head was about to explode. Eyes widening, he looked up at the bird, feeling like he was about to go insane. The truth was that this bird actually had two names. In the Bloodstream sect, it was called a blood spirit heron, but in the Spirit Stream sect, it was known as an irispedal ibis. However, he wasn't sure which name to call it. That was especially true considering that killing intent was surging on both sides of him. He could almost feel the tears welling up in his eyes. How he hated that bird. "Damn you, bird," he thought. Why did you have to show up here?" Trembling, he looked at Song Jun on his left, and Huziomai on his right. Both of them were staring at him with looks of anticipation on their faces. He could well imagine that whoever he sided with, the other would be deeply and profoundly grieved. Bazius-hun gritted his teeth and prepared to make up a new name. However, that was when Song Jun suddenly said, "Night Crypt, don't you dare try to pull a fast one by making up a new name." "Big Brosius-hun," Huziomai chimed in, "you can't say you don't recognize it. I know you've seen those birds in the Spirit Stream sect before." It was a rare occasion. Huziomai and Song Jun were siding with each other as they stared at Bazius-hun, deep emotions flickering in their eyes. I. Sweat dripped down Bazius-hun's face. By this point, he was in a state of complete despair. Back when they'd brought him medicine, he'd managed to pull a fast one, but as of this moment, that didn't seem possible. "What do I do?" he thought, his eyes glistening with tears. Based on how Song Jun and Huziomai were pushing him, it was obvious that they didn't care at all what the bird was called. They just wanted him to choose between the two of them. Eyes bloodshot, he pointed up at the bird and howled, "Fine. I'll tell you. That bird is A. It's A." Suddenly, he bit down on his tongue, and then unleashed his cultivation-based power, allowing it to run wild within him. As it burst into his chi passageways, a sweet taste filled his mouth, and then he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then his vision started going dark, and he began to lapse into unconsciousness. In the last moment before he passed out, he sighed deeply. Song Jun and Huziomai were completely shocked. Not only did they see Bazius-hun coughing up blood, considering that they were holding him up by the arms, they could sense that his cultivation base was in chaos. Huziomai looked like she was about to cry as she carried Bazius-hun back into the Immortal's cave. As for Song Jun, she pulled out a huge collection of spirit medicines, which she began to push into his mouth. Some distance away on the two mountain peaks, the Song clan Patriarch and Patriarch Ironwood watched the scene play out, their eyes flickering with sympathy. The Song clan Patriarch sighed and said, "Did the little brat really think getting involved with women could be so simple? I learned the truth of it years ago. With the flick of a sleeve, I detached myself from all impurities." In rare fashion, Patriarch Ironwood seemed to completely agree with him. Nodding, he said, "Love is tribulation. Years ago, I severed such tribulation. Actually, now that I think about it, I can't even remember the faces of those old flames from years ago." The two old men exchanged a look. For the first time, they were in unison on something. Shaking their heads, they began to think back to their own pasts. A few days later, Bazius-hun opened his eyes and hurried over to the copper mirror hanging on the wall in his Immortal's cave. When he looked into the mirror, he saw a gaunt, pale figure. As far as he was concerned, his world was now a world of darkness. After a long moment, he sighed and prepared to go outside and get some fresh air. He needed to calm down and think of an idea of how to deal with the situation. It won't work for things to keep going on in this way. Their games are going to drive me to an early grave. Sighing, he pushed open the door of the Immortal's cave, and was just about to step outside, when he suddenly went completely stiff. "You too." Sweat broke out on his forehead as he realized that standing right outside the door of the Immortal's cave were Song Jun and Huziomai. It was impossible to say when they had arrived, but there they stood, right next to each other, smiling at him. "Night Crypt, let's go for a walk," Song Jun said, her eyes glittering charmingly. "Big Brosius-hun, I won't make you name the birds this time," Huziomai said, blushing a bit and seeming more pure and charming than ever. And yet, the eyes of both women seemed to have inadvertently come to rest on his feet. Brosius-hun felt all the hair on his body stand up on end. By now, he realized the truth. These two demonesses had become addicted to toying with him. Their games had reached the point where even which foot stepped out of his immortal's cave first was a point of contention. This was ridiculous. These two demonesses weren't even human. Trembling visibly, he didn't dare to step outside. So. Fancy meeting you two here, huh? I'm feeling a bit tired, I think I'll stay inside today. Forcing a smile onto his face, he began to back up. However, in that instant, a killing aura sprang up from Song Jun, and as for Huziomai, her eyes began to fill with tears as she looked piteously at him. One seemed murderously angry, the other, wronged and maligned. Brosius-hun was on the verge of going mad. He was in such pain that he suddenly unleashed all of the spiritual power that he had carefully built up inside of himself. The chaotic power swept through him, causing blood to spray out of his mouth. Yet again, his vision went dark, and he collapsed. Before losing consciousness, he didn't sigh, but tears filled his eyes. 2 days later in the middle of the night, Brosius-hun lay on the stone bed, and his eyes slowly opened. Then, he lay there staring up at the ceiling, tears flowing down his temples. Back when it was Huziomai by herself, it was so great. She believed anything I said. But now, back when it was Song Jun by herself, everything went my way. All I had to do was lose my temper a bit, and she would do anything I asked. But now, with both of them together, it's simply terrifying. As he thought back to how wonderful it had been to simply deal with them alone, more tears flowed. No. If things keep going on this way, I'm gonna end up dead. They're going to toy with me all the way to the grave, torment me to death. I'm already on the verge of going crazy. First was the medicine, then that bird. Next, they're trying to decide which foot I walk with. Before you know it, they're going to be watching to see which eye opens first, or which hand twitches. I can't stay around here any longer. These two demonesses are too terrifying. I've already coughed up blood twice. If this keep up, I could lose my poor little life. Trembling, face a mask of terror, he gritted his teeth. I need to join the war effort. On the battlefield, there's a chance I might get killed, but here, I'll definitely go crazy sooner or later. He suddenly felt more than ever like he truly wanted to join the war. In fact, his heart had already left the Luotian mountains, he had no desire whatsoever to stay. He rose to his feet, his expression that of unswerving determination. He seemed different than he had moments ago, his veins of steel were pulsing, and his eyes shone with intense light. He quickly packed his bags, then quietly opened the door of the Immortal's cave. Sending his divine sense out first, he looked around the area. It was currently the middle of the night, and the moon was obscured by the clouds. Everything was pitch black, and silent except for the sounds of various night creatures and birds. He looked around vigilantly to make sure that Song Jun and Huziomai weren't lying in wait. Then, he burst into motion, drawing upon all the speed he could muster, even using his wings. He became a beam of light that shot at top speed toward the two mountain peaks occupied by the Song clan Patriarch and Patriarch Ironwood. Fearful of attracting the attention of Song Jun and Huziomai, he moved as fast as he could without actually making any noise in the process. Soon, he reached the two mountains, where he stopped in place and took a deep breath. His eye shone with determination, and his expression was that of ultimate decisiveness. He suddenly seemed like a combination of both Brosius-hun and Night Crypt, heroic, extraordinary, and at the same time, formidable and ruthless. He seemed taller than before as he strode forward to the base of the twin peaks. Eyes shining with cold ferocity, he clasped hands and bowed. I am Legacy Echelon Disciple Brosius-hun of the Spirit Stream Sect, and Blood Master Night Crypt of the Bloodstream Sect. Greetings, Patriarchs. The Song clan Patriarch and Patriarch Ironwood slowly opened their eyes, and looked down in surprise at Brosius-hun. A murderous aura sprang up around Brosius-hun as he said, Stepfather, Patriarch, as the Blood Master of Middle Peak, and as a Legacy Echelon Cultivator of the Spirit Stream Sect, I must perform meritorious services. I must go to the battlefield to face the enemy. The Song clan Patriarch and Patriarch Ironwood had strange expressions on their faces. After a moment, the Song clan Patriarch said, I thought you hadn't recovered yet. Stepfather, a few injuries are like nothing when compared to the greater good of both sects. He smiled broadly, as if he didn't care at all about his injuries. At the same time, the determination in his eyes grew more intense. What cultivator can go through life without being injured? The important thing is the value of the injury. As for me, I was injured trying to project our sex." He looked very heroic as he stood there uttering such words. Anyone who might have been able to see him would have been shocked. He seemed boundlessly righteous, a manly man as strong as iron and completely unafraid of dying. "The battlefield is a dangerous place, and death is a common thing there. Aren't you afraid of that?" Patriarch Ironwood asked softly. Bezius Hun laughed heartily. Smacking his chest casually, he said, "I'm a true man. Blood will be spilled on the battlefield, that's true. But how could I simply stand by and watch my fellow sect members fighting in battle while I relax in comfort? That is not Bezius Hun's way of doing things, and it is definitely not Nightcrypt's style. Patriarchs, there's no need for further discussion. I definitely want to join the war effort." His sonorous words were spoken with decisiveness that could sever nails and chop iron. "Very well," the Song clan patriarch said. "That's exactly how a son of mine should act." He and Patriarch Ironwood exchanged a glance, then nodded. "Tomorrow morning, you can take this teleportation medallion to the teleportation portal. It will take you to our garrison in the Profound Stream sect region." Laughing heartily, the Song clan patriarch waved his hand, sending a command medallion flying toward Bezius Hun. Bezius Hun grabbed the medallion and flashed a carefree smile. "What's the point in waiting until tomorrow? My heart burns with the desire to kill the enemy. I can't sleep like that. I'll head to the teleportation portal immediately, and wade directly into battle. The time has came to put my life on the line for the sex." Flicking his sleeve, he transformed into a beam of light that shot directly toward the teleportation portal. Moments later, the light of teleportation shot up into the sky, illuminating the darkness of night. A single figure could be seen in the light, his hair whipping around him, radiating determination, righteousness, and at the same time, bloody murder. The Song clan patriarch and Patriarch Ironwood laughed and looked at each other. Seeing the smiles on each other's faces, they realized at some point, they had came to admire each other a bit. Chapter 290, in Profound Stream Sect Territory. The Profound Stream Sect was located on the Heavencraft continent, and bordered the Pill Stream Sect. Because of the years of warfare, the Heavencraft continent was in a very sorry state. Magical combat had left the land riddled with craters, and the explosions of spell formations left the spiritual power of the region in chaos. The entire place was a very dangerous location. Earlier on, the Profound Stream Sect had managed to gain the upper hand over the Pill Stream Sect, and had even absorbed more than half of the other sect. However, because of the alliance between the Spirit Stream Sect and the Blood Stream Sect, the tide of the war had turned. At this point, internal conflict tracked the Profound Stream Sect. That was especially true of the portion of the sect that had once belonged to the Pill Stream Sect. In despair over the imminent destruction of their sect, they had defected. But now they hoped to become an auxiliary member of the Spirit Stream and Blood Stream sects, and as such, were resisting the Profound Stream Sect. Numerous mountains were in a state of collapse. Rivers had vanished off the face of the earth. Entire mountain ranges were gone. Countless cultivators and even entire clans were now nothing more than corpses and bones strewn about on smoking battlefields. Even the sky had been affected, it was now choked with smoke and ash. Then the Spirit Stream Sect and the Blood Stream Sect arrived, and the sky filled with blood clouds and dazzling white light. These two sects were only in the initial stages of joining forces, and even with Bezius Hun connecting them, it was still a very difficult process. After all, they had been enemies for many years, and the distrust between them was still very intense. Without the eruption of this war, the act of combining their sects would have been nothing more than a joke. Eventually, things would have fallen apart. However, with this war, they had a chance to truly unite. Fighting against a common enemy gave the disciples of the two sects a chance to slowly get used to each other. The Profound Stream Sect hadn't really been prepared for a joint assault by the Blood Stream and Spirit Stream sects. What was happening was truly a nightmare. Before they even had time to smooth things out with the recently absorbed factions of the Pill Stream Sect, two new enemies had arrived, like razor-sharp blades slashing at the exposed back of the Profound Stream Sect. In a few short months, the Profound Stream Sect suffered heavy losses. More than 60% of the Heavencraft continent had already been occupied, and 17 of their temple headquarters had been sacked. Unlike most sects, the Profound Stream Sect didn't have just one headquarters. They had a total of 29, spread out like a net throughout the Heavencraft continent. That was how they maintained their power on the continent. The initial invasion was now over, and every day, minor battles were fought all over the continent. Booms rang out everywhere, and the land quaked violently. Faced with the combined assault of the Spirit Stream Sect and the Blood Stream Sect, the Profound Stream Sect could hardly even defend itself. They could only hide in their various temple headquarters and make their final stand. During the course of the fighting, one chosen after another gained valuable battle experience. They were like swords being sharpened into deadly weapons. Ghost Fang,
Shangwen Taniu, Zhuzinki, Gong Sun Yun, Hu Yunfei, Lu Tanglai, Song Ke, Zhu Xiaoshan, Jia Lai, Master God Diviner, and numerous other cultivators all made names for themselves on the battlefield. Although Zumai had not been present for the fight with the Spirit Stream sect, she was there on the Heavencraft continent. Considering that she was at the peak of Earthstring Foundation establishment, she had power that could shake the world. There was another person who made an unexpected name on the battlefield, taking down numerous enemies. Even other members of the sect came to fear her. She was none other than Gong Sunwaner. Not a single cultivator in the same stage as her could match her in combat. She even won some battles against prime elders of the Profound Stream sect, striking awe into the hearts of the Bloodstream sect and the Spirit Stream sect alike. There were also chosen of the Profound Stream sect who made names for themselves. Nine Isles was one of them. He was much more mature than he had been years ago in the Fallen Sword Abyss. Considering how bitter the fighting was, his name became an inspiration to many Profound Stream sect disciples. There were chosen from the Pill Stream sect as well. One of them was named Lin Mu, who cultivated the primeval medicinal Daoseed incantation. He had long since betrayed the Pill Stream sect, though, and had been accepted as an apprentice by Patriarch Nine Heavens of the Profound Stream sect. He and Nine Isles were the shining stars of the Profound Stream sect, whose glory in battle dazzled anyone who saw them. Among the bedraggled remnants of the actual Pill Stream sect was a young woman named Chen Man Yao, whose skill with poison exceeded even the late Fanglins, and whose abilities with illusion forms surpassed Zhao's. She even managed to have a protracted battle with a Prime Elder, and performed other great services for her second battle. The chosen were like stars glittering in the night sky, each one of whom had their own chance to shine in battle. However, there was one star that was only just now teleporting onto the battlefield. Everyone knew the name of that star. It was a name that couldn't be forgotten or overlooked. It was none other than Bazish Hun. Although he had yet to make a showing in the fighting itself, although he hadn't fought brilliantly in battle, although he hadn't killed numerous enemies or shed rivers of blood, he was a dazzling star that could not be compared to. His accomplishments were such that anyone who heard of them was completely shaken. The Blood Master of Middle Peak and Blood Lord of the Bloodstream sect. Legacy Echelon Cultivator and Junior Patriarch of the Spirit Stream sect. He had single-handedly stopped a huge war between two sects. He alone connected those two sects and convinced them to join forces. In fact, it was he alone who had unleashed the war of destruction upon the Profound Stream sect. Everyone had heard of him, and he existed in a spot above all other chosen. While the other chosen were still vying to make their name, he existed in a lofty position. The wave of his hand could completely change the tide of the war. Everyone who heard his story was completely shaken. Nine Niles roared in rage, his hatred for Bazish Hun burning bright and hot. As for Lin Mu, he went into secluded meditation for a few days after hearing the stories. When he emerged, he said that he had prepared a huge surprise for Bazish Hun. Although Bazish Hun hadn't been present for any of the fighting so far, his name still rang loud and clear in the ears of everyone on the battlefield. Somewhere on the border of the Heavencraft continent, in a location that had already been taken over by the Bloodstream sect and Spirit Stream sect, in one of the former temple headquarters of the Profound Stream sect, the glittering light of a teleportation rose up into the sky. The cultivators stationed on duty by the teleportation portal looked at the light with vigilant eyes, ready to instantly attack if the wrong person appeared. Among the group were Bane Lai, Master God Diviner, and Jia Lai. Considering that the three of them were grouped together separately from the other cultivators, it was obvious that they had a higher position. Given the levels of their cultivation bases, as well as their reputation, they should have been on the front lines of battle. However, after receiving grievous injuries in the fighting, all three had been reassigned to this location. None of them really liked each other, and it wasn't limited to Bane Lai disliking the Bloodstream sect cultivators. Master God Diviner and Jia Lai also had a bit of a rivalry between them. Of course, such situations were common among frontline veterans. As the light of teleportation grew more intense, the eyes of the three cultivators glittered brightly. Master God Diviner was already performing a divination. Bane Lai's eyes shone with cold light, whereas Jia Lai's eyes were narrowed, and the fluctuations of the great circle of Foundation establishment rolled off of him. Despite having been injured fairly seriously, he still commanded shocking power. Although people frequently teleported into this particular portal, the cultivators who guarded the area always reacted in this way. A month before, a group of Profound Stream sect cultivators had managed to teleport into the middle of Bloodstream sect territory and launch a surprise attack. As the light began to fade away, they realized that it was only a single individual who had teleported in. As his features became visible, the eyes of the surrounding cultivators went wide. Sect Uncle Bay. Bloodmaster Night Crypt. Everyone was crying out in shock. Jia Lai began to shake, Master God Diviner's jaw dropped, and Bane Lai let out a cold harumph.
After materializing, Bazius-Hun stepped out of the teleportation portal and then looked around as the cultivators from the two sects offered formal greetings. Greetings, Junior Patriarch. Greetings, Bloodlord. At first, Bazius-Hun looked a bit apprehensive. Glancing up into the blood-colored sky, he inhaled, and detected the stench of blood in the air, confirming that he was indeed on the battlefield. Finally, he breathed a sigh of relief. At long last, he felt free again, as if he had finally extricated himself from a nightmare. Taking a deep breath, and putting a somber expression onto his face, he looked around at the surrounding cultivators, his eyes flashing like lightning. "What's the situation with the war?" he asked. His energy surged, and the surrounding disciples of the two sects looked at him with eyes that burned with zeal. Then, they began to report what had occurred recently in the fighting. Bazius-Hun listened as they spoke, and soon had a basic understanding of the situation. It was at that point that a bright beam of light suddenly shot in their direction. It was one of the prime elders of the Spirit Stream sect. He moved with such incredible speed that, within the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Bazius-Hun. Bazius-Hun had seen this particular prime elder before. The patriarchs have issued orders. Junior Patriarch Bazius-Hun is to lead a contingent of cultivators to sweep previously conquered territory and root out any stragglers from the Profound Stream sect. Any other matters which come up along the way can be handled as you see fit, as long as you don't waste any time. Bazius-Hun immediately understood that he was being given a relatively safe and easy mission, not an assignment to the front lines of battle. Obviously, most clans in the conquered territories would be friendly, and any stragglers from the Profound Stream sect would be weak and unimportant. Clearly, this mission had been specifically created just for him. Although Bazius-Hun felt very appreciative, his expression was solemn and respectful, and his eyes shone with intense light as he said, "I'm afraid I can't comply." Chapter 291, The Middle Peak Blood Master has infinite magical powers. The Spirit Stream Heaven Dao expert can shake the whole world. I came here to kill the enemy on the front lines. How could I possibly stoop to handling trifling errands? Bazius-Hun's energy surged, and as his sonorous voice rang out, everyone who heard him was shaken. All eyes burned with even greater fervor than before, with the exception of Bane Lai, Master God Diviner, and Jia Lai. Those three were inwardly cursing him. They were far more familiar with his true nature than the ordinary disciples were. The Prime Elder hesitated for a moment. Then, he looked at Bazius-Hun and said, "Junior Patriarch, these are the orders of the Patriarchs. Stabilizing the conquered territory behind the battle lines is also very important." Inwardly, Bazius-Hun was snickering, but outwardly, he put on a show of refusing again. The Prime Elder could do nothing more than continue to cajole him. It reached the point where the Prime Elder was getting ready to give up and back down. Then, to his surprise, Bazius-Hun suddenly agreed. Gritting his teeth and looking very displeased, he said, "All right, fine. I don't want to make trouble for you. I accept the mission." With that, he flew up into the air. "Who is with me? Who is willing to join me as I stabilize the conquered territory and make a name for our two sects?" Virtually all of the cultivators began to cry out. "I'm willing to follow you, Bloodlord. Count me in, Junior Patriarch, I'm coming too, Sect Uncle Bay." In the blink of an eye, more than half of the group of several hundred cultivators stepped forward. Among them were a contingent from the Bloodstream sect's middle peak, who summoned an enormous blood sword, which they sent flying up into the air. It was hundreds of meters long, and radiated shocking energy. Bane Lai immediately shrank back. Master God Diviner edged away. As for Jia Lai, after the trial by fire for Blood Master, he had came to deeply fear Bazius-Hun, and didn't hesitate to go in the opposite direction, worried that he might be spotted. Bazius-Hun laughed heartily as he stepped onto the huge blood sword. Then he waved his hand, and numerous gargoyles flew over, along with a large number of flying ghouls. At the same time, all of the volunteers from the Bloodstream sect and the Spirit Stream sect flew up to hover around the sword. Bazius-Hun stood there, an enigmatic smile on his face as he looked down at the ground below. Bane Lai, Master God Diviner, Jia Lai. What are you three hiding from me for? Come, come. Join me in setting out on this mission. Bane Lai, Master God Diviner, and Jia Lai were all shaking and cursing inwardly. None of them wanted to go, and yet the orders from their respective patriarchs had been clear. Bazius-Hun was leading the mission, and he had the right to pick anyone he wanted to go with him. Bane Lai wanted to argue, but he only got one word out of his mouth before Bazius-Hun glared at him. "I've been given a dharmic decree by the patriarchs." Bane Lai gritted his teeth and then flew over to the sword, depression gripping his heart. Master God Diviner and Jia Lai were howling inwardly, but they knew they couldn't escape. Having no other choice available, they flew over and joined the team. "That's more like it. All right, let's go." Bazius-Hun laughed again, then flicked his sleeve, sending the enormous sword, and the several hundred cultivators with it, flying off in grand fashion. Baziush-hun had never felt so impressive. He sat cross-legged at the tip of the huge sword, looking around at the countless gargoyles and refined corpses, and then at the surrounding cultivators. That, coupled with the sight of Bainlai, Master God Diviner, and Jialai looking so depressed, left Baziush-hun feeling very proud of himself. It seems that joining the war effort really was the right decision, he thought. Even back in the Spirit Stream sect and the Bloodstream sect, I never got to show off like this. Who would ever have thought that I could do so right here? With that, he pointed his finger straight out in front of him. Sect nieces and nephews, come with me as we dominate the Profound Stream sect. One of the Bloodstream sect disciples was particularly clever. When he saw how Baziush-hun was in such high spirits, he edged a bit closer to the sword and yelled at the top of his lungs, "The Middlepeak Blood Master has infinite magical powers." Quite a few of the other surrounding cultivators were shocked, and even Baziush-hun looked over at the young man in astonishment. The young man seemed a bit embarrassed to have so many people staring at him, and he even started to blush. Just as he was thinking that he had gone a bit too far with his flattery, Baziush-hun threw his head back and laughed uproariously. "Don't say things like that in the future. I'm an upright and frank person, and definitely not a big fan of flattery. Now, take this medicinal pill." Baziush-hun was actually very pleased, and his facial expression didn't match his words at all. In fact, he seemed to be encouraging such behavior as he threw over a Tier 3 spirit medicine. The young disciple was very excited, and seeing that Baziush-hun was encouraging him, he raised his voice even louder and said, "That's how we truly feel. It's no flattery. The Middlepeak Blood Master has infinite magical powers." The other Bloodstream sect disciples' eyes went wide, especially when they saw Baziush-hun give a reward of some spirit medicine. Their eyes began to burn with passion, and they too joined in to call out, "The Middlepeak Blood Master has infinite magical powers." Over 100 people were calling out the same thing, and it made Baziush-hun feel wonderful. Coughing dryly, he handed out quite a few medicinal pills as a reward. Of course, the 100 or so cultivators from the Spirit Stream sect weren't very happy about what was going on. Glaring at the Bloodstream sect cultivators, they also began to cry out. "The Spirit Stream Heaven Dao expert can shake the whole world." Baziush-hun was so excited that he was shaking. His eyes shone, and his heart surged. Slapping his bag of holding, he sent large quantities of spirit medicine flying out. The disciples of the two sects all understood what was happening, and they clustered around Baziush-hun, yelling at the tops of their lungs as they flew along. "The Middlepeak Blood Master has infinite magical powers. The Spirit Stream Heaven Dao expert can shake the whole world." Only Bainlai, Master God Diviner, and Jialai simply gritted their teeth. They held Baziush-hun in complete contempt, and refused to resort to fawning flattery. Not even if they died. Baziush-hun was very pleased, but also felt that he should be a bit more humble. Waving his hand, he said, "All right, keep it down, guys, keep it down." And it was in this grandiose fashion that he proceeded along through the Profound Stream sect territory that the two sects had already conquered. Before long, the group reached a valley that housed a cultivator clan which had once been a part of the Profound Stream sect. Once the invasion began, they surrendered, and yet, many in the clan were still loyal to the Profound Stream sect. Although they put on a show of complying, they secretly hated the Bloodstream sect and the Spirit Stream sect. As of this moment, the Patriarch and other clan members were currently discussing their next move. The Spirit Stream sect has pushed things too far. They used to be allies of the Profound Stream sect, but then they betrayed them. Humphrey. And then there's the Bloodstream sect. They're all a bunch of devilish cultivators, killers by nature. Sooner or later they're going to be punished by the heavens. Even as they sat in the hall, cursing in righteous indignation, a shocking pressure suddenly began to weigh down on them. Then, a cold voice rang out into their ears. "Everyone come out immediately to offer greetings to our Blood Master." Immediately, all of the cultivators' faces fell. The clan's patriarch was in the mid-foundation establishment stage. Face twitching, he strode out of the hall, followed by his fellow clan members. Moments later, an enormous, blood-colored sword appeared up above, surrounded by more than 200 cultivators of the Bloodstream sect and the Spirit Stream sect. Standing on the sword itself was Baziush-hun, surrounded by roaring shouts that echoed like thunder. "The Middlepeak Blood Master has infinite magical powers. The Spirit Stream Heaven Dao expert can shake the whole world." The people from the cultivator clan were shaken as they stared up in shock. Meanwhile, Baziush-hun's gaze swept over the valley. His mission was to scour the regions behind the front lines to find any stragglers from the Profound Stream sect. Furthermore, he wasn't to just randomly travel around looking for such stragglers. He had a jade slip that identified 37 cultivator clans who were suspected loyalists, and might be harboring such individuals. According to the initial investigation carried out by the Spirit Stream sect, There were suspicious aspects to all 37 of those clans that needed to be examined further. As for whether they ended up being spared, or wiped out, that was up to Bazius Hun's judgment. Thankfully, the Jade Slip had a marvelous function that allowed the person holding it to detect fluctuations that would point directly toward any member of the Profound Stream sect. Seeing the grand display of glory and power in front of them left the Cultivator clan shaken. After taking a deep breath, the clan's patriarch clasped hands, bowed, and said, "Greetings, Bloodmaster." Bazius Hun didn't respond. The heaven's Pandharma eye on his forehead opened, and it was as if a curtain had been swept aside. He saw through all barriers within the valley, and quickly noticed that there was a necropolis hidden underground. Within that necropolis were 8 people seated cross-legged as they healed themselves. Although Bazius Hun had never seen them before, based on their wounds, their clothing, and the fluctuations of Profound Stream sect magic on them, he was sure who they were. Instantly, the jade slip in his hand began to glow brightly. Chapter 292, I must concoct medicine. Bazius Hun looked down silently at the valley. After the tempering he had undergone in the Bloodstream sect, he had become capable of acting ruthlessly, of cutting people down like grass. There weren't very many cultivators in this clan, and as for the people in the necropolis, they were all injured. With a simple order, he could wipe out the whole clan and the stragglers from the Profound Stream sect. After a moment of silence, he said, "You people already agreed to surrender and offer allegiance to the sect alliance. Why are you doing this?" His heaven's Pandharma eye began to shine as brightly as a sun, unleashing intense control power which instantly pierced all the way into the necropolis underneath the valley. The 8 injured Profound Stream sect cultivators in the necropolis all began to tremble, and blue veins bulged out on their faces and necks. Hoarse shouts erupted from their mouths, and yet, their bodies weren't under their own control. Struggling the entire time, they reached up and then smashed their hands down onto the tops of their heads. Popping sounds rang out as 7 of them coughed up blood and then toppled over, dead. However, one of them, an old man, struggled free. Blood oozing out of his mouth, he shot out of the necropolis, an expression of shock on his face as he sped off in the opposite direction. In response to the sudden development, expressions of shock and terror appeared on the faces of the Cultivator clan members. As for the patriarch, his face went ashen, and he began to sway back and forth unsteadily as if he were about to pass out. Before the old man from the Profound Stream sect could get very far, Gili shot after him in pursuit. Before long, a miserable shriek rang out, and then Gili returned with the man's head. Murderous aura bristling, he hovered next to Bazius Hun, looking down at the group in the valley and licking his lips as if he was imagining drinking their blood. Gili wasn't the only one, cultivators from both of the sects were doing similar things. Silence filled the valley, and the bitter cultivators' despair grew more intense. "This is war," Bazius Hun said, "and there is no right or wrong. There are only different positions. Take this as a warning. Follow our sect alliance. At the moment, there is no better option for you." With that, he waved his sleeve, and the blood sword began to fly off into the distance. The cultivators of the 2 sects cast cold glances at the Cultivator clan before flying away. After Bazius Hun left, the Cultivator clan stood there, feeling like they were in a dream. They had just been on the threshold of the gates of hell, and had somehow survived. Their hearts were still pounding with fear. After a long silence, the blank look in the eyes of the patriarch transformed into determination. After looking around at his fellow clan members, he saw that many of them wore expressions of gratefulness. That man, he thought, must have been the legendary Bazius Hun. He truly is a chosen. A single look from him killed all those people from the Profound Stream sect. He could have crushed us, but instead, let us go. He threatened us, but at the same time, treated us well. Instead of causing us to hate him, we ended up feeling grateful. Hey. If he keeps doing things that way, he'll reach amazing heights. The old man gritted his teeth, and suddenly waved his right hand. Sword light erupted out, instantly slashing off the heads of 3 of his fellow clansmen. It happened so quickly that the 3 victims didn't even have a chance to react. Henceforth, he announced, the Hanyun clan will follow the Spirit Stream sect and the Blood Stream sect. Those 3 were inextricably linked to the Profound Stream sect. By killing them, we sever all the old ties. Let that serve as a warning to any other Profound Stream sect sympathizers. If I hadn't stopped the war between the Spirit Stream sect and the Blood Stream sect, then it wouldn't have been long before the Profound Stream sect was hunting for stragglers just like I am now. Bazius Hun sighed and looked around at the cultivators from the 2 sects. He suddenly realized that they were looking at him in a different way than before. They seemed more passionate, and even more respectful. The way he killed the Profound Stream sect stragglers, and then dealt with the Hanyun clan, caused quite a few of the cultivators to approve of him even more than before. Even Bainlai's attitude seemed to have changed somewhat.
There was something strange in his eyes when he looked at Baziush-hun. As for Jialai and Master God Diviner, they also glanced over at Baziush-hun with odd looks. Baziush-hun smiled. He was aware that he had grown up quite a bit, and understood certain things much better than he had before. In some situations, he would do things that he didn't necessarily want to do, as long as it meant protecting his family, his friends, and his sect. My shoulders aren't broad enough to hold up the heavens. But I can certainly support my sect, my family, and my friends. Eyes shining brightly, he unleashed the power of his cultivation base, sending the blood sword rumbling through the air even faster than before. As it whistled along, they passed one cultivator clan after another that had surrendered. Rumbling sounds filled heaven and earth, and countless heads turned to look at them as they passed. When they found Profound Stream sect cultivators, Baziush-hun didn't actually have to do anything. The cultivators of the two sects would fly out to handle the situation. When it came to the cultivator clans involved, he didn't treat them all the same. Based on the observations he made, and his own judgment, some got the same treatment as the Hanyun clan, but others ended up being wiped out. That was the best way to cow the local populace and stabilize the conquered territory. It was also the only way that their forces on the front lines could continue to advance safely. Soon, word spread about what Baziush-hun was doing, and the cultivator clans began to prepare for his arrival. Slowly, the search for the Profound Stream sect stragglers started to get more difficult. One option was to just destroy every clan on his list. However, that could destabilize the entire region behind the front lines. After all, the cultivator clans in question were not to be underestimated. There was a reason why the armies of the Bloodstream sect and the Spirit Stream sect hadn't tangled with them during the initial invasion. Furthermore, the complete and utter defeat of the Profound Stream sect and their subsidiary clans was not the ultimate goal. The Spirit Stream sect and the Bloodstream sect wanted to absorb their power to strengthen themselves. 3 times in a row, they encountered cultivator clans who had completely sealed off their clan headquarters. No matter what Baziush-hun said, or how angry he got, they refused to even respond to him. Thankfully, some of them offered up gifts to him, which he begrudgingly accepted. Baziush-hun was starting to feel very down. Looking at the mission Jade Slip, he frowned. The Jade Slip mentioned 6 particular cultivator clans regarding whom concrete evidence had been gathered, proving that they were not only harboring Profound Stream sect cultivators, but were also planning insurrections. I don't get it. If the patriarchs have definite proof, why don't they just send people to wipe them out? After thinking about the matter for a while, his eyes lit up, and he slapped his thigh. Ah, now I understand. Damn it. How come I'm so slow on the uptake? Obviously the patriarchs are rewarding me by giving me a chance to extort some loot. After I'm finished extorting them, the sect will send people over to destroy them. Ha ha ha. That's definitely what's going on. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Baziush-hun was more convinced than ever that he had just been muddle-headed before. He even decided that the blackmail aspect was an important part of his mission. The patriarchs are really great. Of course they want to reward me. Although, they could have just said so. There was no reason to be so vague about it. Feeling pleased, and looking forward to what was coming, he led his group of 200 or so cultivators toward the next cultivator clan. The following day, an emerald green mountain rose up in front of them. Glittering lights surrounded the mountain peak, which was obviously a powerful defensive spell formation. He could immediately tell that this clan had done the same thing as the previous few clans, and had completely locked themselves down. Standing there on a huge blood sword, Baziush-hun said, Xuanguang clan, I, Baziush-hun, have come on official business. Before he could even finish speaking, rumbling sounds echoed out, and an enormous figure rose up above the mountain, a giant made of pure light. The giant's eyes were closed, as if it were sleeping. However, moments later, a rumbling voice filled the air. Baziush-hun, the Xuanguang clan has sealed itself off to the world. You're not welcome here. Immediately after the thunderous words echoed out, the giant slowly faded away, and the mountain went quiet. Obviously, they really had sealed themselves away. Baziush-hun wasn't very happy about being interrupted, but when he thought about the gift that would surely be coming moments later, he brightened a bit. Clearing his throat, he said, I know you're completely sealed. But I can't just leave empty-handed. How about this? Why don't you? Before he could finish, he was interrupted again. Screw off. Huh? This was not the reaction he'd gotten from the other clans. Furthermore, he'd been interrupted a second time. He was really starting to get mad now. Are you really cursing at me? I never said anything unreasonable, did I? Look, I have a lot of people here with me, and we traveled a long way to get here. Why don't you screw off? The voice sounded even more enraged than before, and echoed out like thunder from the heavens. Fudge! Baziush-hun exclaimed. He had been interrupted 3 times in a row, and by this point,
His fury was burning hot. How could this clan be so vile? Not only did they refuse to allow him to inspect their clan, they also refused to give him gifts, and even cursed him. Looking around angrily, he said, "Sect nieces and nephews, this enemy is a crafty one, so we have to be even craftier. If we don't, how else will we accomplish our mission?" Bane Lai, Master God Diviner, and Jialai all chuckled coldly inside. The Xuanggui clan spell formation draws upon all the spiritual energy in that mountain, Bane Lai said coolly. Even if we all attack it together, we wouldn't be able to break it open anytime soon. If we rush things, it could destabilize the area behind the front lines. What exactly are we supposed to do? Everyone else looked over bleakly at Bazish Hun. Bazish Hun was angrier than ever that the reward handed to him by the patriarchs was turning out to be so frustrating. After a moment of silence, he gritted his teeth. Since they're being such bullies, I think I'll have to concoct some medicine. The surrounding cultivators immediately began to tremble, and some of them even cried out in alarm. Within the blink of an eye, all 200 of them backed up by 30 meters or so. Bane Lai, Master God Diviner, and Jialai were the fastest among the group. As soon as they heard Bazish Hun mention concocting medicine, their faces fell, and they backed up as quickly as possible. Chapter 293, Plague Devil Wreaks Havoc. Bazish Hun's jaw dropped, and he looked back and forth disappointedly. "What are you guys doing?" Coughing dryly, he continued, "It's for the sake of the mission. Besides, I'm really awesome at concocting medicine." People were already calling out advice. "Sect Uncle Bay, there's no need to concoct any medicine, alright? Exalted Blood Master, let's just let this cultivator clan off the hook, okay?" Everyone all started talking at once, even Master God Diviner. Snorting coldly, Bazish Hun waved his hand to produce a pill furnace. "No way. I refuse to believe that they'll keep their doors closed to me." As soon as the pill furnace appeared, the surrounding cultivators of the two sects backed up even further. Bazish Hun looked at the Xuanggui clan, then chuckled darkly. Slapping the pill furnace, he produced a large quantity of medicinal plants and began concocting. The disciples of the two sects were still backing up, panting, looks of fear flickering in their eyes. And yet, at the same time, they seemed to be looking forward to the outcome. What a tragedy for the Xuanggui clan. I can't believe they dared to provoke the Plague Devil. Did you guys know that back when Bazish Hun concocted medicine in the Spirit Stream sect, he invoked lightning from the heavens, and even acid rain? How could we not know? Back in the Bloodstream sect, he almost blew up Lesser Marsh Peak. Bazish Hun had a pill furnace, a bag full of flame crystals, and plenty of plants and vegetation. Considering his skill in the Tao of medicine, he quickly produced a batch of spirit medicine. Based on what he recalled, this particular type of spirit medicine was one that he had first concocted on Corpse Peak, and could cause hallucinations. It only took a day before the pill furnace was trembling, and wisps of black smoke began to spread out from it. When the disciples of the two sects saw the black smoke, they gasped and backed further away. Even people in the Xuanggui clan itself were starting to get nervous. They had heard of Bazish Hun's nickname Plague Devil, and as such, were completely on guard. Although they had never faced an assault such as this one, they were ready. Another half a day went by, and then Bazish Hun threw his head back and roared as he slapped the pill furnace with both hands. A huge cloud of black smoke rose up, whereupon he waved his sleeve, sending it toward the Xuanggui clan's mountain. When the black smoke touched a glittering shield of light, the shield vibrated, but only blocked about half of the smoke. The rest passed right through. However, such a small amount of smoke was negligible considering the size of the mountain, and nothing much happened. Bazish Hun felt more down than ever, especially when he heard the jeering calls coming from the Xuanggui clan. "I always thought the Plague Devil moniker sounded really impressive. But it turns out to be just for show. Bazish Hun, our Xuanggui clan might have surrendered to the Bloodstream sect, but that doesn't mean you can come extort us any old time you want. You think we'll open our doors wide just because of your title? Screw off, and don't come back until you reach core formation." Bazish Hun was now more irritated than ever. After glaring at the Xuanggui clan's mountain for a moment, his eyes began to shine brightly. "If one stream of smoke isn't enough, then I'll make 100. No, hundreds." Considering how many people were watching him, Bazish Hun felt as if he had really lost some face. With that, he waved his right hand and began to concoct more medicine. This time, he produced even more black smoke. However, he didn't send it swirling toward the spell formation shield. Instead, he performed an incantation gesture, and at the same time, used his powers of gravity and repulsion to produce a glowing sphere. Bazish Hun's cultivation base had reached the point where he could prevent the sphere's power from shredding clothing to pieces. By inverting the power inward, It created a flowing cycle that made the sphere very suitable as a vessel to hold things. Now, he poured smoke into it until it was completely full. Having accomplished that, Bazius-hun waved his sleeve, sending the sphere shooting back toward Jialai. "Take it," he said, not even turning his head. Trembling with fear, Jialai caught the sphere. Then, Bazius-hun continued to concoct. Astonishingly, 5 days passed in which he produced hundreds of the glowing spheres, all of them packed with hallucinatory smoke. Every sphere produced was tossed back to the group of 200 cultivators. When everyone was well armed, Bazius-hun looked up at the Xuanguai clan mountain, eyes bloodshot. Then he extended his right hand and pointed at the mountain. "Xuanguai clan," he yelled, "if you're that tough, then don't even think about coming out from behind your shield. Unleash the spheres." Immediately, the cultivators launched the spheres with all the force they could muster, happy to be rid of the terrifying objects. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of beams of light were shooting toward the Xuanguai clan spell formation. As soon as they made contact, rumbling booms echoed out. The spheres shattered, and the powers of gravity and repulsion within them caused the shield to distort and ripple, breaking open numerous rifts. Although the rifts quickly mended themselves, the hallucinatory smoke that belched out of the exploding spheres had plenty of time to pour into the spell formation. Before long, cries of alarm began to rise up from the mountain, reaching a cacophony. Then, the mountain suddenly went silent. Bazius-hun's eyes went wide as he looked over at the Xuanguai clan. All of the 200 or so cultivators at his back, including Bane Lai, Master God Diviner, and Jialai, were nervously doing the same thing, their eyes shining. This was their first time cooperating with Bazius-hun in the act of concocting medicine, and considering they had personally unleashed the glowing spheres, they were eager to see the results. After a protracted moment of silence, cackling laughter suddenly rose up from the mountain. Then the sound of weeping. And then roaring. All sorts of strange and unthinkable sounds could be heard. The mere sounds were enough to cause Bane Lai's skin to crawl. Gasps could be heard from the other cultivators, especially those from the Bloodstream sect who had witnessed the tragedy of Corpse Peak. The cultivators who had actually come from Corpse Peak had complicated expressions on their faces as they thought back to past events. 3 days later, the Xuanguai clan surrendered. They didn't offer any stipulations, they simply opened up the mountain and received Bazius-hun. In addition, they offered copious amounts of gifts. The fear and dread in the eyes of their cultivators as they looked at Bazius-hun couldn't have been more clear. Those 3 days had been a nightmare that they wouldn't forget for the rest of their lives. The name Plague Devil had now been established in the Heavencraft continent, and the stories were already spreading. Surprisingly, the cultivators of the two sects soon fell in love with this magic that only Bazius-hun seemed capable of providing. That was especially true of Bane Lai, Master God Diviner, and Jialai. Bazius-hun was an honest and straightforward person, so he split up the extortion profits among all of his followers. Of course, he was quite pleased at how everyone seemed to approve of his tactics. As a result, he spent some time making more glowing spheres, for defensive purposes of course, until everyone had at least 4 or 5. There were different types of glowing spheres. Some had acid rain in them, some had hallucinatory smoke, some could summon lightning, and some would strike the victims with instant diarrhea. Gradually, the general attitude of the entire team was influenced by Bazius-hun. Even Bane Lai, Master God Diviner, and Jialai were all subconsciously being corrupted. Time passed. 2 more months went by. During that time, there were a few injuries and casualties among the team. At one point during an inspection of one of the cultivator clans, they ran into a large group of Profound Stream sect disciples who were just about to complete a large teleportation portal. If that teleportation portal were completed, Profound Stream sect cultivators from the front lines would be able to teleport into the area and cause major problems. During the battle, the team tossed out a large number of his glowing spheres, then took advantage of the enemy's weakness to follow Bazius-hun into battle. The result was an astonishing and shocking victory. Although Bazius-hun didn't go to the front lines to fight, his name spread far and wide throughout the conquered territories. Furthermore, it wasn't just his glory that increased. The other cultivators in his team also benefited. Their ability to use long-range poison spheres, and the terrifying things that resulted, ensured that they gained much the same reputation. They fairly radiated fiendish, murderous auras as they dominated the enemy. That caused them to grow even more fervently supportive of Bazius-hun. They had truly fallen in love with this new style of battle that he had created. Before they realized it, they had finished their mission, and their long path of destruction had led them very close to the front lines. Bazius-hun was surrounded by a completely transformed group of cultivators. The 2 months of fighting alongside him had changed them significantly. Their bags of holding were packed with the spoils of war, and in addition, they had all grown very close to each other.
Cultivators of both sects could often be seen laughing and chatting with each other, discussing which of the various poison spheres was the best. They even cooperated well with each other in battle. A few months ago, no one in either sect would ever have believed that such a level of cooperation was possible. However, it was a reality in Bazius Hun's team. Although Bane Lai, Master God Diviner, and Ji Lai often had cold smirks on their faces, in their hearts, they viewed him differently than before, although none of them were quite sure exactly how. That was especially true of Bane Lai. As he looked around at the disciples, some of whom were in the chi condensation stage, and some of whom were in foundation establishment, he was somewhat surprised to find that the previously injured and disorganized group now brimmed with battle prowess. It was a battle prowess that surpassed that of some of the elite cultivators that he had seen on the front lines. Considering how much they loved this fighting style, he was sure that if they did go to the front lines, they would make a huge scene. And all of that was because of Bazius Hun. Chapter 294, To the front lines. The war had reached a fever pitch on the Heavencraft continent. Of the Profound Stream Sect's 29 temple headquarters, 28 had already been captured. The last temple existed on what had once been the border of Pillstream Sect territory. There it stood, tall and mighty, the final point of resistance. It was located right in the middle of a sprawling mountain range that was even more majestic than the Laotian mountains. The mountain range was split in half, almost as if a giant as tall as the sky itself had cleaved it into two halves with the stroke of an axe. In the resulting gap, past generations of Profound Stream Sect patriarchs had paid an enormous price to erect a massive city. That city was the final remaining temple headquarters of the Profound Stream Sect, and it was large enough to house millions of people. It was also protected by a vast number of spell formations. Virtually all of the surviving Profound Stream Sect cultivators were holed up in the city, which everyone knew would be the location of the final battle. The army of the Bloodstream Sect and the Spirit Stream Sect had been pushing the fight toward the city for a month already. They had attacked with incredible force, but this was the Profound Stream Sect's last stand. Even with the bedraggled remnants of the Pillstream Sect attacking the city from the other side of the mountain range, it had not fallen. The Profound Stream Sect was holding out until the bitter end, hoping that the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Sect would lose patience and intervene. After all, the longer things dragged out in the lower reaches, the longer the Sky River Court would have to prepare in the middle reaches. Because of that, the patriarchs of the Spirit and Bloodstream sects had initially intended to use a blitzkrieg strategy to end the war as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, their momentum had stalled just outside of this final enormous city. Around the time that the two sides reached a deadlock, Bazius Hun completed his mission. The majority of the Profound Stream Sect stragglers had been rooted out. In the process, Bazius Hun and his 200 followers had packed their bags of holding full of cultivation resources. By this point, the entire group radiated the air of riches, and made a spectacular sight wherever they went. Eventually, they found themselves on a vast plain that was the final stretch before reaching the front line itself. Even from this distance, they could detect the fluctuations of battle, and could hear the rumble of magic being unleashed. The wind carried with it the reek of blood, and across the plain in front of them were strewn numerous corpses and patches of gore. Bazius Hun stood at the edge of the plain, vigilantly studying the scene spread out in front of him. There were no subversive cultivator clans here, and in fact, there were even squads of Bloodstream Sect cultivators moving about here and there. However, Bazius Hun had developed a keen sense for danger, and could tell that by crossing this plain and heading to the front lines, there would definitely be danger. The sense of danger weighed down on him heavily, especially when he saw the distortions in the air off in the distance, evidence of the fierce fighting that was going on. He couldn't help but think of his past experiences with the Laotian clan, in the Fallen Sword Abyss, and in the trial by fire for Bloodmaster. Bazius Hun wasn't the only one who was on guard. The other cultivators around him felt the same.